Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. While Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down, you'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go, now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me, and there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided did something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie. Why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different. Except, it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment. So let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when...
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you gonna play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday. And what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, hey bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey? What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh wow, look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me, it's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
Oh, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You'll look pathetic pathetic trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you? I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with A were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, Make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right, I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly,
Let go of her!
two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. The whack.
Ow! You break my heart and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you.
I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. It was 4 a.m. My heart was beating fast as I hurried out of my room. I hate you! I don't want you in my life, you jerk! I froze. That was my mom's voice, but she didn't normally sound like that. My parents often fought, but this time it was different, and it scared me. Goodbye, George! She shouted, and I heard the front door slam. Wait, did she actually leave? I ran downstairs as fast as I could. Mommy, please don't leave! I screamed as I opened the door. She was already in the cab. I was sure she'd wait for me, but she didn't. Our eyes met as she gazed at me through the window, and in just a few seconds, she was gone. Watching the cab leave seemed like a dream. Everything was moving in slow motion, and my vision started to go dark. Suddenly, I felt my dad's arms holding me as I fell down onto my knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. We held each other tightly until the sun came up. Mila, are you awake? I'm asking a simple question. Why does a mother bear hide her children from their father? My teacher was angry. There was silence. I didn't want to answer. I don't know, ask someone else, I shouted. The whole class stared at me in shock. I stormed out and slammed the door behind me. I knew I was getting detention, but that was the least of my worries. I was seeing the flashbacks. The memory of the last day I'd seen Linda began haunting me once again. I blame Jason for it, my boyfriend, who's always pushing me to talk about my feelings. He kept nagging me to tell him what had happened until I had enough of it. To be honest, I couldn't reveal to him that my own mother had left me 10 years ago without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. So I lied and told him she had passed away from a disease. Jason seemed to pity me, but his sorrow meant nothing. Even if I told him the truth, he wouldn't realize how I really felt, abandoned. I waited outside for my driver, Andrew, to come pick me up. Andrew was like a father to me. He always listened to my problems. Sometimes it felt like we had a better relationship than the one I had with my dad. As soon as I got into the car, Andrew informed me that my father wanted to have a talk with me. It seemed strange as my dad never asked to have a talk, not even when I did terrible things at school. When I walked into the living room, my father looked devastated. Hey Dad, did the school call? I swear I can explain. I started nervously. But then my father covered his face and started to cry. Feeling really worried now, I asked him what was going on. His reply completely shook me. Mila, it's Linda. She's back and she wants to take you away from me. Completely taken aback, I just stood speechless as Dad went on to explain that she had finally filed for divorce after 10 years and was demanding full custody of me. The world felt like it was spinning. My mother? That's impossible. Why now? I clenched my teeth. I hated her guts. I went over to my dad, and even though it felt a bit awkward, I hugged him and promised that there was no way I would ever abandon him to go live with her. You're my only family, Dad. We'll get through this together. The date for the divorce trial arrived. My father and his lawyers had prepared me well on what to say. I wasn't really nervous about going to court, but the idea of seeing Linda after 10 years kept me on edge. What would she look like now? Would I be able to recognize her? I was going to keep hating her, of course, but a part of me was kind of excited to see her. When I went inside the courtroom and looked around, she wasn't there. I thought she'd show up at some point, but she didn't. It was just the lawyers. I couldn't believe that she'd be this heartless. After 10 years, she didn't even make the effort to show up in court. As the trial went on, things just got worse. Linda's lawyer claimed that my dad was an unfit parent who kept my mother away from me by force. They also claimed that my father was involved in some serious illegal activity and should be in jail. On top of that, they made it very clear that they had evidence to prove it. After the court session, I was shocked when my father pulled me aside and admitted that he had stolen money from his company. It was a long time ago, but it could still send him to jail. He went on to say that he only started doing those things because Linda had left him. Life had been so cruel to him, and he had temporarily stopped caring about right and wrong. I'm not proud of it, but it was your mother's fault, he said, looking ashamed and avoiding making eye contact with me. It's okay, Dad, I stuttered with tears in my eyes. I can't judge you for what you had to go through. I will stay by your side and help however I can. My dad went silent for a while, but then he said, there's actually something you could do. There is? He told me that Linda's lawyer had suggested that I spend the week with her, and if I agreed to it, I could help my dad find the evidence she had against him. I immediately agreed, even though it kind of scared me. Spending a week with the mother I hated sounded like a trip to hell. But I had to save my dad. As soon as we got home, I packed my bag and sent a message to Jason telling him I would be away for a few days. Linda sent a cab to pick me up, and apparently she had moved back to the city. When I arrived at her house, I was shocked to see that she was staying in a huge villa. My heart stopped for a second when I saw her waiting for me outside. I hated to admit it, but after 10 years, she still looked beautiful. She greeted me with tears in her eyes and said, "Welcome home, honey." She hugged me tightly for a very long time. All I could think was, if she missed me that much, she should have shown up a little sooner. Linda showed me around the house as she explained that we'd have a lot of time to argue about the past. For now, she just wanted us to relax and get to know each other. I mean, sure, let's just skip over the fact that you were gone for 10 years and act like a normal mother and daughter, I thought, but didn't bother to argue. I was here on a mission, to get rid of her for good. The next few days were a bit of a nightmare. I wanted a little time by myself to snoop around the place, but my mom was stuck to me like a magnet on a fridge. Every time I thought I had a chance to look through a drawer or closet, there she was with a tray of freshly baked cookies, asking me to come try one while they were still hot, or asking me to go on a walk with her, as it was such a lovely day. It was always one thing or another. The only option I was left with was to try looking for the documents at night when she was asleep. On my third night at her house, I crept out of my room and looked down the corridor. The room in her light was off. Good. I quietly went down the stairs and headed straight to the library. I was really hoping I'd find a folder or something there. As soon as I turned the doorknob, oh my God, make that terrible screeching stop! I just stood there completely in shock as alarms blared all around me. In a matter of seconds, my mom had come running down and switched all the lights on. She had a baseball bat in her hand, and she looked pretty scary. "Mila, oh thank God, I thought it was a break-in," she said as she lowered the bat. I stammered, trying to think of something quickly. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd just come downstairs and grab a book to read." "Don't do that again, Mila. It would be better if you didn't leave your room at all at night," she said in a quiet voice. I just nodded and headed off to bed without saying another word. Okay, that was really creepy. Other than the fact that I was completely failing at my mission, I eventually found myself having a good time with her. I didn't want to like her, but I couldn't help myself. She was charming and funny. It would have been nice growing up with her around. The thought made me really angry too, and gave me the urge to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. My father was my priority, and I had to stick to the mission. On the last day of my stay, I was very nervous. My time here was about to end, and I still hadn't found the evidence. "Mila?" I jumped as Linda shouted from upstairs. "Can you get me some shampoo? I'm in the shower." I went into her room and handed her the bottle from behind the door. But as I was heading out, I noticed something that looked like a folder peeking out of the drawer near her bed. My eyes widened as I opened it. These were the documents I'd been looking for all week. I grabbed the folder and hurried outside with my packed bag. Andrew came to pick me up in seconds, and he started asking questions, but I refused to tell him why I was upset. I stared at the house with tears in my eyes as he drove off. I would have had a nice life, if only it were real. When I arrived home, my father greeted me with the joy of victory. "You're my little hero," he said as he looked through the documents I gave him. After my return, the court arrangements stopped abruptly. Linda knew that I'd taken the evidence, and she had nothing to go to court with. Now that my father was safe and my manipulative mother was no longer an issue, I thought things would be different between my dad and I. But I was wrong. The truth was, I couldn't blame him. How could he love me when I reminded him so much of her? After a few days, I was unpacking the bag I had with me at Linda's when I noticed an envelope inside. I opened it with shaking hands as I read my mother's words. "Dear Mila, in case we part ways before I get a chance to speak to you, I want you to give me one last chance. Go to your father's office. He has a secret drawer near his desk on the bottom left side. That's where he hides all of his secrets. You must remember, there are two sides to every story. Love, Mom." My heart started racing. How did she slip the note inside my bag? Suddenly, I heard loud knocking at the front door. Oh God, it was her. "Open the door right now." You scared the hell out of me," I shouted at Jason as he walked in, looking a bit angry. "I scared you? You're the one who disappeared for 2 weeks. What is going on with you?" I handed him the note and confessed that my mother was alive. His jaw dropped. I promised I would explain everything, but first I needed his help in finding my dad's secret drawer while he was still out. We both went to my father's office. We looked around for the secret place for a long time before we found it. What we found was shocking. Hundreds of old envelopes with my name on them. The envelopes seemed as if they belonged to a fake magazine subscription. As soon as I opened one, I found that they were secret letters from my mother. Quickly, I took everything out of the drawer and we ran to my room. I quickly told Jason everything about my past and what had been going on lately. As I started reading the notes, I couldn't stop. There was so much information to process. I started to understand a lot of things. How my mother was kicked out of the house, how my dad forbade her from ever contacting me, and how he even threatened her and demanded that she move to another state. She had left him after she found out that he was embezzling money. She wanted me to go with her, but my father was a very powerful man, and he knew dangerous people. She couldn't do anything about it. Just then, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was my dad. Quickly, I slid all the notes under my bed and pretended to kiss Jason. I needed to hide what I was actually doing. My dad opened the door and said angrily, "What is this?" I moved away from Jason and saw to my horror that my father had a letter in his hand. We must have dropped one by accident. My father smiled, and I felt a shiver down my spine. "You stupid girl. You just opened the gates of hell. Don't talk to her like that," Jason warned him. My father started laughing like a lunatic. "At least I can tell you now how much I hate you. You're just a copy of your terrible mother. I guess it's time that you know that the only reason I've kept you around was to make her suffer." I stood still as a statue as I tried to process what was happening. I remembered the way he was crying when Mom left. That was all an act? Jason grabbed my hand and said, "Mila, grab your stuff. We're leaving." I gathered my things quickly. I wasn't going to live with this monster anymore. I didn't even know who he was. "You can't leave," he laughed. "You're still in my custody. I'll have the police bring you back soon." He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, blocking our way. "It's too bad that you think the police will return her to a monster like you," Jason said, shoving him aside as we stormed out. Jason's car was outside. We got in fast and drove off. "This isn't over," my dad shouted. Shocked at what had just happened, I hugged Jason and told him I was sorry he had to witness all this drama and that I wished I'd told him the truth sooner. He wiped away my tears and said he was just glad he'd helped me get out of my evil father's clutches. Jason dropped me off at my mother's where she was waiting at the door, as if she were expecting me. I went inside quickly. My whole body was shaking. My life was a lie. For 10 years I despised my mother, while the real enemy was him. "He's gonna come for me, Mom," I said, shivering. "I know him. He won't let it go. He's gonna hurt us both, Mom." I was scared to death. "I won't let him, honey. I've been preparing for this." She held my hand tightly. Life with him was a nightmare from the start. Not only was he cheating on me, I found out that he was a criminal and a very dangerous man. I started to secretly gather evidence against him, but when he found out, I had to leave. I always wanted to come back to you, but he always had people looking for me to find the proof I had and destroy it. I was always on the run. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I had no idea you—" Before I could finish my sentence, the house alarm went off. "He's here," my mom said calmly. I hurried to call the police, but it was too late. My dad had already broken in with 2 of his men. "Oh, Linda, it's such a pleasure to finally see you after all these years. Boys, why don't we give her a nice welcome gesture, eh?" The 2 men grabbed my mother by the arms. "I'm not scared of you if that's what you think," my mom said, daring him. My dad came closer to her, smiling. He placed his hand gently around her neck and said, "You know what I'm capable of, Linda. Don't test me." "What if I do?" she said with a smile. My mother was acting insane. "I will finish you," my father said, not smiling this time, as he started to tighten his hand around her neck. "Father, no!" I cried while trying to get him off of her, but he was too strong. All of a sudden, everything went completely dark, and I felt my body hit the floor. I saw Andrew coming in before I lost consciousness. "Hey, honey, are you okay?" my mom said with her soft voice. "She's alive, but how?" I looked around, and the police officers were all over the place. My father and his men were nowhere to be seen, and one of the investigators was speaking with Andrew. "What is Andrew doing here?" I asked. "Did you really think I would leave you without making sure someone was watching over you?" Mom said. Andrew looked over at us. "Glad to see you 2 back together," he said with a wink. I was speechless. The only thing I could do was hug my mom and cry. I was so glad she was okay. Andrew came along and joined us. I couldn't thank him enough for what he did for me. As for my father, he was going to be behind bars for a good long time. If he were to come back for revenge one day, my mom and I were strong enough to face him. He didn't scare me anymore, but I do know him well. He said this wasn't over, and he's a man of his word.
Hi, I'm Rochelle from Iowa. Please like and subscribe. I was just a baby when Mom and Dad divorced, and growing up, my mom was pretty much my whole world. We did everything together, walking our dogs, swimming, and reading on rainy days. Once Mom took me to the playground and kids were playing hopscotch. I wanted to join them, but I didn't know how. So I started crying until Mom picked me up and started jumping and playing. Some kids laughed, some stared, and some begged their moms to hold them. The moms didn't like that and glared at us. But Mom didn't care. She jumped harder, and we fell badly on the ground. I got bruises on my face, and Mom broke her leg. Some moms came running to help us, and I swear some of them were laughing. Mean witches. I wanted to punch them, but I was too little. And yeah, Mom and I were inseparable. And as a kid, I was really shy and had a hard time making friends. I would just sit on the sidelines watching other children play. But whenever someone tried to talk to me, I'd just freeze. "Do you want to play kickball with us, Rochelle?" Just forget it. I did well in school, but every year I got a little more lonely. By the time I was 8, everyone treated me like I was invisible. Some teachers didn't even know my name. Once our math teacher was absent, so the other class's teacher came to fill in her place for the day. She was old and grumpy, and she smelled like Home Depot. When she saw me, she said, "Oh my God, did someone bring their sister to school again? For the 1000th time, don't bring your relatives to school they don't attend. This is not a BTS concert. Give me your mom's number. I'm calling her to pick you up right now." I swear I don't get paid enough to do this. But I'm the school... Excuse me? Then some of my classmates interfered and told her that I attended this school. She wasn't convinced until I swore on my grandma's grave. And then she checked the class list and left me alone. Duh, I'd been going to the same school since kindergarten. The only people who knew I existed were the mean kids who loved to pick on me. I never understood why, but I guess it was because I was an easy target and wouldn't fight them back. They'd be stealing my lunch, calling me a ghost and whatnot. I don't understand what I did wrong. They're always giggling when they see me. Is it my hair? Mom, do I smell? Wait, is it my big nose? No, duckling, you are perfect. Sometimes kids are just mean. Don't give up though. In time, they'll see the real you. This went on for 5 years, but when I turned 13, I swore it would end. I needed to find a way to make friends and get the other kids to leave me alone. If they didn't like who I was, I'd just have to change. I talked my mom into taking me on a shopping spree. I changed my whole style. New shoes, a new jacket, even clip-on earrings because I didn't have my ears pierced. My mom wouldn't let me dye my hair, so I got a new haircut instead. But when I went to school the next day, well, you could say the outcome was disappointing. Ew, who are you supposed to be? Who, me? This is just how I dress. Well, stop it. You look like a weirdo. And just like that, my confidence was shattered. Julie, the most popular girl in my school, hated how I looked. I felt so stupid. I waited for the end of the day, then ran home and cried in my room. But then I had a moment of realization. What does Julie have that I don't? If she can be so popular, I can too. Fine, if a new look wasn't enough, I'd just have to do something more extreme. I'd be like Julie. I made a list of everything she did. The food she ate, the movies she talked about, the sports she played. Don't ask me how I got all this info. Shy kids have their ways. Shy kids are the scariest. Don't be a shy kid. If I couldn't get friends by being myself, I was ready to fake it till I made it. 3 weeks later, I sat down at the popular girls' table in the cafeteria. Everyone stared at me. I was panicking. Julie loved volleyball. I wanted to talk about it to win her over. Volleyball. Volley, according to the Oxford Dictionary, means a lot of bullets, stones, etc. that are fired or thrown at the same time. Ball. Well, it's kind of the same thing, but not a bullet or a stone or etc. and not thrown at the same time. Everyone at the table was looking at me like I had 2 heads. Someone get this freak away from me? Okay, I needed a new plan. So I spent the whole summer planning, and after much thinking, I knew what I had to do. I would pretend to have spent the summer in Italy. I even practiced an Italian accent. No one else from my school had ever been to Italy. They would have to think I was cool. On the first day back from summer break, the homeroom teacher called on me, and I knew this was my chance to show off my new accent. I'm here. Since when do you talk like that? Oh, this? I spent the summer in Italy. Julie burst out laughing behind me. No, you didn't, you little liar. Brittany saw you in the library. You're lying about going on vacation. Oh yeah, that's a new one. Thank God you didn't work in a zoo during the summer break. Imagine how you'd be talking now. Who lies about going on vacation? Someone whose mom died. I couldn't believe I said it, but it was too late to take it back. Julie stopped laughing, and everyone got quiet. The teacher was busy at his desk and didn't notice. Wow, I'm sorry, Rochelle. Sam was comforting me? I didn't remember the last time she'd even spoken to me. Yeah, I'm sorry too. I didn't know. Do you want to, sit with me at lunch or something? Sure, I guess that'd be okay. I didn't know why I said that. I just panicked. But suddenly, I had a spot at the popular girls' table. Kids who had always bullied me were now fighting over who got to buy me lunch. I'd gone from being the most hated girl in my school to being the most loved one overnight. Everyone was sympathizing with me and wanted me to feel better. Not wanting to lose all the attention, Julie took me under her wing and started acting like a big sister to me. We hung out between classes and she even walked me home after school. So, who's taking care of you now that your mom's, gone? My aunt is looking after me for now. I'll probably have to move in with her later. Her house is even bigger than my mom's, and she has a pool. Not that I'm okay enough to swim and have fun. I'm still sad, but I thought it was worth mentioning that she had a pool. I ran inside before Julie could ask any more questions. My mom was in the kitchen cooking spaghetti. Oh, hi, Rochelle. How was school? Sorry, Mom. Can't talk now. Lots of homework. I locked myself in my room and tried to catch my breath. How could I have lied about that? And about my mom of all people? But I couldn't go back now. Everyone would hate me even more than they did before. Even my mom would hate me. I would just have to keep pretending my mom had died, forever if I had to. What I was about to do was crazy, but what choice did I have? It's okay. It'll be worth it. The next day, everyone at school was nice to me. Kids gave me their snacks and even offered to do my homework for me. All I had to do was walk around looking gloomy, and they did the rest. Teachers at my school were always super busy, so none of them even noticed what was going on. So, what happened? I mean, how did she pass away? Like, was she sick or something? The whole table got quiet. Julie elbowed Sam, but you could tell she wanted to know too. Luckily, I was prepared. I handed Sam something I'd made on my computer the night before. It was a fake obituary with an old picture of my mom and everything. I had just copied one from a newspaper and changed a couple of things. All the kids leaned closer to read it. Sudden illness? That's awful, Rochelle. Really awful. I can't imagine my mom dying. How are you keeping it together? Well, having friends like you helps a lot. Everyone gave me a group hug, but all I could think about was how bad lying felt. I had never meant for things to get so out of hand, but now I was trapped. Maybe if I just lied well enough, everything would work out okay. That night at dinner, I was bursting to tell Mom everything, but I couldn't. I got invited to go roller skating with Julie and her friends. Oh, Duckling, that's wonderful. Do you want me to drop you off at her house or… No! Rochelle, is everything all right? Everything's fine. I just feel like walking. What's been going on with you? You've been acting strange recently, hiding things and having outbursts. I'm worried about you. I'm okay, really. I'd love to meet some of your new friends. You will, Mom, just not yet. The better things got at school, the worse they got at home. Pretending my mom abandoned me was stressful, especially since I had to face her at home after. I started yelling at the littlest things, storming off, and even throwing stuff. I knew I was acting crazy, but I couldn't stop. 2 weeks passed, and still no one had found out. It was getting harder and harder to keep track of all my lies. The popular kids' table was starting to feel like a prison. How come you never invite us over to your house? It was always just me and my mom there. I'm just not ready to have anyone else in it. But your aunt's there, right? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm close with my aunt. I call her Tito. Her name is Time, poor thing. Mom is luckier. Was luckier. Her name's Date. But yeah, I'm trying to adapt to the new situation. I can't believe they still make you go to school and do homework. You should, get a year off or something. Do you want me to talk to the principal for you? No, don't do that. I need school. It helps distract me. And I've already talked to the principal anyway. The week after was Julie's birthday, and she threw a huge party at her house. Half the school was there, even some parents and teachers who were friends with Julie's parents. I was laughing and joking with some of the other girls when I saw Julie start to do a speech. I want to thank everyone for being here to celebrate, especially my best friend, Rochelle. It's so sad that it took your mother's death for us to become friends, but I'm so glad to know you now. Her mother's what? I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. There was my mother, standing at the back of the crowd. How had she heard about the party? Who had told her? This couldn't be happening. Excuse me, are you her mom? Yes. Rochelle, do you want to explain what's going on? Oh, wow. That's very MSA. Everyone stared at me. I wanted to disappear. People were talking, but all I heard was buzzing. Julie was saying something and pointing at me. Then my mother grabbed me by the arm and led me out of the party. She didn't say anything until we were driving back to our house. You need to explain yourself. I broke down. Everything that had happened swept over me at once, and I told my mother everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. I don't know why I lied. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry. My mother was quiet for a long time, just driving. When she finally looked at me, there were tears in her eyes. It breaks my heart that you were in so much pain and couldn't tell me. You're my daughter, and I only want what's best for you. I wish I had known that you were so lonely. I know you didn't mean for all this to happen. Now, you have to fix things. I didn't sleep at all that night. I was so scared to see Julie and everyone else at school. But when I got there, no one teased me. The only people who talked to me at all were my teachers. Everyone else ignored me, just like I was 8 years old again. I was sitting alone at my old lunch table when Julie joined me. None of the other popular girls followed. You don't have to pretend to like me anymore. I was never pretending, Rochelle. I do like you. I tried to tell you at the party, but your mom dragged you away before I could. Why would you even talk to me after what I did? I lied to you. I faked about my mom leaving me, even though she's the best mom in the world. I'm crazy. You aren't crazy. You're lonely. And the cure for loneliness is a friend. A real one this time. You'll stop being popular if you hang out with me. There are more important things than popularity. You really want to be my friend? Yeah, I do.
Hi, I'm Brianna from New York. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad who owned a multi-million-dollar company. Even though he was super busy, he always put me first, and I felt truly loved. He worked from home till I was 3, and then he hired the best nannies to take care of me while he was away. Life was good until one day, something really strange happened. I was 4 years old when one night, I saw Dad working really late and I decided to make him some hot chocolate. As I walked over to his desk, I suddenly tripped on the carpet and spilled it all over his laptop.
Oh my God, Brianna, you fried my laptop. It has so much important stuff on it.
Suddenly, I felt something happen to my face. I could feel my lips and nose and cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Dad noticed it and immediately took me to the doctor. She told us that face twitching was an involuntary condition, and it just happened to some people when they were stressed. There wasn't really any cure for it. When I turned 5, Dad enrolled me in the best school around. In the first lesson, the teacher asked us all to write a few lines about ourselves. But this girl next to me kept talking so loudly with her friends, I could hardly focus.
Hi, can you make a little less noise, please? I'm trying to write and… Gosh, are you telling me you're as stupid as you look? Don't interrupt me again.
Just then, my face twitched, and she looked even angrier as the others laughed. She thought I was mocking her, and after that day, Mona became my sworn enemy. And it just stayed that way forever, even when we got older. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dad and I got stuck in traffic on our way home, and we saw a homeless couple on the pavement fighting over a sandwich. A boy my age was sitting near them with a basket of apples, and he came running towards us.
Sir, would you like to buy a pound of apples? It only costs $1, and with that, I'll buy dinner.
Dad bought 5 pounds and gave him $200. The boy's face lit up and he skipped off happily.
Poor kid. He should be in school, but his parents can't afford it.
Dad, why don't we do that? Let's send him to school.
Please, can we? He smiled and nodded. A week later, Dad enrolled him in my school, and when the teacher introduced him to the class, I found out his name was Jack. He didn't seem to recognize me, and I never brought it up that I'd seen him before, or that my dad was the one who helped him. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed, but the rest of the kids were brutal, especially that Mona.
Hey, Jack, why do you walk to school every day? Where's your car, man?
Come on, guys. Can't you see how poor he is? His pants are 2 sizes too small for him, and all he eats for lunch are apples.
I wanted to punch her face, but Jack didn't even react and walked away. I asked Dad to get him new clothes, and the next day, Jack looked so much happier. One day at the end of class, the teacher asked Jack to collect everyone's assignments. As he was walking through the aisle, someone stuck a leg out and he tripped and landed hard on the floor. I rushed forward to help him, but Mona got there first and threw a whole bottle of ink on him. That was it. I grabbed her bag and threw everything out of the window. She screamed and pulled my hair. I turned around and slapped her face. As we wrestled, we went crashing into a poor kid's solar system project, sending planets flying everywhere. We both ended up in detention, but it was worth it. The next day, I saw Jack walking towards me in the hallway, and I felt nervous. It was the first time we'd be talking. As he got close, my face started twitching. He stopped and abruptly turned away. Oh no! Jack, please stop. I didn't mean to tease you.
You just wrinkled your nose like I'm something disgusting. I thought you were different after what you did yesterday.
Just let me explain, will you? I told him about my condition and his face softened. We started hanging out after that, and soon we became friends. Well, I started having a small crush on him. He was sweet and simple, unlike any of the other rich, hoity-toity boys I knew. A few days later at a park entrance, someone was selling lottery tickets and we both got a ticket each for fun. The results were posted online the next day, but Jack said he was too nervous to look. I laughed and took both tickets and started scrolling through the results. My eyes almost popped out when I saw some numbers. The winning one was mine. OMG, I'd just won the $10 million lottery. I didn't really need it, but this money could change Jack's life. So without another thought, I switched our tickets. Oh my god, Jack, you've won freaking $10 million. Can you believe this? He stared at me in shock, then started whooping and jumping around like a crazy monkey. It was the best moment of my life. I was so excited to meet him after the weekend, but as soon as I entered school, I spotted him in a corner surrounded by some kids, including Mona. Gosh, couldn't they just leave him alone? I rushed forward and shouted, "Just knock it off and stop bullying."
No, Brianna, relax. They're my friends.
I stared at him in disbelief. Friends? These guys? Turns out, Jack was on the local news for being the lottery winner, and now everyone in school was suddenly his friend. Kids were swarming over to our table at lunch and nearly knocked me off trying to sit closer to him. Everyone wanted to know what he'd do with his millions. And well, he was spending them. One day, the flashiest yellow sports car drove up to school, and Jack jumped out of the back seat. He was now wearing branded clothes and carrying the latest iPhone, showing everyone pictures of his mansion. I was really happy for him, but he was suddenly so busy with all these new people and going to parties, I barely got to see him anymore. So one day, I texted him to ask if we could meet later, and he said he'd love to take me out for dinner. In fact, he picked out a really fancy restaurant, and it kind of felt like a date? But I was so mad when I kept waiting for 3 hours and he never showed up. He wouldn't even pick up his phone. On my way home, we were driving past some cafes when suddenly I yelled at my driver to stop. I spotted Jack under a streetlight, putting his scarf around a girl's neck and pulling her in for a kiss. And the girl was freaking Mona. I stormed over to them. "What the heck, Jack? You stood me up for dinner, and what are you doing with her?"
He's kissing me, twitchy face, because I'm his girlfriend.
His what? Jack, are you crazy?
Gosh, Brianna, I totally forgot about dinner. And no, I'm not crazy. Mona has apologized for everything to me, and she's actually really sweet.
No, she's not, Jack. Can't you see she's suddenly into you because you're rich? That's why all those other people are your friends too.
What's your problem, Brianna? Why can't you just be happy for me? Does it bother you that I'm not your poor friend anymore? The one you can feel sorry for and take care of? You just can't stand that I'm as rich as you now.
I can't believe you just said that. And suddenly, my face started twitching horribly.
God, I hate when your face does that. It's so annoying.
I snapped and slapped him across the face. I don't even know who you are anymore. And with that, I ran back to my car with angry tears down my face. I was heartbroken, and I told Dad everything that had happened that night.
I'm so sorry, sweetheart, and I'm sad to hear Jack's turned out this way. He'll soon realize he's lost the best friend he ever had.
Well, it didn't look like it would be anytime soon, because he and Mona were now the hottest new couple in school. I could hardly stand to look at those two. But thankfully, the next few weeks, I was too busy working with my science club members to see much of them. Some professors from Harvard were coming to judge our projects, and we had a chance of winning a spot in a super exclusive summer program. When it was my turn to speak out at our presentation, I started off really confident. But just then, I spotted Mona and Jack in the auditorium pointing and making faces at me. I tried to focus, but I felt so flustered. My face started twitching and I forgot all my words. I turned to leave and I tripped and crashed straight into our project. As I saw Mona and Jack laughing from the corner of my eye, I picked myself up and ran away from there. I couldn't believe my best friend had become a spiteful jerk, ruining everything for me. I just never spoke to him again. A few days before the end of high school, I was walking past the principal's office when I saw Jack inside.
What's happened to you this past year? You've ignored all my warnings and now you've failed 3 subjects. You're not graduating high school. You'll have to repeat a year. What? Come on. Surely we can find another solution. How about I pay you 10 grand and you make my bad grades go away? Get out of my office, Jack.
I quickly walked off before he could see me. He was so smart, but he'd just been wasting his time over stupid things. And Mona publicly dumped him the same day when she found out because she said she didn't want to be with a loser anymore. I graduated high school with flying colors, and of course, Dad came to attend.
Oh, hello, sir. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Well, I was hoping to see you graduate along with my daughter, Jack. Your daughter? What's her name? Brianna. What? Brianna is your daughter? Yes. In fact, she's the one who insisted I send you to school all those years ago. You have a lot to thank her for, son, including that lottery ticket you think you won.
I was gathering my stuff from the locker when suddenly I found Jack standing behind me. What do you want?
Brianna, I know what you did. What kind of crazy person gives away $10 million?
What? How do you know that?
It doesn't matter. Just tell me, why did you do that for me?
Jack, when I saw you as a kid on the roadside, it broke my heart to think you didn't get as lucky as me to be born to rich parents. That lottery ticket was also just dumb luck. I didn't do anything to deserve it, but I really believed you deserved a better life. I still believe that, and I don't regret giving you the money at all.
I can't believe I was such a terrible jerk to the best person in my life. I'm really, really sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your friendship, and I won't ever bother you again. Goodbye, Brianna. I hope you have a wonderful life.
He walked away, and I had a lump in my throat as I watched him leave. A few years later at university, I was studying in the library one evening when I realized it was quite late. As I was walking back to my apartment, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. I looked around to find two masked men right behind me. I tried to run, but they caught up instantly, and one of them snatched my bag as the other pushed me to the ground. Just then, someone came out of the shadows and punched one of them. To my shock, I saw it was Jack. The two men started beating him up as I screamed for help. Just then, a policeman came around the corner and the two men ran away. I called an ambulance and immediately rushed Jack to the hospital. He was unconscious and in really bad shape. He went into a coma. 10 days later, I was sleeping on a chair by his bed when I felt a hand on mine. Oh my God, you're awake?
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Jack, why were you there that night? How did you even know where I was?
I regret what I did to you so much, Brianna. So I made a promise to myself to always look out for you. I was too stupid to notice, but all those years, you were my guardian angel. You watched over me and stood up for me when no one else did. I owe you my life forever, and I love you, Brianna.
Finally, you sound like that sweet boy I used to be friends with. I forgive you, Jack, and I love you too. And with that, I leaned in for a kiss.
Honey, you're saying it wrong. It's, that was delicious, Mommy. I would like some more. Now come on, say it again. Mom's English accent was just as bad as this advertisement. I knew exactly what I had to do.
Blah, 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 blah.
Hi, I'm Harper, and I'm one of the biggest television stars. Before I continue, please do like and subscribe. Growing up, I always loved watching TV shows, and it was all because of Mom. She wanted to be an actress but couldn't make it, so she made sure I became one, even though I never really wanted to. I was pretty, so I got a few gigs, and before I knew it, I was acting in several movies and TV shows and became extremely famous. But it wasn't as perfect as it looked.
Mom, can I hang out with Tara? She has a new pool.
There's no point being friends with her, Harper. She's your competition. All of them are. They're just pretending to be nice. When they have what they want from you, they'll pretend like you don't exist. Mom was so insecure, she even homeschooled me so I could attend all the rehearsals, acting classes, and auditions. But when I was 12, I was famous enough to not need any of that. And through a tantrum, I was finally sent to school. And I did very well, or so I thought. because a month later, I found out that Mom would give gifts to the teachers to give me good grades. It was a big scandal, and I was left totally embarrassed. I was back being homeschooled, stuck with my mom, and with no friends at all. Friends are stupid distractions. You have a career to make.
Yeah, you would say that. Unfortunately, you can't buy friends with money.
Ugh, she was the worst. And with time, I started hating her more. We would fight almost every day. All I wanted was to live a normal life, and all she cared about was money. Once, when I was 17, she lied to me to get an audition for a high-paying role that was clearly for someone older than me. She is 15. She's just a little short. Look at her portfolio. She has way more experience than all the other kids here. I couldn't believe she would go this far for money. So I went behind Mom's back and declared on my social media that I would donate a big chunk of my money to charity. Mom had no choice but to agree, since everyone already knew. This is outrageous, Harper. You should have told me before making this dumb decision to give all your money to an army of peasants. How could you hide the truth?
Well, I learned it from the best. Besides, those underprivileged kids need that money more than us.
Why can't you just concentrate on acting and leave the money to me? What's done is done, but there's always a way to fix it, and I will do that whether you like it or not. I didn't care about my mom's empty threats, but I got the shock of my life when she went behind my back and handed over a check with a lesser amount and her signature. It was then that I found out that all of the money was under Mom's name. She was stealing from me. That was the last straw. When I turned 18, I decided to quit acting. You can't! I am still the one that decides whether you can quit or not. Why are you smirking? How dare you behave? I'm not a child anymore. I can decide what I do with my life. Also, I'm suing you for stealing my money. The look on my mom's face was priceless. Mom swore she would take all my money since she drove me around to get the jobs and auditions. I ignored her and packed up my things to move out. I had finally received my own money from my last acting job and was free. You want to know what I did first? I went straight to the beach by my new house with a big tub of ice cream and enjoyed the view. I was ready to live an almost normal life. People still recognized me now and again, but it felt different now because I didn't have to pretend to be happy anymore. But the tabloids had a field day because of my drama. My case against Mom was the headline everywhere, and Mom made it worse by tainting my name on interviews. I can't believe she could do something like this to me. All I've done is put her first. Being a single mom was not easy, and she... I'm sorry. Mom continued this act, and some people took her side. She called me several times to threaten me to come back, but I just blocked her. This was the first time I had to do things by myself, and I was a little scared. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. So this goes here, and the detergent here, and ta-da! Well, that wasn't so difficult. I don't know why I was so worried. Just then, the washing machine began shaking like there was a tornado in there, and there was detergent bubbles frothing out of the machine. Did I put in too much detergent? I tried opening the door to check, but my clothes went flying around the room. It took me an entire day to clean up the mess I made. But eventually, I figured out how to use the machine. I had to Google it, but still. Soon it was time to finish high school, and I couldn't be more excited for my new life. But my excitement turned to panic when I entered school and a crowd of kids surrounded me.
Can I please get a picture with you?
I'm a huge fan. You are so good in that movie. Hey, give her some space. The girl took my hand and pulled me away from the crowd. She introduced herself as Ginny, and I thanked her for helping me out. Ginny was one of the sweetest and boldest people I had ever met. She was the head cheerleader at school and super popular. We soon became best friends. Once, Ginny even asked me why I hated acting so much, and I told her about how my mom had forced me to do it and took my money. She's my mom. Isn't she supposed to be the one looking out for me? Well, anyway, all of that is in the past. Now I have this new life, and you, my very good friend. Excuse me? I am your best friend, and you won't find anyone as cool as me. I agreed. No one could compare to Ginny. She was the best friend I didn't know I needed. Ginny also introduced me to her boyfriend, Draco. He was one of the most handsome and kindest guys at school. Together, the two helped me set up my new place, and Ginny let me borrow some stuff from her kitchen so I wouldn't waste money buying new ones. She knew I had to save money since the court battles with Mom were still going on, but she never spoke about them. Why are you so good to me? You're like my sister. What's mine is yours. While Ginny helped me around at home, Draco was an absolute gem at school. Like, once I needed help with my books, and he magically appeared out of nowhere to carry it for me. And another time during school beach camp, he gave me his jacket because I was cold. Hey, here you go. Can't have you fall sick now, can we? My stomach fluttered as his hands brushed against my shoulders. He was the sweetest. I looked across at Ginny and immediately felt guilty. I can't fall for Draco. That's just wrong. Oh, but he is so cute and sweet. But I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I decided to put my acting skills to good use and pretended that everything was A-okay. I started avoiding Draco, but for some reason he kept showing up wherever I went. And then one day, while I waited for Ginny to get done with her cheer practice, Draco came and sat right next to me. What is he doing here? Harper, I actually have a small favor to ask of you. I tried getting a reservation at this fancy restaurant for Ginny's birthday surprise, but I couldn't. I was wondering if you could use your celebrity status and get a reservation. I know it might sound weird, but it's for Ginny. No, actually, it's quite sweet. I'll see what I can do. I told him we'll go and talk personally to the manager, and he agreed. The next evening, as we walked into the restaurant, Ginny called, asking me if I wanted to join her for a movie, but I refused, saying I was busy. She's at the movies? By the look on his face, it was obvious that he didn't know about Ginny's plan. I wanted to ask him more, but decided against it. It wasn't my place. I spoke to the manager and got a reservation, and he even offered us free dinner that night. But just as we sat down, I could feel something was troubling Draco. Okay, spill. What's on your mind? I don't know. But I think Ginny is gonna break up with me. What? Why? She loves you, dummy. Isn't it obvious? She never tells me where she is, and we hardly go on dates because she's always so busy. We've been together since we were kids. I don't know what I'll do without her. Watching Draco so helpless broke my heart. I don't know what came over me. I instantly put my hand over his. For a moment, our eyes met, and all I could think was kissing him. You don't think it's in my head? Huh? Yeah, I think head is all. I mean, you're right. I don't think I'm feeling too well. Let's leave. We left immediately. But on the ride back home, I couldn't stop thinking about how much he loved her. With Draco still on my mind, I reached my front gate, but to my horror, it was broken. Someone was in my house. I held my keys as a weapon, and then my mom walked into the living room. She had the most evil smile when she saw me. Aw, look at my little baby all grown up, living by herself. Mummy is so proud of you. What? How did you get in here? It's a crime, you know. It's not a crime to come and see my own daughter. What do you want? Why are you here? All in good time, honey. First, tell me, why are you ruining your name? A good thing I followed you around. I would have never seen you flirting with your best friend's boyfriend. I thought you were one of the good ones, but turns out you'll do what it takes to get what's yours, just like your mother. What are you talking about? Mom flashed her phone with a photo of me with Draco from the restaurant, and I was shocked. Oh, not so fast. If you want this to remain a secret, then drop the court case. Give me what's mine, and let's get you back to work. I was turning red with rage. I had had enough with her. I was not flirting with him, and you're the one ruining my name by saying mean things at interviews. I'm not playing your games. Leave. We'll see who your friend believes. Last chance. Come with me or have your friendship ruined. I'd rather be broke than work with you or give you my money again, Mom. She left. I couldn't believe that she would stoop this low to get her way. I knew I had to meet Ginny before Mom did. I know how manipulative she can actually be. I tried calling Ginny, but she was at the movies and didn't answer. So I rushed to Ginny's place to wait for her. But when I got there, she was already home and she wasn't alone. Oh, honey, good thing you're here. I was just showing Ginny these beautiful pictures of you. And what's his name? Draco. The look on Ginny's face was enough to tell me what pictures she was looking at. I thought you were busy, but you were on a date with Draco? Harper, I never thought you would hurt me this way. No, Ginny, it's not what it looks like, I swear. Please believe me. I've seen how you look at him. Are you saying you don't have feelings for Draco? Mom smiled. She had been watching me for months. She knew I was in love with him. I do have feelings for him. I won't lie about that. But I would never act on them, and he would never betray you either. She admits she's in love, and I have proof they were together yesterday. She lied to you. I see the picture, and I know she lied about where she was yesterday, but I believe you, Harper, not her. No wonder she wanted to run away from you. You're pathetic. The look on my mom's face was worth framing. She was too stunned to speak. Dumb girls. One day you'll know that money is the only thing that matters. I feel sorry for you, Mom. Now if you're done, leave. And don't come back. She stomped her heels and walked out, and I ran and hugged Ginny tight. Draco was planning a surprise for your birthday. That's what we were doing there. I'm sorry I lied, but I swear it's the whole truth. I believe you, but I also know that maybe what I'm doing to Draco is wrong. I don't like him as a boyfriend. Maybe we are just better off as friends. My heart broke for her and Draco, but I knew what Ginny was feeling was justified. The next week she broke up with him, and I spent all my time with her. I even went ahead and filed a much-needed restraining order against my mom, but Draco was still on my mind. One day during school, I was trying to reach for a book when someone offered to do it for me. Draco! We got talking, and I asked him how he was doing. I won't lie, it was tough, but I kinda get it. Ginny was great, and we'll always be friends, but maybe nothing more. Well, in that case, welcome to the singles club. I got up to leave, but Draco took my arm. Sorry, instinct. I was just wondering if you were free tomorrow night. We do have that fancy dinner reservation, remember? She would love to. I turned around to see Ginny walking in our direction. What are you doing? I figured you're too chicken to ask him out, so I'm doing it for you. Besides, I want him to be someone great, and I miss our group. So Draco, will you date my best friend here? Oh my God. In all my years, this is the most embarrassed I've been. So that means you don't like me? I do! I don't! I do! I just... Before I could say another word, my phone rang, telling me that I'd won the case. My mom was finally off my back, and for some reason that made me oddly confident. So where were we? The dinner. You like me? Yes to everything. But before we do that, let's catch up for some ice cream. It's been long.
Hi, I'm Alice from Sweden, and my story is really crazy. But before I begin, please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in a creepy old house with my parents. It used to belong to my grandma, who was a very odd woman. She studied tribes in Africa and the Amazon forest and brought back crates full of strange masks and knickknacks. And most people around thought our house was haunted. Walk faster, or Ghost Girl will catch you! Just then, I leapt out from behind a bush wearing a scary mask. Ah! I was just trying to be funny, but people thought I was the weird girl who lived in the scary house, and no one wanted to be my friend. And my parents never had much time for me either because they were always working.
This old house is a money pit. I need to work 2 jobs to keep it. Please, go to your room, Alice. I'm in a meeting.
I wanted to help out, so I started giving ghost tours of the property when my parents were away. I loved telling made-up stories about the freaky things I'd seen around the house. I even made up a murder or 2 and sold Mom's dresses with ketchup stains as souvenirs. I made a killing on Halloween, but when Mom and Dad found out, they were furious.
What's wrong with you, Alice? Why can't you be sweet and well-behaved like other kids?
They took all my money and I was grounded for a month. I was so lonely and wished I had a sibling to play with. Then one day when I was 12, I got the biggest surprise of my life. I went looking for a snack in the kitchen when I found a thin, pale boy my age instead. Who are you and what are you doing in our pantry?
I'm Damien, your brother. Didn't your parents tell you they were adopting me?
What the flip? My parents had adopted a whole human and hadn't even bothered to tell me? Typical. I don't believe you. What proof do you have? He waved some official-looking papers in my face. They looked legit. My parents might have adopted you, but you still need to pass a few tests if you want to be my brother. Bring it on. We stood on our heads to see who could do it the longest, ate the hottest chilies for lunch, and for the final task, we caught the fattest, slimiest frogs and balanced them on our heads while we stood on one leg on the fence. Damien was great at it all. Congratulations. You are officially my brother. I was over the moon to finally have someone to play with, but my parents had to ruin that too.
You can't play with Damien anymore.
Why not? Didn't you adopt him so I'd have company?
We've decided it isn't a good idea. You can't play with him and that's that.
But why?
Because we said so. And we're sending him away.
It was so unfair. I felt angrier than I'd ever felt before, and I smashed the toy I was playing with into the wall. But suddenly I felt dizzy, and moments later I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with a bald doctor and my worried-looking parents next to me.
Alice's blood pressure shot up suddenly and she fainted. She's fine for now, but try to keep her as calm as possible. I'd also suggest you homeschool her for now.
Mom and Dad took me home. They were being very nice to me, which was suspicious. Now they said I could play with Damien as much as I wanted. But when I ran to his room to tell him the good news, he was glaring at me angrily. What's wrong? Aren't you happy we can be friends again?
Friends? I just found out that your parents didn't adopt me because they wanted to love me or give me a nice home. They just brought me here for you, like I'm some kind of toy. And they might just send me away at any time. I hate you, and I'm gonna make your parents hate you too. They'll realize they're better off having me as a kid. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere.
Damien, don't be like that. I've always wanted a brother.
I'm not your brother.
I was both angry and heartbroken by his changed attitude, but I hoped he'd change over time. But it was the complete opposite. Damien kept messing with my parents. He dropped the pearl earrings I borrowed from Mom down the drain, smashed Dad's laptop, and put dye in their body wash. They had shocking pink skin for weeks. And somehow, my parents were always upset with me and thought I was acting out. They never seemed convinced when I said it was all Damien. Was he really turning my parents against me? Stop being a jerk. These things cost money and Mom and Dad work really hard. And stop making them think I'm doing all this.
Then just give up and go away yourself. There's only space for one of us here.
I'm not going anywhere, pal. But then the most terrible thing happened. A few days after my 13th birthday, we were visited by some people from the museum. They wanted to use Grandma's tribal masks and vases for a display, and they said they'd pay us a lot of money if we allowed them to borrow it for a few weeks. Mom and Dad were over the moon that the dirty junk around the house was worth something.
We can buy a new car and replace the laptop Alice trashed.
We can pay off the mortgage and finally be debt-free. This could change our lives for the better. But minutes before the people from the museum arrived to collect the things, I heard a huge crash from the basement. I went running to see all the masks and clay pots smashed and broken on the floor, and Damien standing in the middle with a stick.
Oops, I'm so sorry. I was just looking at them.
This time, he had gone too far. I slapped him hard. You did that on purpose, you jerk! Just then, my parents came running in and looked at the mess in horror. And then they looked at me like I was the crazy one. Why are you looking at me like I did this? He's ruined everything and you're still gonna have him around? Why don't you send him away?
You want us to send your brother away? You got so upset before.
I was wrong about him, okay? He's not my brother. He's crazy and he's dangerous. Mom and Dad exchanged a weird, long glance and nodded.
Fine. We'll send him to a special facility so he can get better.
That night, I locked my door, but I could still hear Damien screaming and crying in his room. The next day, he was gone. Mom and Dad looked sad and broken. They tried to be nice to me, but I saw right through them. They were sad because Damien had left, and I could never make them happy. In the fall, the doctor said it would be good for me to restart regular high school. Things were going really well on my first day until…
Hey, watch out, it's Ghost Girl. I'm so scared.
Dude, grow up. That wasn't all. In my very first class, I met the most bonkers girl.
I heard you were the Ghost Girl.
What's it to you? I'm Tara. I just moved here from Ireland. Is it true your house is haunted?
I'd love to meet a real-life ghost. I've dreamed of it my whole life.
Are you nuts? Who has creepy dreams like that? You haven't read Dead Love Doesn't Die? It's the most romantic book ever.
Are there handsome ghosts in your house? Are they single?
Girl, you need help. No, I need a ghostly boyfriend with ice-cold lips and dreamy eyes who can transport me to his time and give me a million ghostly kisses, and he'll take me away to… Was there something wrong with me? First Damien and now Tara? Was I a weirdo magnet? For the next few weeks, she stuck to me like glue. At first, I acted indifferent because I wasn't sure she'd even stick around for too long. But she did, and I slowly started to enjoy having a friend.
Look, there's Ghost Girl and her vampire girlfriend.
What in the twilight? Tara hissed and bit the jerk on his arm.
You're absolutely crazy. Hey, no one messes with my friend. Yuck, he tasted disgusting.
Let's go get candy. How about I make you a sandwich at my place? You mean it? Tara instantly fell in love with the place. This place is fantastic. Can you imagine the paranormal romances that could take place here? I just laughed and went to the kitchen to get the sandwiches. But there was already someone in there. Damien, what are you doing here?
I'm back. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't tell you. You would have forced them to keep me away.
It would be for their own good after the mess you made last time. What kind of facility allows home visits?
Ha! I'm not at a facility. They sent me on vacation to Bali to prove how much they loved me and wanted me in the family. I'm back now, and I'll make sure you end up in the facility soon.
I couldn't believe this was happening. I made some excuse and sent Tara home before Damien did something to her. When my parents got home, I confronted them. You lied to me. He's dangerous and out to get me, but you still allowed him in our home? Mom started to cry and Dad glared at me.
You're upsetting your mother, Alice. How long will this go on?
You don't even care that I'm upset too? You guys are the most selfish parents ever. I'm going to stay at my friend's house because I don't feel safe here.
You can't leave. We should call the doctor. I told you we shouldn't have sent her back to school.
Dad locked me in my room. I could hear Damien laughing under my door. He was evil. I had to get out of here. I called Tara and told her what was up. Within minutes, she was outside my window. Come on, Ghost Girl. Let's get you to safety. Tara's house was so normal. It was awesome. She pulled out a mattress for me to sleep in her room, then brushed my hair to calm me down as I told her everything.
Wow, your parents sound like a piece of work, and I finally get why you're so weird about being friends.
I can't trust anyone. My parents ignored me for so long and thought things would be different for me once Damien came, but he's the worst. And ever since he came, my parents treat me like I'm some lunatic when he's the crazy one. He really scares me, Tara.
Don't worry, you're safe here. I'll punch his lights out if he tries to mess with you.
Suddenly, I heard a loud tap on the window, and he was standing outside. I screamed and jumped up. It's him! Damien's here! He was holding rocks in his hand and wore the evilest grin.
Where? I don't see anything.
Damien threw the first rock. It slammed against the window hard, leaving a deep crack. Are you blind? He's right there.
Alice? Are you sure you don't, see ghosts or something? Because I can't see anyone.
Didn't you hear the rock hit the window? Look, it's left a crack.
What are you talking about?
What? Why was Tara suddenly lying to me? Suddenly, the door slammed open, and my parents were standing there looking worried. How did you find me? Did you tell them I was here, Tara?
I thought you were my friend. No, Alice. Tara didn't tell us. We saw you sneaking out of the house and followed you. Let's go home. No, you're just gonna lock me up in my room again. What's going on? Tara says she can't see Damien. Is she lying? Or am I crazy? The saddest look crossed my mom's face, and she broke down crying and hugged me. No, Alice, you're not crazy. That's when they told me how they'd never adopted a boy named Damien. We thought he was just a harmless imaginary friend, but when you started seeing him all the time, we tried to stop it by saying we'd send him away. The doctor said you had created Damien to help with your feelings of being alone and we should play along, so we agreed. But then you started acting out and blaming it on Damien. We were so glad when you finally sent him away yourself. We thought things were gonna be okay now, but then you said you saw him again and we just can't see you like this, sweetie. And it's all our fault. We should have given you more time when you were a kid. I was in utter shock. So, everything Damien did, the earrings, the laptop, the masks, it was all you. But we weren't mad about any of it. We were just worried about you. But if Damien was the friend I made up, why was he suddenly so mean to me? Your doctor said you suffered from low self-esteem. In your mind, no one wants to be friends with you for long. Oh yeah, it took me ages to get her to call me a friend. Are you real? Can you guys see Tara? I could pinch you. Ouch! Okay, you're real. Don't worry, dear. We talked to your doctor and he says we can start therapy sessions now. You'll be fine. And we'll be with you all the way. Me too. They all took me in a big bear hug, and suddenly, I didn't feel alone at all.
My heart was pounding as I landed on the other side of the wall, and I didn't look back once at the mansion as I ran away. When I was far enough, I collapsed on a park bench. Oh my god, I did it! I'm free! I am never, ever going back! This is the life! Sleeping under the starry sky, breathing in the crisp night air. Ah! I leapt up in panic and saw a rat scurrying across the bench. Ew! Okay, I don't have to be out here forever. Just a few days, enough to scare my parents. Now I just need to find a decent place to sleep. Ah! I fell on my butt as a white thing came zooming towards me, only to realize it was a flying paper bag. I nervously laughed and got up, but everything around me was beginning to feel sinister. Maybe Mom and Dad have been punished enough. They'll be pooping their pants by now. And suddenly, I had a strong feeling that I was being followed. I abruptly turned around to find nothing, but then I saw a huge shadow in the alley. And my blood ran cold. I started running like crazy and was crossing the street when I tripped and landed hard on the ground. As I turned over, I froze upon seeing a tall, cloaked figure towering over me with no face. The creature bent down closer to me, then drew a long breath. The creature recoiled and stepped back, and just then, I heard a heavy bike roaring down the road, coming straight at me. I clamped my eyes shut and kept screaming till I felt someone shaking my shoulders.
Marion, you're fine. For the love of God, shut up!
I stared at the familiar face in shock. Jake? Oh my God, hold me. I've had the worst night.
Let's get you home, and you can tell me all about it.
Can you just hold me for 2 freaking seconds? I need to be held right now. As Jake hugged me, I looked around to see the faceless creature was gone. Hi, my name is Marion, and I know y'all have a lot of questions. Like, how come she's so pretty? And what's the deal with her unique eyes? And who does her amazing hair? Okay, maybe you also have some questions about what just happened. They'll all get answered if you stick around for my story. And please like and subscribe. About my eyes and hair, I wasn't born like this. You see, when I was 5, I was vacationing in the Swiss Alps with my parents when one day I woke up with streaks of white running through my dark hair. And I'd also developed heterochromia. My parents, who were big worrywarts, really freaked out. They had me examined by every doctor in the world, but no one could figure out the reason. What was even funnier was that every time my parents dyed my hair, it turned back white overnight. night, which drove them crazy, but I secretly loved it. It's like my hair was rebelling long before I started. My dad was a rich politician, and over the course of his career, he kept going after big criminals and making enemies. So my parents were always super paranoid about my safety, and I had a security team on my tail all the time.
Can you guys please move away from the bathroom door? You don't need to hear all the sounds my butt makes. Let me poop in peace. For the last time, the poor lunch lady is not trying to kill me.
Oh, for crying out loud, he was just giving me a box of chocolates, not a bomb. Your security team is ruining my life. No boy at college will even look at me now. Do you want me to be single and loveless forever?
Sounds good to me.
He's kidding, honey, but it's so hard to trust new people. You know, Jake is back in town after becoming the state's youngest police detective.
You mean your best friend's son and my ex, Jake? Are you serious, Mom?
It could be different this time. You haven't seen him in 4 years.
Hasn't been long enough. Jake was 3 years older than me, and we'd known each other since we were kids. We dated for a few months when I was 16, but we were completely wrong for each other. And saying it hadn't ended well was an understatement.
Marion, have you heard a word I said?
Yeah, no.
We're hosting a banquet at our place this weekend, at the end of which I'll be announcing that I'm running for president.
The president of what?
The country, of course.
What? Are you kidding me?
Listen, I know my political career places restrictions on your life, but we have to look at the big picture here.
Which is what, Dad?
The chance to do good. I have the power to make change, and with great power comes great...
Oh my God, don't finish that sentence. You're not Spider-Man or some other superhero with a cliched line. You're my dad, but all your life you've put your career first.
That's not fair.
I don't care, because all I know is you're making me miserable. Of course, nothing was gonna change Dad's mind, so the least I could do was sulk and reject all his peace offerings. And on the evening of the banquet, I pretended I was having the worst period cramps any woman had ever experienced, pulled out my running away plans, and then used this opportunity while everyone was busy to escape. And well, you know the rest about what happened that night.
What were you thinking, running away like that?
And what do you mean there was a faceless creature, and he sniffed you?
I do smell very nice, and I don't know if it was a he or a she or they.
It looked like a tall man. He ran away as I came towards you on my bike. I would have followed him, but you were screaming like you'd been stabbed. Now, can you describe the creature?
How? I'm telling you, no face, nada. There was a black hole instead.
Maybe he was just wearing some mask? You do have an overactive imagination. Weren't you always writing some dumb horror novel?
I'm not making this up.
Oh God, he could be someone from one of the mafia gangs I busted recently. Maybe he's been stalking you and followed you from the mansion when you ran away. We'll just have to amp up security.
You mean besides the 8 morons who follow me around all day already?
With all due respect, sir, I think we need a more qualified personal bodyguard. I can interview some candidates for you.
That would be wonderful, Jake.
Hey, no one's choosing a personal bodyguard for me without my approval.
Okay, Your Highness, I'll bring the candidates here and you can interview them with me. If there's nothing else, I'll get going now.
Why don't you see Jake out, honey?
He's a detective. He'll find his way.
Marion.
All right. As I walked with Jake to the main door, I couldn't help giving him a side glance. He was cuter than I remembered, even though I wasn't a huge fan of the unshaven look, and I wish he'd tuck his shirt in.
If you want to check me out, just say so. I'll let you do it without hurting your eyes so much.
As if. I was just wondering why you're aging so badly.
Can't say the same for you. You're definitely prettier now.
I could feel my face going red.
But your annoying personality totally ruins it.
What were you doing out there tonight anyway?
Your mother panic called me after they found out you'd run away. I knew you couldn't have gone too far on foot, so I was scouting the area. You still haven't thanked me, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're all right.
Suddenly, his hand was on my arm, and he was leaning in closer, and he was looking at my lips. I felt kind of lightheaded and...
Got it. You had a leaf in your hair. Wait, you didn't think I was gonna kiss you, did you?
Ew, barf, puke. Why would you even say that?
'Cause you're pouting.
It's the face I make when I'm disgusted, which I am with you so close to me.
Good, we're on the same page then. I gotta go. I'm late for a date.
Ugh, of course he had a date. It was just me who was gonna die loveless and alone.
Oh, wow. I've forgotten how good your chefs are.
There's ketchup on your shirt and mustard on your face. Can we just start the interviews? Nope, too old. His reaction time is probably slower than mine. Nope, too chatty. He'll chew my ear off all day. Did you see his long nose hair? Ew, Jake, ew. What kind of self-respecting bodyguard wears bright pink socks? His tie was crooked, and so were his teeth.
You're just finding stupid reasons to reject everyone. My team took 3 days to compile this list.
Look, this person has to spend every waking moment with me, and it has to be someone I'm comfortable with. Next! As the door opened and I looked up, my jaw dropped to the floor. The guy who'd walked in was tall, dark, handsome, and then some. He had skin like marble, cheekbones you could grate cheese on, and intense blue eyes that pierced my soul. He was immaculately dressed, and you could tell through his clothes that he was ripped.
Your name is Magnus, right? Your references seem, excellent. Yes, very good.
He's hired.
What? The interview isn't over. It's not even started.
Excellent references, right? That's all I need to know. You're hired, Magnet.
His name is Magnus.
I know. I'm not stupid. So you can start tomorrow, yes?
I certainly can, Miss Marion.
Oh my God, that voice. I was melting like butter on warm toast. Welcome to our home.
After I've run a background check and consulted with Miss Marion's parents, Magnus will be in touch.
As Magnus nodded and turned to leave, Jake suddenly grabbed an apple from the table and shot it straight at him. Seconds before it was about to hit the back of his head, Magnus turned around and caught it with one hand. What was that?
Just checking his reflexes. Not bad.
Magnus smirked and tossed the apple to Jake before leaving, and I sat down in a daze.
You are unbelievable.
What? You were dying for me to hire one of your candidates, and I just did.
The only reason you hired him is because he's devastatingly handsome.
I always had a feeling you were gay and hiding it.
Marion, I don't have a good feeling about this guy. Something's off.
Yes, his good looks are off the charts. If you're having a problem, just do your background check, dude.
Oh, I'll definitely be doing that.
Have fun. By the way, your fly's been open the whole time.
What? No, it's not.
But I made you look. Jake's background check didn't reveal anything suspicious, so my parents were happy to have Magnus on board and had him settled into a room close to mine the next day. And I was ecstatic. I just had to work on acting cool around him and not make my giant crush super obvious. And when I walked into college with Magnus by my side, I could see how everyone was flipping out. Even my philosophy teacher was so distracted by his presence, she dropped water on her desk, sat on her glasses, and tripped over a wire.
Girl, you're so lucky your life is in danger. I'm so jealous right now.
I know. You're gonna make a move on him, right?
No! That is so inappropriate. The thought of overstepping boundaries with an employee would never even cross my mind. How do I look in this red dress?
It's not my job to have an opinion about your clothes, Miss Marion.
Okay, then. Oh gosh, the zip seems to be stuck. I'm not kidding. It's really not moving. How about a damsel in distress? As Magnus came closer and I felt his hand on my back, my heart started racing.
I'll call a store employee.
Why don't you order something too?
I don't eat or drink on the job.
But you're on the job all the time. By the way, does it bother your girlfriend that your work involves taking care of a pretty girl?
I don't have a girlfriend.
Oh, thank God. I mean, I'm glad because I have a knack for setting up people. No one specific in mind for you right now, but I could look into it. So, what kind of girls do you like?
The non-existent kind. The car's here, ma'am. Let's go.
Hi. I was just wondering if you'd do me a huge favor. See, I've been working on this horror novel for a few years now, and I'd love to get your opinion. I think it's great, actually. Okay, I don't want to oversell it, but I really like the first 10 chapters. No, wait, 5. The first 5 chapters are good. Okay, fine. The first 3 pages. All right. I love the title, and maybe the rest of it is all bad. It's years of work, and I'm terrified it's not good, and I just need someone to read it and tell me... So, did you start reading my book?
Yes, I actually finished it last night.
Wow, that was fast. What did you think of it?
It's not my job to have an opinion about anything except your safety, Miss Marion.
Oh, Ugh, this beautiful demigod was made of stone, and he couldn't be less interested in me. Later that night, I was sleeping deeply when I woke up to the smell of smoke. I ran towards my door, but I opened it to find huge flames sweeping across the hall. I screamed for help, but no one was around. I had no choice left but to jump out of my window. The flames were roaring in. I had to jump now.
Marion, no! Wake up!
My eyes flew open, and I found myself on the window ledge with Magnus pulling me back in. Magnus, there was a fire! Just now, it was everywhere!
Hey, slow down. You were having a nightmare. You're fine.
Oh my god!
I got you.
Magnus held me close, and I felt my heartbeat slowly coming back to normal.
It wasn't mentioned in your file that you're a sleepwalker and a potential danger to yourself.
I sometimes sleepwalked as a kid, but I haven't in years. How did you even know?
I heard you cry out for help.
Across the hall? In your room?
Yeah, you can be quite loud for such a tiny person.
Well, I'm pretty sure my door was locked.
I just kicked it open.
Wow, I guess you're a good guy to have around for emergencies.
That's why you hired me, right? I'm just really glad I got here in time.
Magnus gently stroked my cheek and looked deep into my eyes, and I felt like I was drowning in his. My heart was beating hard as I leaned in, but he suddenly drew away.
You should try to get some sleep now. Good night, Miss Marion.
And then he just left. As I went to the door to close it, I noticed the metal doorknob was completely crushed. What kind of superhuman strength had Magnus used to open my door? I thought I'd question him in the morning, but I woke up to find the doorknob completely fine. Jeez, maybe Jake was right and my overactive imagination was playing tricks on my mind. But I was sure I wasn't imagining that something between me and Magnus had changed. He was as serious as ever, but every now and then I caught him looking at me quite intensely. And a few nights later, when my parents were hosting their annual Christmas party, I stepped out of my room, and the way his gaze lingered on me for a few extra seconds made my toes tingle. How do I look, Magnus? Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot. It's not your job to have an opinion. Never mind.
You look stunning. Let's go. Your parents are waiting.
I was still feeling giddy over the compliment when I went downstairs and spotted Jake among the guests in the most hideous reindeer sweater. Are you trying to embarrass your parents, man? I know your mom's too cool to make you that ugly thing, so I guess your girlfriend gave it to you?
No, I found a kidnapped 6-year-old this week, and her mom gave it to me as a thank you present.
Oh, wow! Congratulations! And it's sweet that you're wearing it. I guess not all heroes wear capes and underwear over their clothes, huh?
No, some of us just wear itchy sweaters. You look amazing, by the way.
Okay, I'm waiting for an insult to follow.
I seem to be out of them right now. Care to dance?
As Jake pulled me close by the waist, my tummy did a funny little flip.
So, how are things going with Matthew?
It's Magnus, and yeah, he's great. Very professional. You know, last night I was sleepwalking and nearly jumped out of my window.
What?
But Magnus was by my side instantly. He's really good at his job.
Magnus was in your room? You know you shouldn't trust him completely. He's a stranger.
He was there to save me, and I'm supposed to trust my bodyguard with my life, no?
Yeah, but he's still very new. And there's something about this guy that makes me uneasy. I'm still looking into his background.
Jake, are you jealous of him?
What, me? Jealous? Of him? Why would I be jealous?
Maybe because he's devastatingly handsome and he's your ex-girlfriend's bodyguard.
I'm very secure about the way I look, and this isn't about me being hung up on us. We were terrible together, remember?
Yeah, the worst. We argued all the time.
Over the stupidest things. Do you remember we once had a fight because you kept insisting Batman's car is called Batman-mobile?
It is called Batman-mobile.
No, it's just Batmobile.
I'd love to be wrong about this.
Congratulations, you are! See this?
Okay, fine. You're right about one lame thing.
Can I have that in writing?
We both laughed. It wasn't all bad, right? I mean, when we were together.
No, I can recall some pretty good moments.
Jake pulled me in even closer, and our faces were inches apart when suddenly the music stopped and he abruptly pulled away. Oh my god, was any guy gonna kiss me? And why was I attracted to both Jake and Magnus? And why were they both giving me such mixed signals? And it only got more confusing from there. Jake started making excuses to show up all the time. At home, even at college, and I could sense Magnus wasn't really loving it.
Hey, so I was just at the farmer's market and I saw this sweet sweet old lady selling peaches, and I hate peaches, but I remembered you love them, so I got them for you.
Suddenly, Magnus leapt forward, grabbed the box from him, and threw it in the trash.
What the heck?
Do you know that Miss Marion is only allergic to one thing in the world, and that's peaches?
It's true.
Oh, I knew there was some connection between you and Peaches. I just forgot what.
Maybe you should read her file properly.
Maybe you should just mind your business, dude.
This is literally my business, sir.
Guys, calm down. No one ate peaches, no one nearly died. It's all good.
I am calm. It's not like I was gonna fight Magnus over this.
Good, because you wouldn't be any match for me.
Are you kidding me right now? I'm a trained police detective.
So you sit at your desk all day studying cases and eating donuts. It shows.
Oh, is that so? Well, then I challenge you to a match at my boxing club tonight.
If Miss Marion is willing to come, I'll be there.
What the heck was happening? Okay, this was too entertaining not to find out. I'm in.
Ow, ow, ow.
Why did you challenge Magnus to a fight, dummy?
Because he gets under my skin.
Well, it was stupid, 'cause he's ripped, and you're not as ripped, but you still look good.
What's his workout routine anyway?
I don't know. I've never seen him work out. Maybe he's just naturally blessed.
Maybe you should just leave.
I really had no idea when Magnus did anything. But late one night, as I was writing at my desk, I looked out the window to see Magnus walking across the backyard, and I decided to follow him. And I found him in a school football field, lifting a massive boulder for weight training like it was nothing. What on freaking earth? And then he started running laps around the field at a speed that made my head spin. He was going so fast, he was becoming a blur. I let out a gasp, and suddenly he stopped. He looked here and there for a few seconds, and then quickly left. My heart was pounding as my thoughts raced. I ran back home to confront him, and when I knocked on his door, he opened it sleepily.
Is everything okay, Miss Marion?
No, everything is not okay. Don't even act like you were sleeping right now. I saw you.
What are you talking about?
I saw you on the football field, lifting a giant rock and running at supersonic speed.
Have you been sleepwalking again? This is very dangerous.
Don't change the subject. It was you, Magnus, and I want to know who you really are. Are you even human?
Are you giving me a compliment or interrogating me? Look, I've been asleep for hours, and I don't know what you saw, but it wasn't me. It's your overactive imagination.
I hate it when people say that. I know what I saw, and I think you have superpowers.
Well, I'll admit, I do have one superpower. I can read minds.
Suddenly, Magnus was leaning in really close. Can you?
Yeah, you're thinking that I look exceptionally good right now, and you know it's inappropriate, but you're wondering what it would be like if I kissed you.
You've never been more wrong about anything in your life.
Okay, so which one is it then? Do I have superpowers or not?
I guess not. I walked off to my room, feeling like I was losing my mind. It was definitely Magnus I'd seen in the field. A theory was forming in my head, and I needed to find out more to confirm it. I had midterm exams the following week, so I mostly kept to my room, avoided Magnus as much as possible, and didn't entertain Jake either. But on the weekend, there was a big college party at a dance club, and I was determined to go.
Your father isn't too enthusiastic about this. He's been cracking down on more criminal gangs lately, and he'd like you to stay out of the public eye as much as possible.
Well, can't you tell him that I'm going because I deserve some fun, and you'll protect me? That's why I have you around, right? The dance club was completely buzzing, and I was having a great time when suddenly someone pulled me away from my partner. It was Jake. What are you doing here?
Why haven't you been answering my calls?
I told you, I was busy studying.
Sure, looks like it. Look, I need to talk to you about Magnus.
Ugh, what now? Something is giving you an uneasy feeling in your stomach again?
Well, yeah.
Then either you have a crush on him or you're eating expired food. Either way, I've lost interest in this little game you're playing.
What game?
Jake, you haven't contacted me in 4 years, and I know you don't really like me, so the only explanation for you turning up all the time now is that you've got some silly ego competition going on with Magnus.
It's not like that.
Okay, so if Magnus is out of the picture, you'll still come around? Maybe ask me out?
Maybe. I might. But I really have something more important to talk about right now.
No, I just want to have fun. I was walking off when Jake grabbed my hand and then pulled me into a kiss that left me breathless.
Do I have your attention now?
But just then, Magnus was by my side, pushing Jake away.
What do you think you're doing?
It's clear that you're forcing yourself on Miss Marion, and I want you to leave.
Wait, no, that's not...
Don't tell me what to do. She's safe with me.
Aren't you a detective? It's always the ex-boyfriend who's trouble. I don't trust you.
The feeling is mutual.
Jake punched Magnus, and before I knew it, the two had broken out into a crazy fight. As a crowd gathered around them, I suddenly felt a hand clamped over my mouth, and some hooded man was dragging me away through a back entrance, and no one was even looking at me in the chaos. I tried to kick and scream, but the man's grip was too strong as he led me out into a dark alley. I felt panic rising in my chest when suddenly Magnus appeared and attacked the kidnapper. The man pushed Magnus off with a great force, sending him flying into a wall as he ran away. Magnus!
I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so. I just got really scared.
I'm so sorry, Marion. Hey, you're bleeding.
Just then, I noticed my leg was grazed and some blood was trickling down. Magnus drew a sharp breath and his face looked paler than usual. What is it?
Nothing. Sometimes blood makes me a bit sick. I'm calling the car. We need to get you home.
Where's Jake?
Punched him into a coma, hopefully.
Magnus?
He's fine.
I want to know exactly what happened tonight. How is it that a police detective and a bodyguard I pay a lot of money to were both there at the nightclub and my daughter nearly got kidnapped?
Jake is interfering with my job, and his actions tonight put Miss Marion in great danger.
You need to fire him, sir. I've been meeting with the people who previously hired him, and what they said about him is very suspicious.
Which is what?
They all said the same thing about how great he is at his job, but it sounded fake, like they'd been hypnotized or something.
We were all looking at Jake like he was crazy.
And that's not all. A few days ago, I saw a tattoo on his wrist, which I traced back to a dangerous criminal group that escaped prison a few years ago. Show us your left wrist, Magnus.
Magnus looked at Jake silently and pulled up both sleeves, and neither had any tattoo.
What? No, I saw it. I'm certain of it.
Jake, I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to stay away from Marion. I won't have your wild theories put my daughter's life in danger. Let the bodyguard do his job.
But I'm doing my job too, and I know I'm right.
I don't remember hiring you for one. I'm getting a restraining order against you, Jake. Stay away.
Jake gave me a long look, then left angrily. Later that night, I just couldn't sleep and went up to the rooftop, only to find Magnus behind me minutes later.
Sorry, I feel extra paranoid after what happened tonight.
You know something, Magnus? Jake is wrong about many things, but he's right about one. You've been lying about who you really are, and I know who you are.
Do you?
Later that night, I just couldn't sleep and went up to the rooftop, only to find Magnus behind me minutes later.
Sorry, I feel extra paranoid after what happened tonight.
You know something, Magnus? Jake is wrong about many things, but he's right about one. You've been lying about who you really are, and I know who you are.
Do you?
Yes, you're a vampire. Magnus looked at me for a few seconds, then started laughing. Don't mock me. I know you have superhuman strength. You crushed my metal doorknob, which I'm guessing you replaced before I woke up. I saw you lifting a boulder like it was a cat and running at supersonic speeds. You have a heightened sense of hearing. That's why you heard me talking in my sleep. And that ring you wear, it's an amethyst and it protects you from the sun, right? Also, I noticed your face when you saw my blood. I don't think blood makes you sick. There's another term for it. It's called bloodlust. Magnus's face was as expressionless as a rock.
You're wrong.
Suddenly, I felt furious, and I stepped onto the ledge.
What do you think you're doing?
Vampires can fly too, right? According to all my research, they can. So I'm gonna jump off the roof, and if you're a vampire, you'll save me. And if you're not...
Are you insane? Get off the ledge!
Admit that you're a vampire!
I'm not a vampire!
Stop lying to me!
Just get off and we'll talk, okay? I promise.
I was about to climb down when suddenly my foot slipped and I fell off the roof. Ah! The scream had barely left my throat when I felt Magnus scoop me up in his arms and fly up to the sky. Oh my god, we're freaking flying!
Marion, are you out of your mind? What if I wasn't a vampire?
I wasn't actually gonna jump. That was an accident. But thank God you're a vampire. And I can't believe I'm flying. Woohoo! We flew over the city lights and ended up on top of a tall building, looking down at the amazing view. Are you gonna tell me the truth now? Why would a vampire need a job as a bodyguard? Aren't you guys supposed to be loaded? What are you actually doing here? And who tried kidnapping me tonight? If someone could send you flying like that, it wasn't human.
You're pretty smart, aren't you? I didn't think so after reading that novel of yours.
Aha! So you hated it. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Since you've done your research, I'm sure you know that vampires are almost extinct by now. Humans over the centuries have tried everything to eliminate us, but the most successful campaign against us has been to poison every water body in this earth with silver. It does nothing to humans, but once it's in the bloodstream of vampires, it slowly kills them like cancer. There are only a few hundred of us left now, and we'll all die.
How long have you been alive?
About 3 centuries.
Whoa, and now, how much time do you have left?
Maybe another 50, 60 years. To be honest, I'm okay with that. People wish they could live forever, but when you live that long, you witness a lot of terrible things, and I've seen enough. However, most vampires don't share my view, and some of them are very sick, so they'll die soon. That's kind of where you come in.
Me? What do I have to do with this?
Do you have any idea why your hair turned white and your eyes changed color?
No, I just know I was 5 and I was vacationing in the Swiss Alps.
Apparently, when you were there, you ate a very rare magical flower, the kind that blooms once in centuries.
Oh, I did like eating flowers as a kid.
That flower caused your eyes and hair to change, and it gave you another power. It makes your blood pure from silver, and that makes it a cure for the disease killing vampires.
How do you know all this?
Many years ago, a vampire with very strong powers said she'd seen a girl in a dream whose blood was made pure by that flower. She described her with the unique features that you have, so you can imagine that vampires have been looking for such a girl for a while. And then a few weeks ago, I saw you on the news with your father. I wanted to get closer to find out if you're the one, so I'd been keeping an eye on you. The creature you met when you ran from home, that was me.
I knew it wasn't human. So, should I be afraid of you? Are you after my blood?
No, I told you I don't want a longer life. But I did fake my references and signed up to be your bodyguard to get closer to you, find out if you really are the one, and then protect you from the other vampires who will inevitably find you. I think one of them just did.
And you're sure it's me?
I wasn't, till I smelt your blood tonight. It definitely is you.
Okay. This is a lot to process. You know, I can donate a little blood if it'll save you guys.
A little won't do. They'll take enough to kill you.
His words sent a shiver down my spine. So, what do I do now? I'll never be safe. I'll be hunted all my life.
The only thing I can think of right now is to get you to a safe place. And then I have to somehow convince the other vampires that you're not the one.
Why are you protecting me? Why do you even care?
Because you don't deserve to die so we can live longer. Also, I've developed something like affection for you. Let's say I've grown fond of you.
300 years on this planet and you haven't learned better words to tell a girl you like her?
How about I tell you another way instead?
And then Magnus pulled me in for a long kiss. We didn't want to send my parents into panic mode, so I acted like I was really shaken up by the recent kidnapping attempt and needed to get away from the city for a while. Magnus said he could take me to a safe house, and my parents agreed. I'm surprised my paranoid parents trust you so much.
I may have used my hypnotic convincing powers on them.
I am both fascinated and terrified by you.
I would never hurt you. Just trust me on that.
Magnus drove for hours deep into the countryside, and the safe house we arrived at was a giant-sized mansion, more luxurious than any place I'd ever seen. He settled me into a huge suite and then placed a locket around my neck.
I have to go right now, but my servants here are completely trustworthy and will look after you. If you need me, just press on the locket and I'll be here in a heartbeat. Will you be all right?
Yeah, of course. Magnus kissed me gently and left, but I just couldn't sleep that night. I couldn't get rid of a nagging feeling in my heart. I looked over at my phone, wanting to call Jake, but I had no signal. Finally, I jumped out of bed and left my room to explore the mansion. I just reached the main hall and was looking at a painting when suddenly, loud alarms started blaring all over the place. I stood frozen in panic, then started pressing the locket like crazy, and within seconds, Magnus was by my side.
There's a security breach. We need to leave. Now!
Just then, the main door flew open and a man walked in. He was tall and pale like Magnus, but his cheekbones were sunken in, and he had a manic look in his dark eyes.
What's the holdup, brother? You were supposed to bring the girl to us weeks ago.
Excuse me?
Leonard, was it you who tried to kidnap her yesterday?
Yes, because I don't know what's been taking you so long. We need the girl now.
I needed to be sure if she's the one, and she isn't. I've seen and smelled her blood.
Why should I trust your judgment? We can try the cure with her blood anyway. If it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, who cares if we've killed one human? We'll keep looking.
No! I won't let you kill someone senselessly!
These humans are the ones who poisoned us. You promised you'd find the girl that could cure our community.
Magnus, you lied to me?
No! I mean, it started off that way, Marion. But now, I really don't think it's right to kill anyone just so we can live longer.
You mean you're stupid enough to have fallen for this girl and now you've changed your mind? So, is she ready to turn into a vampire for you?
What? I don't want to be a vampire!
No other way for you to be together. This love story is doomed, brother, so let her serve a better purpose.
Leonard leapt towards me, and Magnus let out a snarl and attacked him. The two were fighting viciously as I tried running towards the door, only to find Jake running in. Oh my god, Jake!
You're B positive, right?
What?
Your blood type.
Yes?
So am I. Just wanted to make sure before I do this.
And then Jake pulled out a syringe full of blood and stabbed me in the arm with it. My scream made both the vampires turn towards me, and I felt a weakness that made me drop to my knees.
Your hair and your eyes, they've gone back to normal.
What's going on?
Her blood isn't special anymore. It's contaminated. Leonard, it's over. She's of no use to us anymore.
Leonard stared at me with a manic face, then let out a furious scream and attacked Jake, who immediately fell to the floor while Leonard escaped. Jake!
We have to get him to a hospital, now!
He's gonna be okay, right?
Yes, he just has a concussion. He'll be fine.
He better be, or I swear to God, I'll kill you! I started punching Magnus angrily, and he grabbed my wrists.
He will be, and I'm sorry about everything.
You lied. You didn't become my bodyguard to protect me. You wanted my blood.
Yes, I lied, but I didn't want it for myself. There are so many vampires who are really sick by now and don't want to die. I wanted to help them, but I swear, a day after I met you, I already knew I'd never be able to go through with it. I don't want to kill any human, least of all you. And I never meant for Jake to get hurt either.
How did he even find me? And how did he know the whole blood thing?
He's a smart detective. I did have a tattoo on my wrist, which is my family crest, and I had a feeling Jake had seen it and would dig into it, so I removed it. Also, I found some microbugs on myself today, and there's probably some on you too. He's been hearing everything and tracking us.
And he just decided to come and deal with vampires and save me without any backup? That's crazy.
People do crazy things for people they love. By the way, I'm resigning as your bodyguard.
You were fired anyway. Magnus smiled, then took my hands.
There's no chance you would go out with me, right?
Not if I have to turn into a vampire. What did your brother mean by that?
I am, after all, a creature that thirsts for human blood. If I was around you long enough, I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation, and I'd eventually end up turning you into a vampire too. It wouldn't be the worst life. You know, you'd get superpowers. I'm really rich. We could fly around the world.
It sounds tempting and hella scary. Magnus, you're lovely, but I don't see a future here. I don't like you enough to even think about giving up my life as a human.
And you shouldn't. You're a pretty special human. And between the two of us, Jake's the better guy anyway. He's got a really good heart, and I do see you two having a future together. So, I guess this is goodbye then, Marion. Goodbye, Magnus. He kissed me on the cheek and then left.
And a few hours later, I was so relieved when Jake woke up.
I overheard the whole crazy conversation about Magnus being a vampire and your blood being the cure to the vampire disease. It was so absurd, it sounded like those stupid stories you write.
Can you stay on track and not insult me?
But it all added up, and you figuring out that he was a vampire was actually pretty cool. You seemed convinced that he was going to protect you, but I couldn't trust him. So I followed you to his mansion, waiting for a chance to get in. I figured if your blood is special and that's why vampires are after you, I had to do something to make you just like the rest of us. I didn't know if it would even work. It was just a hunch.
I guess your gut instincts make you a good detective. You knew from the start something was off about Magnus.
Yeah, but that might have more to do with jealousy. I mean, come on, I'm straight as an arrow, but sometimes even I just wanted to stare at his face and touch his hair. I don't blame you for crushing hard on him.
Yeah, but maybe that's all it was, a crush. He left anyway. He said you're the better guy.
What? He did? Why?
Beats me. I mean, given his superior looks, his amazing voice, his superpowers.
I'm sorry I asked.
But you're definitely the better kisser. Believe me, even I was surprised. His kiss kinda gave me a brain freeze.
Wow, I kiss better than a hot vampire? Can I have this in writing?
You'll have to kiss me again, so I can be sure.
Hey now, wipe that frown out of your pretty face. Listen to me, Marion. I won't hesitate to take that supernatural blow many times over just to save you. Bleeding will stop, bruises will heal, and broken bones will mend back together eventually.
I knew something wasn't right with you. Anyone, please help! Jake! Julie shouted at me as I packed my bags. OMG! You aren't seriously going with him. What kind of freak adopts a 16-year-old? He must be a psycho. I don't know. Maybe the universe is finally smiling down on me. I couldn't tell if my best friend Julie was actually scared of the eccentric man waiting for me in a limo, or if she was just jealous I was getting adopted by a billionaire. I assured her I was just a phone call away and I was going to be okay. I was not prepared for the life ahead of me, though. I should have known there was something off about the man. See, just a week ago, I saw a disheveled old man crying in the park. All I did was ask him if he was okay, and he gave me a huge hug. I thought he was homeless, so I offered him a chocolate bar from my purse. He ate it so messily, I thought he hadn't eaten in days. He insisted he would make it up to me. I told him not to worry about it. The very next day at school, one of my classmates started shouting at us to look out the window. There was a huge banner. It said, "To the girl who gave some chocolate to the homeless-looking man in the park yesterday, please call this number as soon as possible." All of my classmates were asking questions. I was going to call the number myself after school, but my principal called me into the office a few minutes later. There, waiting in the chair,
was the man from the day before. He wanted to thank me for everything and didn't know how else to find me. You could have tried Facebook.
Sorry, I don't know how to use that.
I don't know what I was thinking, but I agreed to let him take me out as a thank you for the chocolate bar. I agreed to meet him outside of the orphanage after school. For sure, I did not expect a limo to pick me up. Well, here we are a week later, and I'm driving to our mansion. It was bigger than I ever could have imagined. Mr. Conrad gave me a tour of the whole house. It was as eccentric as he was. There were a few indoor gardens, a shark tank, and my room had a tree in it. That was probably my most normal day at the mansion. One night, after I said I liked Dumbo, he showed up to dinner riding a small elephant. It broke about $2 million in fancy china and stained glass windows, but he kept saying it was worth it just to see me smile. He was trying so hard to make me happy. As soon as I moved into the mansion, I was moved to the fancy private school of my dreams. I was really nervous on my first day. Mr. Conrad saw that I'd hardly touched my breakfast. He leaned over and smiled.
Don't worry, everyone is going to love you.
Turned out, the teachers were super nice, and the kids were really welcoming too. I was getting along just fine with everybody when suddenly, in the third class of the day, Mr. Conrad burst into the classroom with a big box.
The latest Apple Watches for everyone, from our sweet, sweet Dana.
All the kids oohed and awed with excitement as he hopped around the class, handing everyone their watches. They looked really happy, but I was so embarrassed. I really didn't need his help to win everyone over. I really started enjoying going to school and everything was perfect, except for one other student, Amber. Amber was the heiress to some tech company. She was the richest girl in school until I got there. She was super annoying and threatened by the fact that I was richer than her. She was always making jokes about me being an orphan or not knowing about the latest fashion trends. This one time, I thought she was being nice and gave me a gift basket full of free jewelry and clothes. I was so confused why she was laughing. I thanked her for the gift and she started pointing and laughing with tears in her eyes.
Those are from last season. OMG.
That night, I called Julie and told her about it. Julie and I thought Amber was the weirdest, meanest girl ever. The basket was worth more than $80,000. I could live with it. I found it all so stupid and funny and loved telling Julie about how the stupid rich girl was trying to get me today. Most of the time, it just involved giving me a bunch of free stuff that I gave to Julie later when I visited her at the orphanage. I told Julie today, Amber told me, I bet she doesn't know a Gucci bag from a Coach purse, and handed me a bunch of free handbags. Mr. Conrad overheard me talking to Julie about my problems with Amber, and he immediately offered to help. I told him it was okay. I was doing fine with it all.
I can buy her father's company. That'll show her.
I told him I appreciated it, but I was used to doing things my way, and ruining her life because she made fun of my clothes seemed a little extreme. I told him that teenage girls can get catty. He gave me a really weird smile and said he
heard me loud and clear.
I probably should have asked what he meant. The next day at school, Amber came up to me in the courtyard and started making jokes about my shirt while I was talking to this guy Xander. All I did was ask, what are you gonna do? Give me free clothes? That'll show me. Xander and I laughed and Amber got very red in the face. Amber asked him why he was hanging out with a loser like me and how he could have a real girl like her. Before I could say a word to her, I heard something I'd never heard before in my entire life. Amber screamed and ran, and I dropped my book and fell over. Xander went running in the opposite direction. It was Mr. Conrad and a tiger. Everyone was staring at us with a mix of horror and confusion. He laughed and said,
"Get it? Because girls are catty?"
"Where did you even get that?"
"Oh, I had a buddy fly her in from Hollywood. She's harmless. Look, I can ride her like a king."
Then he said to the tiger,
"Roar, babe, roar."
And the tiger roared and rubbed his knee with her head. He looked so ridiculous, and everyone was laughing at him, except for me. I was a little upset he'd managed to scare Amber and Xander away. I guess that's how parents are supposed to be. Mr. Conrad did a lot for me, and it was going to take more than almost feeding my enemy to a tiger to get me to be mad at him. But when Julie visited, she didn't find it as funny as I did. Julie said, He brought a live tiger to school, Dana? Are you even safe? I told her that I was and everything was okay, but she kept pushing me. Yeah, it's great and all that. You go to the Bahamas every month and have a private jet, but do you ever get to be a real teenager? I told her to mind her own business, and it was super obvious that she was just jealous. Julie looked hurt and said, "Who are you?" Then she left before I could even apologize. I felt bad immediately. I'd never thought about it, but Julie was right. At my old school, I always had friends. I had plans every weekend and was constantly asked out on dates. At my new school, it seemed like everyone avoided me now. Mr. Conrad had made me an outcast, but I assured her he was just doing normal rich dad things. Deep down, I knew though, he took it to some incredible extremes. One night, I'd stayed up really late doing homework and went to school feeling like a zombie. I was really tired and my limo driver was late, so this guy from school offered to drop me home. Boy, I would have said no if I knew what was waiting for us at the gates. Mr. Conrad saw us and yelled, "Who are you? And what are you doing with my daughter?" He pulled a bunch of crazy-looking interrogation tools out of his briefcase. I managed to pry him away long enough to explain that I was just tired and a boy from class had offered me a ride home. He went from treating the boy like a criminal to treating me like a hospital patient. He whipped out a flashlight and asked me to follow his finger and if I was dizzy and if I thought someone had poisoned me. Without even waiting for a reply, he hopped in the boy's car and drove us all to the hospital. It was so embarrassing. I didn't think it was ever worth bringing a boy into my life again. That was until Xander. After that boy told the whole school how intense Mr. Conrad was, everyone avoided me like the plague, all except for Xander. He literally brought me a bouquet of flowers just in case it was more than a lack of sleep. How cute! I decided I wanted a boyfriend, and I wanted Xander to ask me out. I knew he was the one. I just needed to avoid Mr. Conrad finding out. Xander had seemed super interested in me before, but after the tiger incident, he got more distant, although I could feel he was still into me by the lovely looks he gave me and his warm smile. So I decided to make the first move. I really tried to drop some hints, like I was pretty embarrassing sometimes. Once I put on a bunch of makeup, walked up to him, and told him I was very available this weekend and had no plans at all. His response? "Me too. Hope you find something to do." Amber hopped over, hung all over him, and said, "Hey Xander, look how desperate she is for a date with you." Thanks again to Amber's bad attitude, he immediately ran up to me. "You mean you really want to date?" Mr. Conrad made it seem like he was a little overprotective. I don't want to mess with a guy with a tiger. What? No, he wants me to date super badly. Well, only if your dad's okay with it. That's when I finally got asked out on a date, and Amber was fuming. I know I said Mr. Conrad was cool with it, but the guy brought a tiger to school because a girl gave me free clothes. I decided to keep Xander a secret, just for a bit, and only tell Mr. Conrad when the time was right. Until then, I told him I was visiting Julie for the night. He insisted on flying us out to France or letting us use his yacht, but I insisted we just wanted a fun, girls-only evening at the orphanage. I drove down to the city and met Xander at a comic convention. It was the easiest way for us to have fun while keeping my secret. We hit it off super well. He was a little weirded out that I made us wear costumes, but figured it was just a fun Comic-Con thing. Our date went so well that we decided to go on even more. We couldn't dress up in costumes every weekend, so I needed to find ways to be creative. Every time, I convinced Xander to go somewhere far away or in disguises, and every time, I told Mr. Conrad I was meeting Julie. I didn't want Mr. Conrad not to approve of Xander. At the same time, Xander was getting super suspicious. We always had our date in remote places, and I would never kiss him in public. The more serious we got, the harder it was to hide. Xander wanted to post pictures of us on social media and wanted to go to events together. I made excuses to avoid every real public appearance, and it all became more and more awkward. Even though we were official, I was even weird about us hanging out after school, just in case Mr. Conrad made a surprise visit. One time, he tried to run up and kiss me as Mr. Conrad dropped me off, and I instinctively spilled tea on his coat to distract him. Amber saw us and ran up to us laughing. laughing. Wow, some girlfriend you got there, Xander. I told her to shut up and go steal someone else's man. Amber got angry and pointed out how I was acting like Mr. Conrad didn't know we were dating. You just don't want to piss Daddy off. You spoiled baby. I swear I was about to punch her. But then Xander interrupted and said, "That's crazy because Mr. Conrad does know about us. Right, Dana?" I quickly changed the subject, but it was obvious it had gotten to Xander. The final straw came when I showed up to our date wearing a long trench coat, giant sunglasses, and a huge hat. I told Xander it was the latest fashion, but he stared at me with a hurt look. Are you embarrassed of me because my family is only millionaires? I assured him it was all fine and told him I was just nervous about telling Mr. Conrad. He was perfect and I loved him just the way he was. He said with a broken voice, "Then why do you want to hide me?" I tried to explain how Mr. Conrad was a little sensitive and I wasn't sure how he would respond to everything. He told me that he wasn't some secret. He wanted to be a part of my life. I told him that I would slowly introduce him to the important people in my life. I decided to take us out on a double date to introduce him to my best friend. The next day, Mr. Conrad asked if I wanted to join him on a weekend trip, but I told him I couldn't. I told him I was seeing Julie again, which wasn't a total lie. I just left out the part that we were on a double date. He seemed hurt, but understanding. He said he felt like I was always going over there, and he hardly saw me anymore. He explained she was always welcome to come here, but I insisted that I liked visiting the old orphanage. You really miss her, don't you? He gave me a huge hug and told me to have fun. I kind of felt guilty leaving him and lying, but I would tell him about Xander soon enough. I called Julie and apologized for what I said. She forgave me and was happy I was enjoying a bit of a normal life with Xander. Julie was so excited about our double date. Julie, her boyfriend, Xander, and I met up at the train station. We went to a small cafe far away from the mansion. It was all going really well, and we decided to show Xander around the town I grew up in. Everything was going perfectly fine until we decided to take a walk in the park. Wow, is this like a special festival or something? There shouldn't be. There were crowds of people on the street. It was like someone was throwing a parade. There were fireworks, singers, and to top it all off, a giant float with a picture of me and Julie that said, "Best Sisters Forever." On the top of that float was Mr. Conrad. I tried to cover my face, but it was too late. Mr. Conrad hopped off the boat and ran over to us cheerfully. He looked genuinely surprised to see me with a boy, and his face dropped when he realized Julie and I weren't alone. I thought this was girls' evening. I explained I was too nervous to tell him I had a date, and I didn't mean to lie. He started crying and ran off. I felt horrible. As good as my date with Xander was going, I needed to take care of this. I insisted that everything was okay and I would call them all in the morning. Sorry, Xander, it's just family problems. Xander said it was fine and that I should fix things with Mr. Conrad first. I ran to apologize to Mr. Conrad, but he kept trying to get me to go back to Xander and said I didn't need to apologize. But I lied to you, and now you're crying. It's not you, it's me. If I don't need to apologize, then what's the problem? He explained he was just so happy to see me pursuing love and happiness. He said he was too busy working and never had kids, and by the time he realized he wanted them, he was too old. He explained that he didn't want to die alone, and the world smiled on him when I came into his life. He wanted to give me everything he had and more. Why did you come here anyway? I figured you missed Julie so much, it made sense to adopt her too. My offer still stands if you want. That week, our mansion got a little more crowded. We had a party and Mr. Conrad brought 2 golden statues of me and Julie hugging each other and put them on our outdoor water fountain. Julie and I loved living in the mansion. Mr. Conrad got us into some crazy adventures, but it was always fun together. Xander and Julie's boyfriend even joined us in some of our antics. I don't think Mr. Conrad will ever worry about dying alone again. I don't think the mansion is ever empty.
Get up, Dana. We're leaving now. My mom rushed inside my room in the middle of the night. I got up, still half asleep, as my mother packed my stuff. "What is it, Mom?" I asked. "It's your grandmother. She asked all the family to come together at her place." Everyone was holding back tears. We all got emotional. That is, everyone but my mom. My mom seemed impatient, always looking away. I didn't want to think about it at the time, but she looked almost excited. She acted proper enough in front of family, but once we got home, she went insane. She started smashing things and slamming doors. I went to try to calm her down, but was immediately to regret it. She told me that I was going to take all of my stuff and move into the basement. Our basement wasn't even finished, so I just moved a basket of my clothes and some sleeping stuff on the cold, wet cement flooring. When dinner came, she refused to let me sit at the table with her and Daniel. After they would have finished eating, Daniel brought me down some of their leftovers. It was just some half-eaten chicken wings and cold mashed potatoes. He told me that he was sorry and gave me a hug. Before he could comfort me, our mom yelled at him to come upstairs before he had to sleep on the basement floor with me. I thought she was just angry about something that happened at the party, so I waited a few days before asking her if I could move back into my room. She got all offended, saying I was so greedy. That's when she let me know that Daniel was moving into my room because it was bigger. So what? I asked. I'm just supposed to move my stuff into Daniel's room? She gave an evil chuckle and laughed a bit. No, actually, I was thinking about turning it into an office. You seem to be doing fine in the basement, she stated. I was waiting for her to say it was a joke, but she was dead serious. She even started painting my walls with colors she knew I hated. I argued with her that the basement was cold and covered in mold and bugs. She said that I needed to contribute more to her life, to give in to her demands. What have you done that makes you so special? She asked. I was just 14. Just like that, I went from the favorite of the house down to Cinderella. I tried everything to get back into her good graces. No matter what I did, she complained. Daniel could do the bare minimum and would be rewarded while I was punished for no reason. Like, take my junior year of high school as an example. I came home with straight A's. My mom's response? My classes weren't even that hard, and I was purposefully taking easier lessons so I could brag about my GPA. Daniel got a C, and she took him out to a fancy dinner for all of his hard work. I did all the chores while Daniel had no responsibilities. When I brought up how unfair it was and that we could try to share duties, she told me that doing chores was the least I could do for her to put up with me. She complained about the way I washed dishes or how the laundry was never folded properly. She also constantly threatened to kick me out on the street. If it wasn't for laws forbidding it, I'm sure she would have loved to drop me off at the curb like a trash bag on a garbage day. Daniel tried to do nice things for me, but she always found out somehow. For our 15th birthday, he got me a really pretty dress. My mom found it and ripped it up to pieces, forbidding Daniel from ever wasting his money on me again. Seeing as I couldn't depend on her for anything anymore, I decided to get a job. I worked as a cashier every day after school. She complained about how embarrassing it was for me to work at a grocery store. She said that all of her friends mocked her for having such a stupid daughter. That certainly didn't stop her from taking all of my money, though. She said that it was for rent and food, but I was still living in the basement and getting table scraps. Meanwhile, Daniel did absolutely nothing. Daniel may not have defended me even once, but he was never a jerk with me. I could tell he felt bad about how I was treated. He snuck me doggy bags from restaurants, and even though our mom forbade it, he would sneak me little gifts like chocolate or stickers. He was trying his best not to get on her bad side, and I didn't resent him. In fact, he was my best friend. I'll admit it, I was a little jealous of his life at first. One day, I came home from my shift to an empty house. I knew Daniel had arrived earlier, but it was nearly midnight and highly unusual for no one to be home. Around 3 a.m., my mom showed up, and she was in the worst state I had ever seen. I asked her what was wrong, and she chucked a vase at me. "It should have been you," she screamed before running up to her room. I decided to call up Daniel to see if he knew what was wrong. A couple of rings later, I heard a voice, but it wasn't Daniel's. The woman on the phone explained that Daniel wasn't able to talk right now. He was currently in the hospital because he'd been in a horrible accident. I immediately took the bus there to go and stay with him, angry that my mom told me nothing. He was in surgery for hours. I even fell asleep in the waiting room. A doctor woke me up and had a very grave look on her face. She told me that things were not looking good for Daniel, and he would have to undergo further emergency procedures. He needed a blood doctor fast. Luckily, since I was his twin, there was a super high chance we were compatible. Of course, I immediately agreed to be tested. The doctors were so sure that it was going to be okay, but they were all confused when they looked at the results. They drew my blood 2 more times just to be sure before they said that we were not a match. But that wasn't the most shocking news. My blood type was O, meaning that both my parents were O. Daniel's blood type was AB. Not only was this the rarest type, but it also meant that neither of his parents was O. In other words, Daniel and I were not twins at all. In fact, it was possible we weren't even siblings. It was a lot to take in. I'm not embarrassed to admit I passed out right on the floor. I woke up a few minutes later and frantically called my mom. She had a lot of explaining to do. I thought my mom would have been ashamed to be caught red-handed in a lie. She just shrugged and said, "Oops, yeah, I forgot to tell you that you were adopted." I was in tears, but she couldn't care less. She told me to stop being a drama queen and have consideration for her feelings as her son was in danger and she was overly stressed. I argued that he was my brother and I had the right to be confused. Her response? "That charade is up to you, Dana. We both know he is not your brother." She even had the audacity to complain that I couldn't even donate blood, like it was a choice. I ran out of the hospital crying hysterically and went straight home. I did not sleep, though. Instead, I picked up a few of my things and ran away. I always thought that being kicked out of the house was the worst thing that could have happened to me. I was wrong. Finding out I had been lied to my whole life was actually the worst thing. My life had crumbled. Running away always looks easy in movies, but it's pretty hard. For a couple months, I lived on the streets. Homeless shelters were pretty full, and my job at the grocery store barely made enough money to keep me fed. I had to sell my laptop and smartphone, and I stopped showing up to school so I could take more shifts at work. I wanted to learn more about my family, but I didn't know where to start. What if they also hated me? They did give me away to that woman, after all. After living on the streets for nearly a year, I was in for the shock. "Dana?" a familiar voice asked. "Is that you?" I looked up to see Daniel. He was limping a little bit and still in physical therapy, but he was alive. I felt horrible that I had ran away like that and never checked in on him. I started to apologize when he pulled me close and hugged me. He explained how he missed me so much and tried to call all the time. He also said that our mom told him quite a horrible tale. See, our mom told him that I ran away because I said I didn't want to give anything to him. She told him that I didn't care if Daniel lived or died. He also said that he knew it wasn't true, but he only just got out of the hospital the other week. I didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but I explained what really happened. I was surprised to see that he wasn't shocked at all. You knew I wasn't your twin this whole time?" He begged me to let him explain, but I was already running away in the other direction. When I showed up to my shift at the grocery store, my boss let me know that someone left me an envelope. I opened it and saw that it was from Daniel. He gave me around $500 cash and an address. He instructed me to buy a ticket and visit the address, and they could explain everything. $500 was a lot of money, especially for someone living in a cardboard box on the side of the road. My mind debated simply using the money for a security deposit on an apartment. For all I knew, my mother had left the envelope and wanted to send me far away from her and Daniel. Now, don't judge me for what I'm about to tell you. I decided to take the money and go on this wild goose chase to nowhere. I took a week off and booked my train there. It was about 9 hours of travel. I arrived at the address around 9 a.m. and decided to knock at the door. A woman answered the door and immediately looked uncomfortable. I recognized her as one of my cousins who had sometimes visited my grandmother. She shifted on her feet uncomfortably and asked what I was doing there. I explained everything that I had heard, and she told me that she didn't want to get involved and tried to slam the door in my face. I stopped her and asked her what she was hiding. She explained that she was my mother, like my birth mother. She was my mom's sister and Daniel's aunt. She had wanted to put me up for adoption, so my grandmother stepped in. She did not want me adopted out to some strange family. Instead, she convinced my mom to adopt me. I had so many more questions, but the woman simply said that that was all she knew. That's how I ended up with my mom. She and Daniel were actually my cousins. She said that she chose to get rid of me years ago and never regretted it. My real mother told me that she, unfortunately, had no interest in me, but she would do the right thing and pay for my ride back. I was devastated. It was bad enough to have one mother who hated me, but now I had two. When I got back home, I decided to confront the woman who raised me about everything. If she didn't want a daughter, she should have left me be put up for adoption. Daniel was excited to see me, but she was absolutely livid. She tried to close the door in my face, but I told her that showed me at least an explanation for all the lying. "I don't owe you anything, Dana," she sneered, "so leave my house." "I deserve an explanation," I yelled. "You want an explanation? You'll get one," she shouted back. "I was tricked into taking you. You took everything from me." Apparently, my grandmother told her that if she took me in, she would make some changes to her will. My mom was a single mother struggling to support Daniel, and my grandmother was very rich. She thought that the changes in the will would get her rich. At my grandmother's party, she found out that she actually left everything to me. Even Daniel was shocked to hear this. She even left me with a generous trust fund for a goodbye gift. I never saw a dime of it. She felt like she wasted her time raising me for nothing but stress. She was jealous that I would get to live rich and fancy while she slaved away by raising a kid that wasn't even her own. I screamed at her about how selfish she was. All she cared about was money, while all I wanted was family. I had never felt so betrayed, and I bolted out the door. To my surprise and relief, Daniel followed. He let me know that I didn't have to give him any money at all. He just wanted to be a part of his twin sister's life. I got in touch with a lawyer and gained access to my trust fund. I am literally a millionaire now. If my mother had just treated me properly, then I would have happily shared it with her. Last I saw, her house got foreclosed on, and Daniel doesn't even talk to her anymore. I was able to afford to move Daniel and I out with my grandmother. She knew nothing about the drama in our lives and thought I had simply ditched her after gaining access to the account. We all live together now, in a huge mansion in a tropical region. I never imagined I would get to trade a moldy basement floor for a luxurious room with a view of the sea. But I guess anything is possible with family at your side.
Hi, I'm Kate from New York, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to the CEOs of a multi-million-dollar aerospace company. I grew up with everything a kid could want, and then some. But I was practically raised by my nannies since my parents were always busy. They tried to make time for me, but I didn't really have their attention, and I craved it. I think that's why I was in such a hurry to start talking. I was forming my first words when I was only 1, and by the time I was 2, I could speak short sentences. And once I started talking properly, a rocket couldn't have stopped me. How was your first day of school, honey?
Oh, it was so good. I felt kind of scared, but then the teacher with the black hair and the green eyes and the big ears came and took me to class. And my classroom was so nice and it's all yellow and there was 20 kids and they're all my friends. That's because I gave them all markers and my first class was about alphabets and it was boring. And then I saw a boy's butt crack and I started laughing at it and the teacher looked mad, but then...
Sweetie, that's lovely. Why don't you just eat your food now?
I was at the best part, Daddy. Oh, now I have to start again. Okay, so my first day of school,
I just had this need to interact with people. I chatted to strangers in the park, at the grocery store, at the cinema. When my friends came over for play dates, I had tried to make them stay as long as I possibly could.
But you haven't seen our basement yet. It's really cool and I think it's haunted. And you still haven't met my imaginary friends. Okay, how about I show you my magic tricks?
I even talked to people in my sleep. My parents found me exhausting, and soon my teachers started complaining about my disruptive behavior in class. I was tested for ADHD, but there wasn't anything wrong with me. She's very bright and just seeks attention a little more than other kids. It's not uncommon in an only child, and she'll grow out of it. Do you spend quality time with her? Well, we try, but we're very, very busy. The doctor recommended some activities we could do together every day, but of course, my parents couldn't keep up. Then one day when I was 8, my whole life changed. I got home from school to find my parents in the living room with a beautiful older girl who didn't look very happy. Kate, we have some exciting news. Come meet Lola. She's 11 and she's your new sister. She's my sister? But I didn't see your tummy growing, Mom. Where did she come from? Why is she so big? Why is her hair red? What? Honey, she's our employee's daughter and we've adopted her. I'll explain to you later what that means. Why don't you say hello and show her to her room? Lola still hadn't spoken a word, but I talked nonstop as I took her hand and led her away. And then she shut the door in my face. She didn't even come down for dinner later. My parents said she just needed time to adjust and I should give her space. I tried really hard, but I just couldn't fall asleep and crept into her room. I quietly opened the door and found her sitting next to a carton crying. Lola, what's wrong? Nothing. I was just looking at some old things and it made me sad. Ooh, space boots. My dad got them for me when I was your age. I always wanted to be an astronaut. Well, you should. It'll be so cool. Yeah, but my dad won't be there to see me become one. As the tears rolled down her cheeks, I suddenly hugged her tight and she didn't push me away. I'll be there to see you take off on a rocket. I'll always be there for you, Lola. Lola smiled, then suddenly hopped onto the armchair and held out a hand to me. Want to take a closer look at the Milky Way? Welcome aboard the North Star Express.
We imagined flying through the universe, dodging meteors and alien spaceships, and it was the best night of my life. And I quickly grew to love Lola. She had long red hair that she let me braid as much as I wanted. She'd play with me whenever I asked, even if she was in the middle of something. And soon, I became as obsessed with everything space-related as she was. We both dressed up in matching Princess Leia outfits that Halloween, and everyone in the neighborhood agreed we looked incredible. Let's be Buzz Lightyear next time. Sure thing. Lola was an excellent student too, and she helped me with my studies. But my teachers still complained about my behavior, and Lola had a solution for that too. I used to get really scared of making speeches in class, so my dad showed me a trick. I'd hold on to a penny so I could channel all my fear into it. It totally works. So whenever you feel the urge to talk during lessons, just hold on to this and channel all your energy into it, and save all your stories for me. My parents were so proud of my progress, and they adored Lola. Life seemed perfect. But then Lola started high school, and everything started changing. She cut her beautiful hair short and changed her wardrobe. And when I asked her to do something with me, she always had an excuse. I have a club meeting after school. I'm meeting up with a couple of friends. I have a paper to finish. Sorry. On the weekends, she started interning at my parents' company, and we spent no time together. But the perfect opportunity came on my 13th birthday when my parents gifted me tickets to an amazing space park and even arranged a hotel stay for me and Lola. I'd barely seen her at home lately, so the next day at school, I ran over to her at recess. Hey Lola, guess what we're doing on my birthday? We're going to Space World, and we'll have the whole weekend to ourselves. Woohoo! This weekend? I completely forgot it was your birthday. I'm going to a concert with my friends. What do you mean? It's my birthday. Well, we can do it another weekend. But how could you forget? If you won't come to Space World, then at least take me to the concert with you. No way, no toddlers allowed. Of course I'm not bringing her. We always spend our birthdays together, Lola. What's wrong with you? You've changed so much, and now, will you stop being a baby? The universe doesn't revolve around you. I have a life, and it doesn't have to include you all the time. Why can't you make friends of your own? You're being annoying. Lola had never spoken to me that way before, and I ran off before she could see my tears. I hid in the janitor's closet and was crying my eyes out when suddenly I jumped out of my skin. A boy from my class, Jamie, was sitting on a bucket and casually eating his lunch. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
I'm crying, can't you see?
I'm eating a sandwich. Can't you see? Do you want one?
This is really not a good sandwich.
Oh, I know that. And I have to eat 2 every day. My sister never eats her lunch because she hates it, and I don't want to hurt Mom's feelings.
But why are you hiding in the closet? Aren't you one of the cool skateboarding kids?
Yeah, but I like being alone sometimes. I have 3 older sisters and the youngest one who practically lives in my room. She's so annoying.
My house is almost empty and my sister's too busy for me. She's like you, I guess. She finds me annoying now.
Yeah, so how about you back off a bit? And dude, your house sounds like heaven.
Jamie and I became friends that day, and soon I started inviting him over. We play video games and have arm wrestling matches. He even taught me how to skate. And maybe he was right. I just needed to give Lola some space to fix things between us. Except they got so much worse. Over a few months, Lola changed into this person I no longer recognized. She suddenly ended the internship, saying she didn't want to work at my parents' company anymore. One day, I walked past her room to see that she'd torn down her Neil Armstrong poster and replaced it with Justin Bieber. She was never home for dinner because she was out with her friends, and even her grades began to suffer. Late one night in 9th grade, when my parents were away, I woke up to some sound and spotted Lola outside in the garden, kissing a strange boy. I sneaked out to get a closer look, but then they both climbed onto his bike and left. I hopped onto my bicycle and pedaled fast to keep up, and to my surprise, they ended up outside my parents' company and then started putting on ski masks and gloves. We don't have a lot of time. The security guards will be coming by in an hour. I'll get you into the system, and you have to make sure the software is completely wrecked, okay?
Are you sure about this?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, just checking. It'll only take me 30 minutes, babe.
Hold it. What do you think you're doing, Lola?
Kate, did you follow me here?
Yeah, and good thing I did. Are you insane?
Why are you planning on wrecking our parents' software? Your parents are not my parents, and there are things you won't understand. I'm not a kid anymore, so try me. You wouldn't believe me if I did, but trust me, your parents deserve this. After adopting you and raising you as their own kid? They only adopted me to be your companion. They were too busy to deal with you themselves, so they dumped you on me. That's what I am? A burden you got dumped with? I thought I was your sister, and you've been my everything. I've always looked up to you, and now I don't even know who you are. I didn't ask you to make me your role model, and you're right, you don't know me, and you don't even know your parents. What do you mean? Please, Lola, let's just go home and talk, okay? I'm not letting you into that building anyway. I'll call security myself this minute if you try. Lola looked furious, then took her boyfriend's hand and left with him. Feeling shaken, I was riding back on my bicycle when I missed a speed breaker and went flying. My head hit the ground and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the hospital with my parents, Lola, and Jamie in the room. Oh, thank God you're finally awake.
We still can't believe that you went cycling out alone so late at night. If Lola hadn't found you.
I looked over at Lola, sitting with her head hanging, and then she quietly left. I was discharged soon from the hospital, and I knew I just had to talk to Lola soon. But the next morning when I went to her room, she was gone. My parents reported her missing to the police, and they searched high and low, but it seemed like she'd just vanished. Mom, Dad, why do you think she was so mad at you guys? You must have some idea.
Sweetheart, we don't know, really. We'll find her, and whatever it is, we'll fix it.
But months went by with no news, and I almost gave up hope. I even shut out Jamie, and my grades were falling rapidly. I just wanted to know if my sister was okay. One rainy day, I was walking out of a coffee shop when I spotted a girl with red hair getting onto a bus, and she turned her face just a little. Lola! I started running after the bus, calling her name, but it just kept going faster. Suddenly, I slipped on a puddle and landed on the pavement. I looked up to see the bus getting smaller in the distance, and my heart broke all over again. Just then, someone helped me up. It was Jamie. He pulled me into a hug, and I cried like a baby.
The girl on the bus? That wasn't Lola. I got off that same bus, and I saw her too. It wasn't her.
Do you think Lola's okay?
Yeah, I think so. She's almost a grown-up, Kate. You can't find her because she doesn't want to be found yet. Till then, you can have all 4 of my sisters.
I started hanging out with Jamie again, and slowly I started getting better. By the time we graduated high school, we'd started dating. I began my degree in astrophysics because I still wanted to be an astronaut, just like Lola and I had dreamt. My parents asked me to visit them one weekend at their office, and when I entered, I was completely shocked to see Lola inside. She looked thinner, but as beautiful as always.
Kate, we were waiting for you to start. Lola is here because she's suing our company.
What? Why? Because your parents are responsible for what happened to my dad. What? When I started working as an intern here, I wanted to know more about Dad's accident at work. I looked into his records and realized that he'd been working 80 hours a week. Sometimes he'd work both day and night shifts. I'd hardly see him at home because you guys worked him so hard. You caused his heart attack. Lola, he never mentioned any medical condition in his records, and he requested to work overtime for extra money. It was his choice, but it's way beyond the legal limit, and you should have never allowed it. My parents stepped out of the room with their lawyer while my head was still spinning. When they returned moments later, my dad spoke.
We don't want to fight our daughter, and you're right, Lola. We never should have allowed that. We didn't realize the toll it might take on him. We'll pay whatever damages you've demanded, with our deepest apologies. And we can't replace your dad, but you will always have a family to come to if you want it.
Lola teared up and left the room wordlessly, and I followed. No, you don't get to do that again. You're gonna leave without even speaking to me? If only you talked before. I was so angry. I felt rage every time I thought about my dad and the life I never got to have with him. I don't want your parents' money. I just wanted to make them suffer, but I can see I've already done that. Maybe it was nobody's fault. Just come home, please. I can't, but I'll make plans to see you in a few days. I promise. And she kept her word when she met me at a cafe a week later with a beautiful red-haired baby. Is this Your daughter? Lola then told me that she'd moved to another town with her boyfriend, who she was still happily with, and she'd put herself through community college to study engineering and had also been working on the side. I was so driven to save up for a lawyer to fight your parents, and I've caused everyone so much pain. Most of all, you. I am so sorry. You were in pain yourself, Lola. Just come back and be an astronaut with me. I don't think that's my dream anymore, Kate. It hasn't been for a while, but I'm so proud that you're pursuing yours. And I'll be there to see you take off on a rocket, and I'll always be a part of your life. 4 years later, I'm on my first mission to space, and my big sister's face is the proudest.
Hi, my name is Cassia. For as long as I can remember, I was the shyest kid you've ever met. When I was little, I would hide behind my mother's dress when meeting new people. My first grade teacher thought I couldn't speak for a full year. My parents were so concerned that they took me to a child psychologist to try to get me to open up a little. What the doctor figured out that my parents couldn't is that I had a huge imagination. I wasn't good at talking to people, but when she read me a story, she could see my eyes light up. I loved stories of knights and princesses and epic quests, even a dragon or two. Then, everything changed when she put paper and pencil in front of me and asked me to write my own story. Soon, I had created a world of monsters and mazes and heroes who would say the things that I never could. My psychologist was absolutely stunned. She had never seen such an expansive imagination in someone so young. I had found my calling. The only problem was, I came from a very strict, old-fashioned family. My parents are both doctors, as are my grandparents. Our household was all science all the time. Not a lot of room for what my mom called silly kid stories. Throughout elementary and junior high school, they forced me to join sports teams and go to math camps to try and make me more sociable, but it didn't work. I had the writing bug. When my parents would go to bed, I would turn my flashlight on under my sheets and write my epic stories. A sword that speaks, a princess trapped in the underworld, a knight who is half monster. I never felt more alive than when I was writing my stories. One night, my nosy little brother came into my room while I was writing and discovered my stash of notebooks. He ran into my parents' room yelling that I had been making up stories in secret. They were not happy. The next night, they held a family meeting in our living room.
Silly stories are not a career. You have to learn somehow.
He took out my stack of notebooks and put them in the fire. I was so mad at him. I got up and left. I slammed my bedroom door hard. Flash forward a couple of years to high school. I hadn't written a word in a long time, but I was starting to come out of my shell a little bit. I was getting straight A's. I had some friends. I was even getting some attention from boys. That's when I met Ethan. Ethan and I sat next to each other in English class. I mostly kept my mouth shut during class discussion, but Ethan would say the smartest, most interesting things, and he had the dreamiest hair. The only problem was, my shyness was back and at an all-time high. On my first day of classes, he asked me what the date was. I was so flustered I couldn't even speak. September? I said. Real smooth, Cassia. Real smooth. How was I going to figure out how to talk to this guy? One day, I saw him after class signing up for something. As soon as he left, I crept up to see what it was. An audition for the school play. He's handsome, smart, and an actor? There could be an opportunity here. If we were in the same play, we'd be forced to talk to each other, and maybe he'd see that I'm not a total weirdo, but auditioning in front of people? I was going to need some help. I enlisted my friend Stacy, who was one of the most confident people I had ever met. She helped me choose a monologue and memorize it. She made me feel so comfortable. It felt like a breeze. But when the time came to audition and the adults were sitting behind the table, I opened my mouth and the words didn't come out. Oh no. It was the longest 5 minutes of my life, and the director was not impressed. To make matters worse, when I was leaving, Stacy walked right past me into the audition room. Why didn't she tell me she was auditioning? The following Monday, I checked the casting announcement. Ethan was cast as the lead, and Stacy was his romantic co-star. Oh my God, this could not get any worse. Then I looked for my name, all the way at the bottom. I was playing a serving maid with no lines. Some plan this was. So there I was at every rehearsal, watching my former best friend and my crush do romantic scenes together. Stacy was looking at me from the corner of her eye while touching Ethan and holding his hand. Ugh. So gross. She is terrible. To make matters worse, the play was really bad. The story was nonsense, and the dialogue was even worse, and I had to listen to it every day. One day, as I was leaving rehearsal, I overheard the director and his assistant arguing. They both agreed the script they had written was not working, but they couldn't agree on how to fix it. Just then, I had an idea. I walked up to them and told them that I could fix the play. They looked at me like I was out of my mind.
Why don't you leave this to the adults?
Said the director. I told them again that I knew how to fix the play, and I could prove it to them if they just gave me 24 hours. I told my parents I had a big chemistry exam the next day, and I had to study all night. They believed me, and I could see the proud look on their faces. That night, I wrote and wrote and worked until the early hours of the morning. I had rewritten the entire play. First thing in the morning, I dropped it on the director's desk. When I arrived at rehearsal after school, everyone was whispering to each other. Then the director got up in front of everyone and said,
"Today, we got an absolutely brilliant new draft of the play. I am amazed. I need to thank
you," I interrupted. "You did such a great job on the new draft of the script." I had just realized that if my parents found out I had written this play, I'd be permanently grounded. The director kept my secret, but privately told me what a great writer he thought I was. Wow! The play was a big hit with the entire school, and even though no one knew I had written it, I could hear how much they liked it. The only hard part was Ethan. I had put all my feelings about him into the script, and those lines were being read by Stacy of all people. The whole point of doing the play was to get close to Ethan, and now he felt further away than ever. And he was wonderful in the play. When he spoke my words, I felt like he was the only person who ever understood them, or understood me. My whole family came to see the play. After the show, my parents said they were glad I was getting more comfortable with speaking in public. Little did they know I had written my own lines for myself. I had kept the secret well, but I was tired of lying. "Mom, Dad, I wrote this play. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to write." They were furious with me.
"I should have never let you do this play. You're right back to writing these useless stories. For the rest of the school year, no friends and no going out. And when you are at home, you are studying your sciences."
I didn't care. I was tired of keeping my true self a secret. With my newfound confidence, I marched over to Ethan. "Hey, I just wanted you to know that I think you're really cool. Do you want to go out sometime?" He said, "Sorry, but I'm seeing Stacy." Stacy? I should have known. If only I had acted sooner. Soon I found out that Stacy had even told everyone in the cast that she had rewritten the play. What a liar. Did Ethan believe that? I was so mad. "How could you do this to me?" I asked Stacy later at school. "I thought we were friends." "You were never going to take credit for the play, and you were never going to make a move on Ethan. So I did. What are you going to do about it?" Oh my God, who did she think she was? So I decided to do something all right. For the next few months, I wrote and wrote and wrote. I was grounded, of course, but it's not like my parents could take away my computer. After a while, I had a polished draft of my new masterpiece play. I sent off my script and my essay to a handful of colleges across the country. A few months later, my friends were starting to receive their college admission letters. Where were my letters? I was cleaning the house one day when my mom's purse fell off the counter and a bunch of paper fell out. Inside, I found a letter from my top school in New York City. I opened it. I got in.
"Where did you find that?" my mom roared. "You are not supposed to see that."
Well, too late. That fall, I began my studies at a prestigious drama program in the heart of New York. My writing professor was a famous playwright who loved my writing. She challenged me to be a better writer and nurtured my talent. Near the end of my first year, I had a new play and was auditioning actors to be in it. Imagine my surprise when I saw who walked in. Ethan, my high school crush. Of course, he was perfect for the role. We spent the next month rehearsing and laughing and getting to know each other with the rest of the cast. He and Stacy had broken up. The opening night at the school was a big hit. After the show, a man walked up to me and told me he was a theater producer and asked if I had thought about moving my show to a bigger stage. This was all happening so fast. 1 year later, our show opened on Broadway. My family was there apologizing for not encouraging me.
I didn't see what a talent you are.
Your father and I hope you can forgive us. We're so proud of you. I forgave them and gave them a big hug. Life's too short anyway. At the end of the show, the whole cast made me get up and take a bow with them. Afterwards, Ethan asked if I wanted to go to dinner. Just the two of us. I definitely wasn't shy anymore.
Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened. Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words teen thief. Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please? To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. He gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were 2 really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinions stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked them both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god, I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes, they're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not, but that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie, and Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it, and what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
she confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on, charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. Hi, I'm Karina from Norway, and this is my story. I lived with my mom and dad as an only child, and as a little girl, I worshipped my mom.
For starters, she looked like Rapunzel with her long, lovely hair and flowing dresses. She also drove me to school in a Barbie pink convertible that made all my friends swoon with envy.
Look at her sparkly steering wheel. I wish I could marry her.
But Mom didn't feel the same way about me that I felt about her. In fact, she didn't seem to care for me at all. One time I had a hockey match, but Mom said she had the flu and couldn't come. And later on, Dad and I bumped into her at the mall. Dad was furious, but I defended Mom.
Hockey is boring. I get it. We'll get our nails done and I'll pay for it with my allowance. That way, you won't max out Dad's credit card again.
I never ended up winning Mom over though. And a year later, Dad left her and took me with him. We ended up backpacking all around Europe for 2 years, which was a blast. I never heard from Mom again, but I thought about her all the time. When I finally returned to Norway, I was 15 and transferred to a new school. I instantly became popular as this worldly kid who's traveled everywhere. But my favorite person of all my fans and friends was my new BFF, Freya. She was 3 years younger than me, but we were in the same class because she was a genius. So what do you say? You do my homework again, and I'll get you into another exclusive party? No one here wants a 12-year-old at their party. Why are you making friends with kids, Karina? Freya threw her backpack at the guy when he said that, and it hit him so hard he fell backwards. Freya may only be 12, but she's a force not to be messed with.
Thanks for that, bestie. It's been tough being the youngest kid in our class. You're the only friend I really have.
Well, friendship has no age limit, and I think you're super cool. One afternoon, Freya invited me over to her place for dinner. But when we arrived at her house, I couldn't believe where I was. Freya lived in a 6-story mansion with a gorgeous infinity pool. The butler even offered me cookies, but just as I bit into one, a woman came out to hug Freya. It took me 2 seconds to realize it was Mom.
Karina, are you okay?
Mom, can you bring my friend some water? You call her Mom? Karina, is that you?
You guys know each other?
She knows me from giving birth to me.
What? You said you didn't have any kids.
Wait, what? I felt my blood boil, but here just wasn't the place to start a scene. Mom looked uncomfortable and told Freya it was a long story and she needed to be alone. Obviously, I couldn't concentrate on homework, and Freya wouldn't stop apologizing and asking questions. I swear, Mom never mentioned you at all. She said she's been married, but never really had a family before. Okay, can you stop calling her Mom? And she has had a family before. So let me guess, she married your dad who's a billionaire?
Actually, my dad and I grew up poor. This is her mansion. She started a clothing line a couple of years ago, and it was super successful. From the second we moved in with her, she spoiled me rotten. We're really close, Karina. I wonder why she'd keep such a big secret.
I didn't know how to answer that. Instead, Freya and I were called to dinner, which apparently Mom helped prepare. Girls, I'm sorry. I needed a moment to myself, but I want to talk about it with both of you. And Freya, baby, I even helped make your favorite dish. I took a deep breath as Mom started apologizing and explaining herself. She said she wanted a fresh start with her new family, so she didn't bring up her past, which made me furious. I really do want to reconnect with you, Karina. You should come over more often. I'm so happy you and sweet Freya are friends. You know, I'm not feeling too well. My eyelashes hurt, and I want to be sure it's nothing serious. For some reason, I didn't want to confront Mom in front of Freya. I didn't want Freya knowing that Mom had never loved me the way she obviously loved her. When the weekend ended, I saw Freya at school and found out she was also mad at Mom, but Mom had bought Freya a brand new iPad to make it up to her. It still hurts that she lied, but I guess she had her reasons, and she's obviously trying to make it up to me. Yeah, hopefully she'll try and make it up to me too. As weeks passed, the tension just got worse between Freya and me. I even avoided going over to her house. Then one day, something happened that really set me over the edge. It was Freya's 13th birthday, and she begged me to come over for her birthday party. You don't have to talk to Mom if you're not comfortable. I just really want you there. After all, you're kind of my sister now, as well as my best friend. So I ended up agreeing. Freya's party turned out to be on a yacht, and it was actually pretty fun. Mom also seemed happy to see me, and that meant a lot. But later on, Freya and I were sitting on the balcony talking
when we hit a huge wave and fell backwards into the water. Mom immediately jumped in to save us, but to my shock, she swam to Freya and rescued her, while one of the yacht workers came to get me. A few hours later, Mom drove Freya and I back to their mansion, and I just lost it. I could have sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but you didn't care. You saved Freya instead of me. No, it's not like that. Karina, that's ridiculous. Someone else jumped in to save you right away. I just happened to get Freya first. Did you want her to sink? No, but that's not the point. I'm your real daughter, but you chose Freya's life over mine. The fact that you rescued her instead of me wasn't a coincidence. I'm getting out of here. With that, I opened the door to the car even though we were in the middle of the road. I bolted as fast as I could before Mom's car could chase me, and I didn't arrive home until 4 in the morning. The next couple of months, I stopped hanging out with Freya and made new friends who I partied with every night. I barely got any sleep or went to class, which really worried Dad. One evening, I was napping at home when Mom dropped by with Freya. Is Karina home? I need to talk to her. We're really worried about her. She's been shutting us out and partying. Freya, I know you mean well, but you both need to give Karina space. You two being around isn't good for her. I couldn't take it anymore. I started to cry and asked them all to sit down. There was something I'd been hiding. I'm sorry. I've been shutting you guys out. I was really mad at you last month, Mom, and I did something bad. I started dating someone I met at a party and I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, what? Karina, this is a joke, right? You're not actually pregnant? No, I really am pregnant. It's stupid and embarrassing, but I don't know what to do. Dad started crying and booked several doctor consultations, while Freya pestered me about who the baby's dad was. Finally, Mom asked to speak to me in another room. You know you can't keep this child. You won't be able to take proper care of it, and then you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Except that I'm not neglectful and heartless like you. If I decide to keep my baby, then I'll take good care of it. Mom didn't agree with me, but the next few weeks, something changed between us. Mom called me every morning to check how I was feeling, and whenever I was at school, Freya would bring me homemade soup that Mom made. She told me to remind you to take your vitamins every day. Also, Karina, how come we haven't met your boyfriend yet? He hasn't been coming to any of your doctor's appointments. Because I haven't told him yet. I don't even know if I'm keeping my kid yet or giving it up for adoption. I haven't seen the guy since I found out I was pregnant. We dated for 2 weeks, and then when I got the news, I ghosted him. You ghosted him? That's horrible. You need to invite him over for dinner and explain yourself. He has the right to know. I knew Freya was right. So that week, I texted the guy and told him to come over. His name was Philip, and he seemed nice. But I didn't know how he'd react when I told him everything. He came over Friday night when everyone was home. I don't even know why I agreed to this. I know we weren't serious or anything, but you didn't have to go radio silent on me, Karina. How about you hear her reasons before yelling at her? I told Philip everything in a panic, and he got super quiet. Oh my God, this is all my fault. Philip, stop. This is just as much my fault as it is yours. I'm not blaming you, but I still can't stick around for this. No, wait. Please, let's discuss this. There's nothing to discuss. Also, I'd recommend staying home from school for the next several months. Otherwise, everyone will be able to tell you're pregnant, and you'll be stuck with a horrible reputation. Philip, oh my God, I didn't even think about what the other kids at school would say. I've been covering up my baby bump with baggy clothes. Hey, don't worry. I'll homeschool you and everything will be okay. Mom stayed true to her word and set up the whole homeschooling program until a week before my due date. I was lying in bed when Mom invited me over. She led me to a back room, and when I stepped inside, my heart leapt into my throat. It was a giant nursery. The guest room is next door, except I want it to be your bedroom. I want you to move in with us, Karina. Wait, what? I've taken a leave of absence from my company. I've saved enough money to live off of because I want to help raise my grandchild. I know I've neglected you since you were little, but I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I wanted to get in touch years ago, but your dad told me not to mess with your life any more than I already have. And the reason I saved Freya first wasn't because I love her more than you. I just had to think quickly, and Freya just happened to be a little bit closer to the dock. I couldn't believe the words I was hearing. Then before I could say a word, Freya appeared behind me. For God's sake, Karina, just tell her already. I can't take this.
What? What are you talking about? I saw you putting this pregnancy patch on yesterday. You lied about being pregnant, Karina. You faked the whole thing. No, I don't understand. And I think I know why she did it too. She wanted to get your attention and steal you away from me because she was jealous of our relationship. Okay, it's true. I faked everything. And I paid Philip to lie too. We never dated. He's just a friend of a friend. I staged the whole thing to be closer to you, Mom. Mom was dead silent. Wow, I really hurt you, didn't I? I mean, I know I made mistakes, but the fact that you had to fake a pregnancy to get my attention, I really have been so awful to you. What if I've already done too much damage for us to make things right between us? I need some time. And then, Mom asked me to leave and sent Freya with me so she could be alone. Freya stayed at my house for 5 days, and neither Mom or Dad spoke to me. You know I never meant to hurt you, right? I just wanted Mom to love me the way she loved you. I get it, and I'm sorry I exposed you. I just don't understand why she had to forget about me to be closer to you. She's not perfect, Freya. It means a lot that she said she'd take a leave of absence from the company to help raise my kid, but I don't think I can ever fully forgive her for neglecting me all those years. Well, I think I know one thing that'll distract us. Freya and I watched MSA videos until our heads hurt, but I didn't care. I felt better already. Mom finally came to see us. I think I owe you both an apology. And for the record, Karina, I know I didn't deserve it, but I still want to have a relationship with you. Look, you're right that I crossed the line by faking something like a pregnancy. I know I went too far, maybe, but I understand why you did it. Karina, I still want you to move in with me. I still want to start over.
Yeah, I could use a big sister.
Thanks, guys, but I think I'm gonna have to pass. I love you, Mom, but I'm not ready to move in with you right now. Let's start by taking it slow.
Hello, I'm Laura from Denmark. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember much of my dad, but Mom always told me he was a horrible person. Apparently, when I was just a year old, he said one day he was going to buy milk, and he never came back. And since then, Mom really had issues trusting people. Like once when I was 4, Mom and I were in the elevator at a shopping mall, and there was a nice lady who kept smiling at me. And Mom freaked out. Why are you staring at my daughter? Because she's so adorable. Keep your eyes to yourself, lady.
Mommy, she didn't do anything.
You can't trust anyone these days. What if she wants to snatch you away? Although Mom was kinda boring and strict, she tried her best to give me a good life. She worked as a banker, and we lived in the same apartment building as my favorite Aunt Lily. Since Mom worked long hours, I'd stay with my aunt, who only worked night shifts at a restaurant. Aunt Lily and I looked a lot alike with our blonde hair and green eyes, and she adored me. I loved her too because she was so much fun. But her daughter Emma, who was my age, didn't seem to like me much. Maybe it was because I had better grades or was more athletic than her. Or maybe she hated that Aunt gave me so much attention. Once in 1st grade, our moms took us to a Mother's Day function in the neighborhood. There were so many fun activities like the mother-daughter sack race, but Mom complained that her leg was sore. So my aunt took turns racing with me and Emma. Emma was so slow, but I ended up winning the race with Aunt. When we received a gold medal for winning, Emma went ballistic and pulled it right off my neck.
This is mine because she's my mom. No, it's not. I won the race.
We both started fighting like crazy over the medal, and our moms had to separate us. It was an ongoing battle between me and my cousin, and she could be really evil when she got jealous. Like once in 4th grade, we were on our way to the hairdresser with Aunt when some lady stopped her and asked if I was her daughter. Emma looked at me angrily and then tripped me when I wasn't looking. At the salon, the hairdresser went to get her tools, and Aunt left us for a moment to go to the shop next door. Suddenly, Emma crept up from behind me and chopped off my long ponytail.
Now you look like a silly boy.
Emma, why would you do this?
Because my mom is my mom, and you need to stay away from her.
I pounced on her and pinned her down, and then I chopped off her hair too.
There, now we're even.
When my aunt and the hairdresser returned, they were shocked, and Aunt was scared to face my mom, since Mom always called her irresponsible.
Gosh, Lily, I can never trust you to do anything right. All I wanted was for her to have a fringe. This is a disaster.
It's okay, Mom. It'll grow back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Mom refused to hear my aunt out, and she left looking upset. Why did Mom always have to be so uptight? Aunt Lily understood me better than my mom. We liked the same jokes, movies, and many other things. And sometimes I wish that Emma had my mom and I had hers. Like once in 8th grade, I wanted to go to my classmate's party, but Mom flatly refused.
I don't know this girl or her family. How do I know what kind of people they are? And why is this party so late at night? No, you're not going.
But Aunt Lily spoke up for me. Come on, she's a good kid. You can't lock her up forever, you know? Let her go have some fun.
Okay, but if anything bad happens, it's your fault.
I was having an amazing time at the party until someone suddenly fell from the balcony. Luckily, the person ended up on the trampoline. But as she stood up, I saw to my horror that it was Mom. To make things worse, she got off the trampoline, lost her balance, and crashed straight into a food table. OMG, who are you? You lunatic! I'm gonna call the cops on you for breaking into my house.
Do I look like some criminal, you foolish girl? I'm Laura's mom.
Oh, there you are, sweetie. Mom, what are you doing here?
I was just checking if you were safe.
I was the laughingstock of my school after that, and Emma enjoyed every moment of it. When we were in 10th grade, I started noticing that Emma never went straight home after school. So one day, I decided to follow her. She went to the park and sat on a bench. And sometime later, a man wearing a cap turned up and sat next to her. What on earth was she up to? This guy looked really shady, and I had to do something. Emma? Laura, what are you doing here? I was just passing by and I saw you. What are you doing? Oh, please, Laura, you can't tell my mom about this. And then she revealed something shocking. The man was her father. I'd never met him before, but I knew Aunt hated him. Emma, your mom will be pissed if she finds out. I know. That's why you can't tell her. I tried to stay out of it, but I couldn't help noticing that Emma was acting weirder by the day. She was often sneaking out of classes and missing school. And one day when her bag was slightly open, I saw that she had a lot of food and some money inside. It looked like she was stealing from Aunt for her dad. I couldn't keep the secret anymore, so I ended up telling Mom.
Oh no, that's bad news. He's not a very nice person.
What do you mean?
He has a gambling problem. That's why Lily kicked him out. I must tell her about this.
Not just yet. Maybe I can stop her from seeing her dad. I'll talk to her. My cousin was stubborn, and I knew she wasn't going to listen to me. So the next day after school, I decided to get to the park before Emma. And luckily, her dad was already there. Listen, mister, I want you to leave Emma alone.
And who are you to tell me what to do?
I'm her family, and you have to stay away from her.
Sorry, no can do. She's my daughter, and if you try standing in my way, I'll come after you and your mother. I can make your lives miserable.
He looked really threatening, but I bravely stood my ground and told him I'd report him to the police. He looked at me furiously before he walked off. When I told Mom about what happened, she freaked out and insisted that we tell Aunt. But when we went to see Aunt Lily, we found her crying with a letter in her hand. Emma is gone. What do you mean, gone? Emma had written in her letter that she was going to live with her dad because she felt that my aunt loved me more. I was speechless because I didn't know that her jealousy towards me affected her so much. We went out searching for her and had no luck for weeks. One day I went over to cheer up Aunt Lily, but to my shock, she told me not to visit her anymore. But why?
You knew all this time that she was seeing her father, but you didn't tell me. And now I've lost my only child. Please, just go away.
It broke my heart that Aunt hated me now, but I had to give her some space. Months later, I came home from school one day and found a hair clip in the elevator that I knew belonged to my aunt. I decided to slip it under her door, but when I reached her floor, I saw Aunt in the corridor being robbed by a masked man. He pulled Aunt's bag and started running away, but I chased him and knocked him down. And when I pulled his mask off, I saw that it was Emma? Well done! You just saved your favorite aunt. Where would she be without you? Emma, I've been looking for you everywhere.
Look, if you want money, I'll just give it to you, but please, just stay.
Why should I? You already have your perfect daughter, and my dad loves me like you love her. She grabbed a handful of cash from Aunt's bag, threw it at her, and fled. Aunt and I just stood there in shock. And then she turned to me.
This is all your fault.
What? Aunt, can you please? But she walked off and slammed her door shut. And after a few weeks, she moved out for good without even telling us where. I was devastated, but Mom didn't seem to care.
Good riddance. I always felt she was a bad influence on you. And clearly she's a bad mother. She just had one child to raise and she couldn't even do that.
No, Mom. She raised 2. And she's amazing and understanding. And sometimes I wished she was my mom instead of you. I regretted my words instantly, but I couldn't take them back now. Even though I apologized to Mom later, our relationship was more awkward than ever. After completing school, I started college and found a part-time assistance job at a company so I could move out of my house. One morning as I was getting coffee, I saw Emma dressed in ragged clothes walking across the road, and I went after her. Emma! She looked shocked at first, and then to my surprise, she hugged me. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Laura. What happened to you? Soon after I started living with Dad, he stopped caring about me. I even dropped out of school because he wouldn't pay for it. Because I had to rush off to work, I gave her my address and the keys to my apartment and asked her to wait for me there. But when I got back home, all my things were gone. She had stolen everything from me, even some furniture and all my electronics. Since I hardly had anything at home, I decided to stay at Mom's for a few days.
I'm so glad to see you. You hardly even call.
I know, Mom. I get busy sometimes. I need to sleep over.
Sure, that would be lovely.
She cooked my favorite pasta, and I actually found myself enjoying my time with Mom. Somehow she just seemed lighter.
With you all grown up, I figured I didn't need to work so hard all the time. I joined a women's group, and we do so many fun things together. Also, I've learned so much talking to my new friends. I realized something. I've never made it clear enough that I think you're an amazing kid, Laura. I'm proud of you.
It felt good to hear Mom say that. I think you're a pretty good mom too, and I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise. I then told her about what happened with Emma, and she immediately called Aunt Lily. When Aunt Lily came over, I took her to the street where I'd met Emma, and when we got there I saw her again. But this time, she was dressed in nice clothes and was walking into a fancy restaurant. Gosh, she stole all my stuff and bought herself new clothes.
I'm sorry about what she did, but I have to see her.
When we walked up to her table, Emma looked shocked. Emma, please, don't go. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Can you guys please leave? I have a meeting with someone.
Oh, who do you have a meeting with? Another thief? What did you do with my stuff, witch?
Why were you so stupid to give me your keys? I sold your stuff and my dad has the money. So, too bad. You had a good family and you threw it all away to become a criminal. You people are not my family. My dad is. And I'm not a criminal, just street smart. Aunt tried her best to talk some sense into her, but she refused to listen. But just as Aunt and I were leaving, suddenly a rich-looking woman barged into the restaurant with cops and pointed straight at Emma.
There she is. She came to work for me as a secretary for 1 week and stole thousands of dollars. I have proof. Arrest her.
Aunt and I were horrified as the cops took Emma away, and we followed her to the police station. Emma tried to call her dad, but he wouldn't pick up. The cops looked for him, and it seemed like he'd just vanished. They realized he was the real criminal, and Emma was only his accomplice. But she was still given 6 months in prison. Aunt visited her every day, and one day she came to see me too. I'm sorry I blamed you all these years for Emma. It was wrong of me to place such a burden on you. It's okay, Aunt Lily. It's all in the past. After she got out, Emma went back to living with Aunt. I heard she'd started school again, and I was glad for her. Months later, I was sitting in my half-furnished apartment. The bell rang, and I found Emma outside. Hi. I have a surprise for you. When she took me outside, there was a truck full of all the stuff she stole from me. Wow! How did you manage to get it all back? Mom helped me get a part-time job, and I saved up for this. It was the least I could do for you. I'm really
really sorry that I was always jealous of you, Laura. And I took advantage of you when you were just trying to help me. I'll be better, I promise. I think you already are. Now help me get this stuff into my apartment. Hi, my name is Tara, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small village by my amazing single mom, who was a farmer. We didn't have a lot, but we were really happy. She was my best friend. Once when I was 5, Mom and I were at a funeral when suddenly I yelled, "Ew, Mom, did you just fart?" As I turned around to look, Mom turned red. Of course not. This child is so silly. I've never in my life. You're such a liar, Mom. I hear you do it all the time. Tara, stop it. Stinky liar, pants on fire. By now, everyone was roaring with laughter as Mom chased me around and I ran ahead singing, "She farted, she farted." I was in a lot of trouble later, but I realized something. I'd made people laugh, and I really enjoyed that. After that, I became the joker of the village. Mom thought I was hilarious too, as long as I wasn't joking about her. Once when I was 14, I'd taken my cows out for grazing in the fields when suddenly I saw a bird drop to the ground. I ran to it and saw that it was hurt. As I tried dressing its wound, 2 strange girls came running up to me. "Hey, cow dung, that bird is my prey, so back off." "Yeah, do what my boss said." "You hit this poor creature? Pick on someone your own size, witch." "Okay, you asked for it." And with that, she jumped on me and we broke into a fight. I kicked her in her stomach, and as she howled in pain, I ran to my cow and went back home. Soon after I got there, I realized the 2 had followed me. They started complaining to Mom that I'd beat them up. She started it. "Oh, you horrible girl. I think you burst my appendix." "Yeah, Auntie, I saw how your daughter kicked my boss. Wait, I'll show you." She took some steps back and ran straight to the mean girl, kicking her hard in the stomach. "Ow, you moron." "Boss, I'm sorry, so sorry." As the 2 ran out, Mom and I were laughing our heads off. What idiots. I found out later they were some city brats who'd come on a school trip to the village. Thank God I wouldn't be seeing them around again. A few days later, when I got back from school, I was surprised to see a big car outside our house. I stepped in to find a wealthy-looking man talking to Mom.
"The doctors think it's safe for Tara to move back to the city now. I can never thank you enough for taking care of my child."
Wait, what? What do you mean?
"Oh, Tara, how lovely and grown up you are."
Who are you? And what's going on? Mom? And what she said next turned my world upside down.
He's your real dad, Tara. And your real mom died soon after you were born. You had some mysterious disease, and the doctor said you had to be raised in the village till your teens. So your dad left you with me, and now he's here to take you.
You never thought of telling me this? And what am I? Another animal on your farm that you keep and give away whenever you like? I thought you were my mom.
I'm sorry, Tara, but you're not my real daughter. Your dad has been giving me money to take care of you, and now you must go with him.
Her words were a big blow to me. I had to leave, and I did with a heavy heart. But my dad seemed really nice, and I felt myself warming up to him. He dropped another bombshell on me, though. Apparently, I had a sister too. Her name was Rita, and she was a year older than me. A few hours later, I arrived at my new home in the city, which was a huge mansion. As Dad led me inside, he told a servant to go get my sister, and when she walked in, I nearly had a stroke. It was one of the girls I'd met in the village, the mean girl's minion. Cowdung, what are you doing here?
You two have met?
Yeah, I met Cowdung on a school trip. Why is she here, Dad?
Stop calling her that. Her name is Tara, and I told you I was getting your sister.
Yeah, but I thought you meant you were getting me a cute little puppy. Dad warned her to be nice to me, but the minute he left the room, she whipped out her phone and called the mean girl. Hello, boss. I've got some really gross news. Dad got me a sister, and it's Cowdung. Yeah, the same girl from the village. Okay, I'll keep reporting. Over and out. Gosh, of all the people in the world, I had to have this mad girl as my sister? It was summer break and school hadn't started yet. I thought I'd get to bond with Dad, but he wasn't around much. He was mostly away for work and would give us gifts when he returned.
But otherwise, it was just me and Rita at home, and I tried to avoid her as much as possible. A few weeks later, Dad hosted a grand dinner for some guests, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a party like that. Suddenly, Rita came running in with some things Dad got on his last trip.
Dad, your gifts are always so cheap. Why did you get me a calculator when I asked for a new cell phone? You wait till I steal yours.
A cell phone won't change your math grade from an F, but a calculator might help you get a D. Now go away and let me introduce Tara to everyone. Come here, love. Meet my daughter, guys. This one's really smart.
For the first time, I felt bad for Rita. Dad had basically just called her dumb in front of everyone. A week later, I joined Rita's school, and as soon as we entered the building, she ran to her boss, whose name was Diana. She smirked when she spotted me. Well, you turned out to be really lucky, didn't you? But don't think for a second that you actually belong here. You will always be the uncivilized monkey whose best friends are cows. That's a compliment because cows are amazing. And yes, I'm quite lucky and rich enough to have a private zoo for donkeys like you. The kids standing around us snickered and Diana looked furious. Apparently, lots of people in school didn't like her because she was mean, and they warmed up to me instantly. I made plenty of friends in no time because I could always make people laugh. Soon I found out about a stand-up comedy contest at school, and I immediately signed up. Just then, Rita came running and pushed me aside and wrote Diana's name on the sheet too. Jeez. The night before the show, I was rehearsing my script in my room when I noticed Rita peeking through the door. Hey, you can't steal my jokes for Diana.
As if she needs your jokes. She's gonna win anyway.
How can you be so sure? My cat told me. Cats are really good at predicting the future. Okay then, tell me something. Why do you like being Diana's minion? You're just as pretty and rich as she is.
Are you crazy?
Diana's so much prettier than me. Says who? Diana does. She's been saying that since we were kids, and she would never lie to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to practice my clapping for the show tomorrow. This girl was mental, but I'd started to realize that she wasn't evil like Diana, just really dumb. On the day of the contest, I gave my best on the stage and got quite a few laughs. And then it was Diana's turn. She stepped up in front of the mic and said, "Hello, judges. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I'm the most beautiful comedy queen of the school." Suddenly, Rita laughed out loud. Wow, very funny. Diana glared at her. Where was I? Yeah, so all my friends say I have the best sense of humor. Oh my God, what a joke. You're killing me, Diana. And she laughed so hard, she fell off her chair. Everybody started laughing too, and Diana looked super embarrassed. She screamed and jumped off the stage after Rita, who yelled, "What, boss? You told me to laugh!" But later, when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I ran home happily to tell Dad, but he wasn't home as usual. So I called him up. "Dad, you won't believe this. I got first place in the comedy contest. You should have seen how everyone laughed at..."
"Oh, that's great, honey."
"Yeah, it's... Dad? Hello? Can you hear me?" He just hung up the phone. At that moment, I really missed my mom. She would have been so proud of me. Probably not. She said I wasn't her daughter and made me leave. She wouldn't care either. As I was going to my room, I walked past Rita's room and saw her sitting on her bed, crying like a baby. "Hey, what's wrong? Can I sit here?" "Yeah, sit, but a little away from me because boss says cow dung stinks." "Oh, come on. Now tell me, why are you crying? It's about Diana, right?" "Yeah, I did what she told me to. I laughed at her jokes to make her win, but now she's mad at me. She didn't even post my video on her TikTok account today." "What video and what account?" She showed me Diana's TikTok account where she uploaded Rita's videos doing absurd things, like standing on a table and doing a stupid dance, jumping like a frog on the street, even acting like Diana's puppy in one video. What the freaking fish? Diana has been using my sister as a joke to get followers? Don't you see the problem with this, Rita? What? Diana is making me popular. Maybe I'll get so famous, I'll be cast in comedy movies one day. Rita was just watching the views on her videos and smiling. This Diana was a jerk. and I had to think of some way to teach her a lesson. And the very next day, I walked into the cafeteria with Rita, and we found Diana bragging loudly to a group of girls. This is your first time going to Europe? Loser. I've been there so many times. Actually, I was planning on seeing the fashion show in Paris this coming weekend, but my old grandma passed away last night. Ugh, just ruined my plans. And Rita started to wail. Oh my God, what? Granny died last night? But wait, I spoke to her this morning when I called your house. This doesn't make any sense. And she said you guys were going to the village on the weekend. As Diana's lie was caught and everyone started to laugh, she looked livid. You don't know anything because you're a complete moron. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Diana raised her hand to slap her, but I stepped in and pushed her back. Don't you dare touch my sister. Stay away from her, and you're not using her anymore for stupid videos or anything else, you black-hearted donkey. I knocked her down to the ground, and Rita jumped in too. While the two wrestled and screamed, I grabbed Diana's phone and deleted the TikTok account and all the videos. We got suspended for a few days for attacking Diana, but it was totally worth it. Dad wasn't mad at me when he found out, but he went totally bonkers on Rita. You already don't do much to make me proud, and now you've gotten yourself suspended? I don't know what I've done to deserve a dumb daughter like you. Rita went crying to her room, and I felt terrible. Later that evening, I decided I'd talk to Dad about not being so mean to her all the time. I went into his study, and he wasn't there, but I found his laptop open with an email from his lawyer that left me shook. The will left by Tara's mother cannot be changed. She is the sole heiress of all her mother's wealth, and you as the stepfather get nothing. We will have to find some other way to get a hold of that orphan's money. Wait, Dad was my stepdad? My mother had left me money, and he was trying to take it? Why are you snooping around? Can you explain this email, Dad? Or should I say, stepdad? Yeah, I'm not your father. Your mother left me for someone else and had you. But then they both died and the police left you with me because there was no one else. I left you in the village with some poor woman who wanted a child so badly. She didn't even take any money. I only brought you back because I needed you to sign some papers, but it looks like it's no use. So you can just go back to your idiot mother while I figure something out. And what about my money? You can't have it. Oh, yes, I can. And I will. What are you gonna do about it? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was pure evil. I ran upstairs and started packing my things. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I was leaving, I heard police sirens, and there were cops at the door to arrest Dad for theft and fraud. You called the police, Tara? No, I did. I heard everything you and Dad were talking about, Tara, and then I snuck down to his study and sent his emails to the police. How could you do this to your own father, Rita? Because you're a crook, and you're not a good father either. My whole life you've told me I'm stupid and not good enough. Well, I deserve better than you. Take him away. The cops took him away, and I turned to hug her tight. You're amazing, Rita. But you're still leaving me to go with your mom, right? No, I'm taking you with me. Mom said she took money to keep me, but I just knew in my heart that wasn't true. Your dad made her say that to make me leave with him. She's the most amazing mom, Rita, and she would love to have you too. Are you sure? 100%. Let's go! Hi, my name is Tiara, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. The first time Mom realized that I was really shy was when I was 4 years old and she took me to the amusement park. I was terrified. I just kept my eyes on my shoes and clung onto my mom's hand tight the whole time. You see, I just wasn't used to a lot of people, so I'd completely freak out around strangers. Once, when I was 5, I was busy taking down a cereal box from the shelf of a grocery store, and when I turned around, Mom was gone. I felt panic rise in my chest, and I started running down the aisle. Just then, a strange woman caught my hand. Hey, pretty girl, are you lost? What's your name? I stared at her in horror, completely speechless. Just then, I saw Mom running towards me, and I went flying into her arms.
The woman turned to Mom. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really hard having a mute child. Does she go to a special school?" Mom snapped at her to mind her own business, and we walked off quickly. But the next evening, when I went down for dinner, I saw a grumpy-looking man at the table, and I froze. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. I want you to get comfortable around new people. So I thought I'd introduce you to my very special friend." I was 5, not stupid. I knew he was her boyfriend. Did she seriously think bringing a boyfriend would help me with my shyness? Grumpy kept coming over every day, and I didn't get comfortable around him because he was a pain in the butt. Luckily, I caught him stealing money from Mom's bag one day, and she went ballistic and threw him out. I started school later that year, and Mom thought that would help me overcome my shyness, but it didn't. I was terrified on the first day, so the teacher allowed Mom to sit in class, and I felt much better. But when I was walking into class without her the next day, I immediately got hit by a paper ball in the face. It was Bridget, the meanest girl in class.
Yo, Mama's girl, who's gonna change your diaper now?
The title Mama's Girl stuck for a while, but after some bullying, Bridget and her minions got bored and I became invisible. Even though I had no friends, I didn't hate school because I really loved to learn. So I started spending all my free time in the library. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, I found a boy my age in my usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, but I felt shy, so I just sat down at the same table and gave him a smile. He smiled back, scribbled something on a notebook, and pushed it towards me.
"Hi, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you."
Was he shy like me and couldn't talk to strangers? I thought this note system was way cooler anyway. We exchanged notes all during recess, and it was the best time I'd ever had at school. One day, I followed the boy to his class, and all the kids welcomed me with waves and smiles. Wow, who were these angels? Just then the teacher came in and she started using her hands to make all sorts of signs. It looked so funny I started laughing. That's when she noticed me. "Sweetie, can you hear what I'm saying?" I nodded my head. "Then you're not supposed to be here." And that's when I realized that Ethan and all the other kids here were deaf, and this was a special class. It was really sad to go, but Ethan slipped me a note. "See you at the library tomorrow?" And I did. Every single day after that. We only ever hung out together in the library, though. I felt protective of Ethan and wanted to keep him out of Bridget's face. And finally, I had a best friend, but I never invited him home because Mom could be super embarrassing. Over the next few years, she had a string of stupid boyfriends at our place. She was also just always doing odd jobs, and we never seemed to have enough money. One day in 9th grade, I went to get lunch at the cafeteria and almost jumped back in shock to see Mom behind the counter. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Sweetie, I work here now." "Can you chit-chat with your lunch lady friend later, Tiara? I don't have all day." I turned around to see Bridget behind me, and as I started walking away, I suddenly heard her scream. "OMG, you stupid woman! You poured hot soup all over my new iPhone!" I turned around to see Mom looking red in the face and apologizing to that brat. "I'm so sorry. It's only my first day here." "Do you need a degree to be a lunch lady? Because you must have failed lunch lady school for sure. Show me your degree." I'd just had enough. "Didn't your nannies teach you any manners? She's working hard to serve lunch to hundreds of kids, and she made a mistake. Have some respect." Oh my, look who finally found a voice. "Who are you, Martin Luther King now? And why do you care about the dumb lunch lady? Is she your mom?" "Yeah, actually, she is." As everyone suddenly stared at me in silence, Bridget burst out laughing. "So, you're still a mama's girl? And now I get why you're so stupid." I was about to attack her, but just then I saw Ethan walking towards us with the principal.
"Bridget, how dare you talk to a staff member like that? That's a 3-day suspension. To my office, now."
As Bridget walked away looking furious, I knew I'd pay for it later. But standing up to her felt so good. Later that day, when we were hanging out, Ethan said, "You were awesome for standing up to that bully, and your mom seems nice. And you were awesome for calling the principal just in time. And well, Mom's a bit crazy. What's yours like?" And then Ethan told me that his mom had died when he was little, and his dad was a big businessman who was mostly away. He'd provided plenty of servants to take care of Ethan, but he never had much time for him. Sometimes
I think he must be disappointed to have someone like me as a son. That just broke my heart. I'd been waiting to surprise Ethan with the secret sign language lessons I'd been taking, but I couldn't wait any longer. I'm sure that's not true, Ethan, because you're the loveliest person I've ever met. He stared at me in complete surprise, and suddenly his face broke into a huge smile. Then he pulled me close and kissed me. We started going out, and after a few months, I finally decided to introduce him to Mom. The dinner went well, but when Ethan took the dishes to the kitchen, Mom turned to me. "What are you doing with that boy, Tiara?" "What do you mean, Mom?" "I mean, look at you. You're smart and beautiful. You could have any guy you want. Why would you choose someone who's deaf?" Her words made my blood boil. "Mom, would you like it if I was deaf and no one wanted to date me? But you're not deaf. He is. He's not good enough for my perfect girl." "Stop saying such awful things, Mom." "It's not like he can hear me, honey." Just then, to my horror, I turned to see Ethan standing in the doorway. He just looked at me once and left. I turned to Mom, furious. "He can read lips, Mom. That was cruel, and I couldn't care less about Ethan's hearing. It doesn't make him less kind or caring or smart. He's perfect, unlike the jerks you date." And with that, I stormed off to my room. Ethan wouldn't reply to any of my texts, and the next day at school, I looked for him everywhere. Eventually, I found him sitting alone on the bleachers outside. "Ethan, I'm so sorry about what Mom said." He shook my hand off angrily. "She's right, Tiara. You're perfect, and I'm not. I'm sure you've thought about that, too. Why else would you always keep our friendship a secret?" And with that, he walked off. But I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I ran to the art room and wrote something on a chart paper, and at recess, I went to the cafeteria and jumped onto the table. I felt really nervous as everyone's eyes turned to me, but I only had eyes for Ethan as I held up the chart. "Ethan, I love you more than chocolate cake. Will you do me the honor of being my prom date?" Ethan burst out laughing and ran to hug me. As we kissed, the whole cafeteria erupted into cheers and applause. The next day, when Ethan and I were leaving school, we suddenly got hit by paper balls. "Remember how you were such a little scaredy cat that you couldn't even speak, Tiara? And now you have a boyfriend just like yourself. He's only with you because there's something wrong with him, obviously." I was about to lash out at her when suddenly, a limousine stopped next to us and a well-dressed man came out. I was surprised when Ethan hugged him and told me he was his dad. Ethan's dad turned to me. "I haven't been around much, but Ethan told me all about you and how you've changed his life, and I just wanted to show you how grateful I am. Hey, you, give her the present." Just then, his bodyguard leapt forward and handed me a small box. When I opened it, I gasped. It was a diamond tennis bracelet. I can't accept this, sir." But Ethan's dad wouldn't hear a word and just left. As Ethan clipped the bracelet onto my wrist, I could see Bridget's open-mouthed face turning all shades of green, and that was truly priceless. After that day, Bridget was always trying to get close to Ethan. I'd often catch her trying to talk to him at recess or in the library, where she'd probably never set foot in her life before. On prom day, I was getting asked to dance by lots of guys, and Ethan smiled at me to go ahead. When I stopped to catch my breath and looked around for him, I spotted Bridget cozying up to Ethan. "I think you and I would make a really cute couple." "Oh, wait, you can't hear me? Let me show you how I feel about you." And with that, she grabbed his face and kissed him. Before I could pull her hair, Ethan had already pushed her aside and he looked really angry. And then Bridget went totally mental on him. "Seriously? You're rejecting me? You think I'd actually ever be interested in someone stupid and deaf like you? And I'd have to learn dumb signs to explain everything to you? I'd rather shoot myself in the head." By now, I'd walked over to her and given her a tight slap across the face, and everyone started booing her, so she left the prom. But someone did something even better. A girl had made a video of the entire scene and uploaded it online, and thousands of people were now calling out Bridget for bullying someone differently abled. And the best part? She was expelled from school, and a year after graduation, Ethan published a groundbreaking paper that got published in a very prestigious science journal. When it came out, he left a copy for me at the breakfast table. As my eyes fell on the first page, I started to cry. Dedicated to my best friend and the love of my life, Tiara, the girl who saw me when I was invisible. And that night when he came home, I had a little scrapbook I'd made waiting for him at the table. When he saw it, his eyes started to well up. Inside the scrapbook was every note we'd ever written to each other. Ever since that first day in the library, I'd saved them all. He turned to me and I went down on one knee. I knew you were someone special from the very first moment I saw you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Ethan. Will you marry me? He said yes and made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Months later, I invited Mom to the wedding and she did come. And she actually apologized to both me and Ethan. I thought life might be hard for you with a differently abled person, but I was wrong. I'm so happy to see how happy he makes you. And when we signed our vows, Mom almost ruined our perfect moment by crying the loudest. We have 2 lovely kids now who are perfectly fluent in sign language, of course. I hope having Ethan for a dad makes them even more compassionate towards anyone who is differently abled.
Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize, but every year his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town. It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again. My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me. I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since. Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other 2 weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college. You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day. I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house, and the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel. Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail. What? What do you mean they're going to jail? Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her. Louisa was such a pain. Isabel sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into the center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister? What? You're related to those thieves? Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear, and some days she just refuses to take her meds. Please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start.
Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning, when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this. Detention for a week. This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her pranks sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test.
Also, I should add that the winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes till the awful lunch lady ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem: my tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello? I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow, you're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it, and I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith, and I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave.
After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything.
Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes?
Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal.
Do you wish you could walk someday?
More than anything in the world. I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You want to hug him. You want to kiss him. You want to...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything, but to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, and he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than I was, and all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and
and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
Hi, my name is Farah and I'm from Egypt. Please like and subscribe. I was born in the wealthiest household in our town, and I was raised by my single mom, who I absolutely adored. Mom had an untreatable eye condition, and even with her special glasses, she could only see partly. But that wasn't Mom's biggest problem. Her biggest weakness was that she had a heart of gold, and she trusted everyone blindly. Like once when I was 6, I'd just come back from school when I found a woman in a wheelchair weeping in our garden, and Mom was crying too.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, this poor woman. She lost her house in a fire, and she can't even work because her leg got burnt. Go get my checkbook, honey.
I looked over at the woman as she quickly pulled down her skirt, and I instantly felt suspicious. I leapt forward and pulled her skirt back.
Her skin isn't burnt, Mom. That's Play-Doh. She's just making a fool out of you.
The woman suddenly leapt up from the wheelchair and ran at the speed of light. Growing up, I started noticing that many people tried to fool Mom because everyone in town knew about her eyesight and her soft heart. Well, they weren't getting away with it. Not on my watch. Life was going good. Till one day in 9th grade, I was running outside my house when suddenly I bumped straight into a woman and she fell down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you.
But she just pushed me aside and started walking to my house. Hey, why are you going to my house? I already said I'm sorry. There's no need to create a scene. But she just started banging on the door loudly and pushed the servant aside to let herself in. I was about to yell at her when suddenly Mom appeared in the hallway and the woman ran to her shouting,
Oh, my dear cousin. It's been so long since I've seen you.
Cousin? Jamel? Is that really you? Wow, we haven't met in a decade.
Yes, it's me. Oh, cousin, I've suffered so much since we last met. My husband divorced me, and I have no money. I've just recently moved here to look for work. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Jamel.
I can hire you as a cleaner and a cook if you want. And you must not waste money on rent. There's a small cottage in the backyard that's empty. Oh my God, what was Mom doing?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of being a burden on you.
Yes, that's right, you shouldn't.
But since you're insisting and I really care about you, I'll shift immediately to look after your home.
Once the woman left, I tried reasoning with Mom, but she insisted that she had to help her cousin. And before I knew it, she was moving in with her things. It turned out that she also had a daughter my age named Samar. Mom invited the two for dinner on their first day, and Samar just avoided making eye contact, and she wouldn't utter a word.
My poor baby, she's just been through so much. Her dad left without even saying goodbye to her, and she's really taken it to heart.
She did look quite sad, and I felt sorry for her. I tried talking to her a few times, but she'd always run off like a scared rabbit. Jamel Auntie started working at our house, and I had to admit, she was an excellent cook. She was really bossy and took over all the chores, but Mom didn't seem to mind. For some reason, she even seemed to enjoy Jamel Auntie's company, so I stayed quiet. A few days before the end of summer vacation, I was reading one of my new course books when I caught Samar staring at me, and Jamel Auntie suddenly spoke.
Oh, Farah, how lucky you are. I've always wanted to send Samar to a really good school, but it's never been possible. Things got so bad last year that I just took her out.
Samar isn't enrolled in school? Why didn't you say so before? I'll have her admitted to Farah's school first thing tomorrow.
Oh, you've already done so much for us.
Yes, Mom. I'm sure Samar can go to a good public school with Jamal Auntie's salary. But since you think of Samar like your own daughter, of course I can't say no. Ugh, this woman. I knew that she was just taking advantage of Mom, but I felt like a brat saying Mom shouldn't send Samar to my school, so I let it go. Maybe it would be good for her. All the way to school, Samar was silent, and I was sure she must be nervous. But when we entered the classroom, suddenly she tossed her bag onto a table, flipped her hair back, and climbed onto a chair.
Hey guys, you must all be wondering who the new pretty girl is, right? I'm Samar, and I can't wait to be friends with y'all. I stared at her in shock. What just happened to the scared, shy girl at home? I decided to confront her during recess, and I found her in the cafeteria sitting right next to frickin' Marwa. Marwa was the meanest girl in class and my biggest racing rival. And now she seemed to be Samar's best friend. I walked up to Samar, grabbed her arm, and dragged her off to a corner. Would you mind explaining your sudden transformation? Why have you been acting like a mouse at home all this time? Because I love acting, and I was playing the role of a sad, poor little girl. Fooled you, didn't I? You seem mental to me. And just stay away from Marwa. She's not a nice person. She's my biggest enemy. But she's not my enemy. And with that, she just turned around and left. I was still in shock. Who was this girl? Later that day during sports class, I was out on the racing track practicing for a big game when suddenly I slipped over some marbles and came crashing to the ground. That's when I spotted Marwa and her gang laughing their heads off. You're so pathetic, Marwa. Trying to get me out of the race so I can't beat you? Wow, you're such a genius. And yeah, all I care about is winning. I don't care how I do it. I felt so mad that I picked up a football lying nearby and threw it straight at her face. Suddenly, all the kids on the ground got divided into two teams, mine and Marwa's, and we started throwing balls at each other. And it made me so mad to see Samar attacking me the most enthusiastically. Such a snake! We were all called to the principal's office and got detention for a week. But when we got home and Mom asked Samar how her first day was, she just went back to her fake personality and only smiled and nodded silently. Oh my God! Stop doing that, you psycho! Go on, tell Mom how you're already friends with a bully. And Mom, she speaks just fine too. This is all acting. Samar's lips started to shake and she burst into tears. Farah, maybe you think my daughter isn't good enough to go to your school, but you don't have to treat her this way. She's been through a lot. Cut it out, Jamal Auntie. You must know the truth about her too. That's enough, Farah. I didn't raise you to be a bully. Look at the poor child. She's so upset. But Mom, not another word. Just go to your room, please. I stormed off, feeling furious. Did Mom have to be so blind? Having those two in my life was becoming almost unbearable. It was bad enough having Samar in my class, and at home, Jamal Auntie had started acting like she owned the place. Once I was sleeping late on the weekend, and suddenly someone pulled my bedsheet from under me, making me land on the floor. It was Jamal Auntie and Samar. What do you think you're doing? I have a load of laundry, and I can't wait for your highness any longer. Have you forgotten that you work here? Yeah, I do what I like. But one day, she went too far. Mom and I had gone out, and when we got back home, we found her shouting at my old nanny. Go away now. Shoo! I know you've just come begging for money. It doesn't grow on trees, you know. You poor people are like blood-sucking mosquitoes. I felt furious, and for once, Mom got really mad too. Jamel, she's Farah's old nanny, and she's always welcome here. You cannot turn away my guests and talk to them that way. I'm the mistress of this house, not you. And suddenly, Jamal Auntie fell down to the ground and started wailing loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. I'm the one who cooks for you. I clean your stinky toilets. I sweep, I mop, I wash your dirty undies. And you're talking to me this way? A poor widow who slaves all day long for you, your own cousin. I was sure Mom would kick her out now. But instead, Mom looked scared and she started apologizing to Aunt until she calmed down. Once she left, I turned to Mom angrily. Mom, are you crazy? Tell her to leave. Why are you putting up with this toxic woman? Farah, she's my cousin, and she is a poor widow. I can't just throw her out. And she's a really good worker, too. But she's ruling over our lives, Mom. So she's a little bossy and controlling. It's okay. I'll talk to her nicely when she's less upset. Unbelievable! I was still in a bad mood the next day, and I decided to blow off some steam by running. But when I got to the playground, suddenly a football hit me in the head out of nowhere.
Ow! Someone held out a hand to me and I looked up to see a boy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose.
When he saw that I was having trouble getting up, he suddenly swept me up in his arms. What do you think you're doing? Put me down.
I was just trying to help you.
I didn't ask for it. He put me down and I pushed him aside and walked away. What a weirdo. But after that day, I seemed to notice him everywhere, and he always seemed to be watching me. One day, I was putting my things in the locker when I caught him peeping at me from behind the wall. I got so annoyed that I went up to him and grabbed him by the collar. What do you want, weirdo? I've had enough of your stares. But just then, Marwa appeared with Samar out of nowhere and pushed me aside.
How dare you touch my cousin? Marwa, it's okay. It isn't her fault.
Cousin? He's your cousin? Yeah, he's Marwa's cousin and my close friend.
Your friend? Since when?
Now it makes sense why he's a creep. He's related to you, Marwa. Saying that, I walked off. I found out that his name was Ahmed, and he had recently joined our school as a senior. Now that I knew he was Marwa's cousin, I had all the more reason to avoid him completely. A few days later, our sports coach told us about a citywide running competition, and the winner had a chance to join the national team. Of course, I signed up immediately, and Marwa wasn't far behind, but I wasn't worried about her, just even more determined to win. I started preparing for it, and every time I was out on the track practicing, Ahmed would be watching me from behind the bleachers and cheering me on.
Yeah, go Farah, go! You're the fastest!
He didn't even seem to be bothered by the death glares Marwa and Samar gave him, but he still made me so angry that I wanted to punch him in the face. Why was this crazy guy cheering for me? We weren't even friends. One day, I completed my track in just 3 minutes, which was a record. The coach patted my back while Marwa looked defeated, Samar looked mad, and Ahmed just looked happy. He congratulated me, and I just couldn't stay mad at him anymore. We became friends, and I really liked his company. We hung out often after school, and I could talk to him for hours. He proved me wrong. He wasn't like his cousin at all. One day after watching a movie with Ahmed, I came home and walked into my room to find Samar there trying on my dresses. How dare you touch my clothes without even asking me? This home and everything in it is as much mine as it is yours. No, it's not. Your mom is a maid here and you're the maid's daughter, yet somehow your mom is completely under my mom's thumb. I wouldn't be surprised if one day you two end up cooking and cleaning for us. I know you two are evil snakes, and I will never let you take over my home. How can you stop us? You don't have anyone on your side. No, not even Ahmed. You think he's actually interested in you, Farah? Oh, I see the way you look at him, and you're just jealous that he doesn't even notice you. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and locked the door. I had to find a way to get rid of these two really soon, but I pushed all thoughts of them out of my head to focus on the competition, which was just 2 days away. On the day of the race, I was warming up at the venue when suddenly Ahmed came running to me, looking worried and breathless.
Farah, does Samar live at your house?
Yeah, she does. Why?
I just heard Samar telling Marwa that after you left, your moms had a big fight, and Samar's mom threw chili powder in your mom's eyes.
What? Without a second thought, I ran as fast as I could and went home. I was going to kill this woman. But when I got there, I saw through the window that Mom was peacefully watching TV. She seemed to be perfectly fine. Oh my God, Ahmed had lied to me to make me miss the competition? With angry tears flowing down my face, I went back to the venue, and the minute I spotted Ahmed, I slapped him hard in the face. So, all this time, you just pretended to be my friend so you could fool me? You lied to me about my mom so your cousin could win?
What? I didn't lie, Farah.
I just stormed off, refusing to hear another word. I'd always thought Mom was foolish for trusting people, and now I'd done just that. Trusting Marwa's cousin was a huge mistake. I found out that Marwa had won the competition, and I left there immediately. I couldn't bear to see her win the trophy. When I got home, I didn't feel like going inside and seeing anyone. I was sitting on the swing in my garden when I heard Samar behind me. It's so much fun to be surrounded by a bunch of fools. What are you talking about? I mean, why is everyone so stupid? It was so easy to make Ahmed believe the lie about your mom. And you were foolish enough to believe him too. What?
So he didn't make it up? It was you? Duh, you're as stupid as your mom. Now wait and watch as we take over your house, Farah. I think I could easily make my blind cousin sign it over to me one day. You're right, I have been stupid and blind, but not anymore. We all turned around to see Mom standing behind us, looking like an angry dragon. She slapped Jamal auntie hard and threatened to get a restraining order against her. Then she had the servants throw out their belongings immediately in the street. Mom hugged me tight and apologized for not believing me earlier. I forgave her instantly as I hugged her back. I was so glad to be rid of those evil creatures, and it was just me and Mom again. The next day I went to school and looked everywhere for Ahmed, and I finally found him sitting alone in the bleachers. I ran up to him and hugged him from behind. Oh, Ahmed, I'm so sorry. I know now that you never lied to me, and I should have trusted you. Please, forgive me. And suddenly, Ahmed put a finger on my lips and drew me close to kiss me. It felt amazing.
Did you read the news today?
No, why?
The competition got canceled. The judges found out that Marwa used some illegal energy booster and she was disqualified immediately. You have another shot at it, Farah.
I screamed with joy and kissed him again. And a week later, I participated in the competition and won. As I stood on the stage with the winner's trophy, my heart almost burst with joy seeing Mom and Ahmed cheering me on.
Did you know you have the superpower to change the character of a person? If you want to know how, you have to like and subscribe to this video, because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, I'm Annie. When I started basic school, I hardly ever talked to anyone. I was so shy and quiet that some of my classmates thought I was a dummy. My kindergarten teacher even told my parents to take me to a doctor and find out what was wrong with me. But Dad completely lost his temper with her.
Are you dumb? She is too beautiful for there to be anything wrong with her. Why don't you save your advice for some other real dumb kid?
But no matter what, my shyness just didn't go away. I didn't talk much to my classmates and they thought I was a snob. As if. Once when I was in the first grade, some of my classmates asked me to share my candy with them, but I just stared back at them and didn't reply.
Who do you think you are, you dumb girl? I said give us candy.
I didn't say a word and started walking away. They got angrier and circled me. Suddenly I opened my mouth and let out an ear-splitting scream. They were so shocked to actually hear my voice that they just stood there stupidly, and I managed to escape. But at home I was a completely different person. I was super chatty and an awesome storyteller. In fact, sometimes my parents begged me to stop talking because I was giving them headaches. Once I kept them awake all night telling them a story I had in my mind about some princess. And because I didn't know how to write well, they spent all night writing it for me. It ended up about 90 pages long.
I will do this every night, sweetheart. I can't believe I have such a beautiful daughter in my life.
Dad just worshipped me because I was pretty. Mom was different and loved me no matter what. I was still too shy to talk outside my home, but people never stopped trying to become friends with me. And I know why now. It's only because they thought I was cute. But I had to admit, I kind of liked it. When I was in the 3rd grade, one boy threw a piece of paper at me that said, "Your smile makes me happy, but your words make me happier. Can I hear them?" I blushed, and from that moment, I tried to talk more. So I made new friends and also started taking part in different school activities, but still without talking much. When I was in the 8th grade, my parents helped me publish my first short novel. But it was a failure and people didn't like it. I got sad. Dad didn't take it well and sued the publishers, saying it was their fault. But of course, he lost the case, and I decided to take a break from writing. Until one morning, when our class teacher walked into the classroom with a tall, athletic boy. It really looked like the boy wasn't too happy to join us. "Everyone, welcome your new classmate, Peter." Peter had a deep frown and a stupid smile at the same time. He had this funny Grinch face. The teacher told Peter to take a seat right next to me, and I gave him a friendly smile.
"That's the ugliest smile I've ever seen. Have you heard of toothpaste? I can buy it for you if you don't have money. You can pay me back, maybe with a kiss?"
Oh, wow. I was about to respond when the teacher started the lesson. It was a French lesson, and he looked completely blank. "Hey, do you need any help?"
From you? You don't look very smart, and I don't need help from a girl when I can use Google Translate on my phone, so buzz off. What a jerk. The next day when the teacher returned the assignments, Peter looked really angry to see a big F on his. What kind of dumb school is this? How can Google be wrong? I took a look at his paper and burst out laughing. That's not even French, you idiot. You translated the whole thing to Spanish. He crumpled up his assignment into a ball and threw it at my face, but I couldn't stop laughing. Boy, how could someone be this stupid? I figured out soon enough that Peter wasn't interested in learning or making friends. Eventually, the whole school realized that Peter was just interested in bullying others. Sometimes he would snatch students' lunch and threaten to beat them if they reported him. I was one of those unlucky students. But after the third time he did it, I reported him to the principal, and he was put in detention. When Peter returned from detention, he looked straight into my eyes. You are going to pay for this.
Well, you should know your limits. If you ever try to bother me again, I swear you will regret it, and I might even tell Dad.
Aw, Daddy's daughter, look at me. I'm so scared. Oh, Mommy, hug me.
Once he tried to knock my books out of my hands when suddenly a bunch of boys behind him came and said,
Dude, why are you being like this with a pretty girl like her?
Wait, what? So if I wasn't pretty, that would be okay?
Well, pretty girls deserve special treatment, you know? So now we're all here to stop him. He can't annoy pretty girls.
Well, thanks for your caring, but girls can defend themselves. And I pushed through them and left.
Told you guys, girls are crazy, especially the pretty ones. Now get lost, all of you, or else.
This Peter did whatever he wanted. It seemed he wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the principal. I really hated him. One rainy day, Peter came to school completely drenched, and it seemed like he'd fallen sick. He was shivering nonstop, and the principal said he'd call his parents to take him home. But to everyone's surprise, Peter screamed,
No, I'm fine. I don't want to go home. Please let me stay. You have to go home and rest. Pfft, no, I don't. I could run a marathon right now. Just some water and I'll be good to go.
With that, he picked up the glass with his trembling hands and suddenly dropped it all over my assignment. Later at recess, I found him huddled on the bleachers and he was hugging a worn-out teddy bear. Dude, is that a stuffed toy?
Don't insult Mr. Smith.
Oh, he has a name? Is he like your little baby? Is he adopted or did you give birth to him?
Shut up! Can't you leave me alone?
You're sick and you need to go home.
You look much prettier when you're quiet. Now stop acting like you care.
Ugh, why do you have to be like this? I'm trying to be nice.
Who asked you? Mind your own business.
As soon as he was fine, he went right back to being the jerk he always was. I started writing about him in my notebook. Peter was such an interesting person for a villain. I couldn't believe that having someone as horrible as him in my life was actually making me want to get back to writing. One day when I was leaving the cafeteria, Peter blocked my way and demanded that I give him my lunch. We're not in kindergarten, idiot, and I ate it. And I'm not afraid of you. Now shoo. As I walked past him, he suddenly pulled at my bag and everything spilled out. A couple of boys immediately ran over to help me and I gathered my stuff and left angrily. What an immature jerk. When I went home, I found out that my notebook was missing. I rushed straight to the locker the next morning and was going through all my stuff frantically when I heard Peter behind me.
Looking for this?
Give that back, you jerk! He threw it at me, giving me that stupid smile of his.
Got what I needed.
And with that, he walked away. I had no idea what he was up to, but I found out soon enough. Later that day, the whole school was gathered in the gym for a lecture on fire safety. As we stood waiting around for it to start, suddenly Peter jumped onto the stage and tapped the mic for everyone's attention.
While we are all gathered here to talk about our safety in school, I just want to say I don't feel safe at all. How can I when I have a stalker right here?
Oh, no. Just then, the large screen behind him flickered and images from my notebook showed up. As the sketches and the things I'd written about him flashed on the screen, I wanted to disappear.
And it's none other than the girl everyone adores, Annie. She's obsessed with me. Guess just 'cause you're pretty on the outside doesn't mean you can't be a total creep inside. So everyone be careful. You might wake up someday to find yourself a villain in her novel. She's cuckoo.
As everyone's eyes turned to me, I could feel panic rise in my chest.
But it's okay, sweetie. I can still be your boyfriend. Want to hang out sometime?
As I ran out of the gym, I turned around and said, "You're bad. I hate you." As I walked into the school the next day, my legs were trembling. I just stared down at my feet as I entered the classroom. The lesson started, and when the teacher asked me to read my essay out loud, I just looked down and shook my head. Just as everyone was leaving for the cafeteria, Peter hung back.
Hey, Annie, are you okay? If this is about the gym thing, Everyone knows it was just a harmless joke. I just stared at him silently with angry tears, and I threw my lunch at his face and walked out of the school. This time he didn't respond and looked a bit guilty. Peter didn't come to school the next few days. I don't know why, but I actually felt worried. One day he finally showed up. Hey, I still don't like you, but I made sure to make notes for you when you came back. And no, girls aren't dumb. We can be emotional sometimes, and that's something we're proud of. Just then, to my shock, Peter broke down and started to cry. Annie, I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm this way. I just act out because of things going on in my own life. Then he told me about his family, how his mother had passed away when he was 6 and he was left all by himself with his stepdad. He's mean and stupid and doesn't even take care of me. And one day when I'm old enough, I'm going to punch him in the face. I finally saw why Peter was like that. He was just a frustrated kid who needed help. Next day during lunch, Peter jumped on one of the tables and announced something. Everyone got quiet and listened to him. Hey everyone, I'm just here to apologize for everything I did to all of you. I still think some of you are weird and I don't like most of you, but that didn't give me the right to treat anyone like that. So, as they say in French, lo siento. Dude, that's Spanish. Just get down. Everyone burst into laughter and Peter gave me a hug. Thank you for lighting up my life. I promise I will become a better person. No, not really. Only under one condition. Make me the irresistible, handsome, great hero in your novel. Helping Peter become a better person is my greatest achievement. Now he is a medical doctor with a beautiful wife, and he named his child Annie after me. And me, I'm a writer now.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I fell in love with a monster. But before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Please support MSA in style. Our bottles and notebooks are perfect for teens on the go. Check them out in the description. I never really meant to fall in love at all. In fact, I was absolutely against it. I'd just gotten out of a bad relationship with my ex, who dated 5 girls behind my back, and when I confronted him about it, he had the nerve to blame me.
I just needed some attention, and you were never there.
I live 2 houses down from you. If you were lonely, you should have just come over or called.
That's too much work, and you know I hate talking on the phone, and hanging out at your house is so boring. My face is too pretty to be stuck inside all day. I was thinking maybe I can be your boyfriend on Fridays and I can date other people on Saturdays.
I dumped that idiot and tried dating other guys, but that didn't work out. It felt like I was kissing a bunch of frogs. They were either too stupid, too vain, or just plain jerks. On my 16th birthday, I decided to stay away from boys and focus on school instead. I had dreams of following in my parents' footsteps and becoming a famous architect. But then I met Sam, and he ruined my life. Sam was a star football player with a cocky attitude, and he walked around school like he owned the place. All the girls were in love with him, and boys acted like he was some kind of superhero. Sam sat next to me in science class, and every day he'd wink at me with this dumb grin on his face, but I ignored him. He wasn't my type. Anyway, one time during a science test, I caught Sam copying my answers. Hey, jerkface, stop cheating.
Get over yourself. I'm smarter than you. I dropped my pencil on the floor and I was picking it up. 3 of your answers are wrong anyway.
Yeah, right. You think I was born yesterday? Suddenly, the teacher popped up out of nowhere and started screaming like a maniac. She snatched our tests, gave us a big fat F, and sent us both straight to detention. I tried to tell her I was innocent, but she refused to listen. After detention, Sam caught up to me, and I was mad as a wet cat.
I'm really sorry.
Leave me alone. You've done enough damage.
I didn't mean to get us in trouble. I really did drop my pencil. I'll make it up to you, I swear.
I stormed off, but the next day, Sam convinced the teacher to let us work on a special project after school so we could get extra credit.
Sina, it's all good. I told you I'd make this right.
It's the least you could do. You're the one who got us into this mess.
I'll take that as a thank you. Besides, you're the lucky one. You get to spend time with me and my biceps.
He started flexing his muscles like he was in a bodybuilding competition. Then he pulled out his phone and took a selfie. Could you be any more self-absorbed?
Come on, I'm just joking. I'm actually really cool if you get to know me.
He gave me his number, winked at me, and then walked away. So annoying. Sam and I met after school to work on our project, and to my surprise, he was actually really smart. And I tried to fight it, but I started to develop a huge crush. Sam Sam had the most beautiful brown eyes, and every time he looked at me, my heart fluttered. One time, his finger brushed against mine, and I swear there was a spark. Before I knew it, we were holding hands, and we went from talking about atoms and electrons to kissing. And man, that kiss was amazing. After that, we were inseparable. We couldn't get enough of each other. We finished each other's sentences. Soon, we were madly in love. An epic love like you read about in fairy tales. Life was perfect, but then everything changed. Suddenly, Sam stopped meeting me after class. He stopped answering my texts and funny memes. I figured he was busy, so I gave him some space. Then I heard he quit the football team. I got really worried, so I asked him about it.
I'm fine. It's nothing.
No, it's not. You've been playing football your whole life. You've been obsessed with playing in college and going pro. You can't just quit.
You're not the boss of me. I do what I want.
He marched off without another word. After that, things got even worse. He started hanging out with a bad crowd and he totally changed. He didn't smile anymore or crack jokes like before. He was as cold as an iceberg. Every time I tried to talk to him, he was snappy and rude. Then one day, he stopped showing up in school. I went by his house, but it was empty with a for sale sign outside. I asked the neighbors what happened and they told me that Sam and his parents left in the middle of the night. I tried everything to reach Sam. I was so confused and worried. Then one day, he DM'd me from his Insta. He told me he wanted to break up, suggested that I move on with my life, and then blocked me. I was completely devastated. I couldn't imagine life without Sam, and I couldn't understand why he'd do this to me. I collapsed onto my bed and hid under the covers for days. My best friend Shelly came to my rescue. She brought me ice cream, chocolate cake, and we watched dozens of MSA videos. Slowly, I started to feel better, but every time I saw something that reminded me of Sam, I burst into tears. It's been 6 months. It's time for you to move on. But there's no me without Sam. We're two peas in a pod, two halves of one heart. I can't live with half a heart, Shelly. I'm only human. Shelly grabbed all my pictures and gifts from Sam and tossed them into a shoebox. What are you doing? I'm giving you your freedom back. Sam's long gone. It's time for you to move on. Shelly was right. They were just things, and they only made me sad. Shelly put all Sam's stuff in the fireplace. We burned them and roasted marshmallows. And slowly, things started getting better. I even graduated from high school at the top of my class. Shelly and I applied to our dream college, and we both got in. During our first week there, Shelly and I went to this cool college party, and this boy named Roger asked me to dance. I'm not much of a dancer.
I'm not either. Don't worry about it. Just follow my lead.
Roger pulled me to the dance floor, and we danced the night away. Though we both looked like a pair of crazy chickens stomping our feet and shaking our butts. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had so much fun. Roger wasn't the hottest boy around, but he certainly had confidence and charm.
One day you're gonna marry me.
I hardly know you. Plus, I'm happily single.
Not for long. I'm going to chase you, treat you like a princess, and soon you'll be in love with me.
After that, Roger went on a mission to capture my heart. He brought me a bouquet of daisies.
I saw them and thought of you.
But I was allergic and I broke out in hives. A week later, he tried to cook for me at his place. I think something's burning.
It's not burning. Everything's fine.
Then the kitchen caught fire. Every day, Roger tried something new to win my heart, and it started to get out of hand. He hung a banner from the roof of my dorm to wish me a happy birthday and almost fell off a ladder. He jumped on a stage at a nightclub to sing me a song and twisted his ankle. As I drove him to the emergency room, he asked me to be his girlfriend. Honestly, even though I didn't feel crazy sparks with him, it felt nice to be loved this way. He was a good guy, so I said yes. A couple years later, I got an internship to work at my family's business, and it was the best. I helped my parents design a state-of-the-art office building and land a huge new client. One morning before work, I stopped at a coffee shop for breakfast. I'd just taken a huge bite of my scone when I looked up and saw Sam walk through the front door. My heart nearly stopped. I felt a surge of emotion I hadn't felt in a while. And then he spotted me.
Natalie?
I gulped down my scone in a hurry, and suddenly I was choking. I jumped out of my seat and started flapping my arms around like a wild bird, banging into customers and knocking coffee all over the place. Then suddenly, Sam rushed toward me and performed the Heimlich maneuver, and I spat out my scone. As I gasped for air and backed away from him, I slipped on some spilled coffee, hit my head, and everything went black. I woke up in a hospital bed and saw Roger and Shelly staring down at me.
I'm so happy you're okay, Gumdrop. I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank goodness your friend Sam was there. The doctor said that he saved your life.
You met Sam? He was here at the hospital. He left 10 minutes ago.
Don't worry, Pumpkin. I invited him out to dinner tomorrow night. It's the least we could do. He saved your life.
Roger hugged me tight. I smiled and pretended to be cool, but my stomach started turning backflips. A couple of hours before dinner, I started freaking out. Shelly came over to calm me down. I can't do this. What's the big deal? You're over Sam, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? You've been with Roger for 2 years. I know, but when I saw Sam, all my feelings for him just don't even say it. That jerk broke your heart, remember? He didn't deserve you then, and he doesn't deserve you now. Shelley was right. Sam was a heartless snake, so he might have saved my life. But even monsters are nice at least one day out of the year, right? I didn't need to be nervous about this dinner. I was dating Roger, and he was 20 times better than Sam. So I put on my fanciest dress and spent an hour on my makeup. I was gonna show Sam what he was missing. When we got to the restaurant, I was surprised that Sam showed up with a girl named Tia, who he introduced as his girlfriend. She looked like a supermodel, but she had the IQ of a rock. When Roger told Sam we were applying to graduate school, she said,
"You don't need to go to graduate school to learn how to graduate." That's not... Listen, all you do is tell your dad to pay off a couple of teachers to give you an A. Then you walk across the stage like this.
Tia stood up and strutted up and down the restaurant, bumping into a waiter holding a tray of food, which was spilled all over her dress. The date was over after that, and I thought I was in the clear, but soon, Sam and Tia started showing up everywhere. I saw them at the coffee shop, Sam worked at my gym, and we both walked our dogs at the same park. And the worst thing was that Roger loved going on double dates with Tia and Sam, and I hated it. My blood boiled when I saw them holding hands. I wanted to scream when Sam kissed her, and I wanted to cry when I saw Sam smile and look at Tia the way he used to look at me. Then one day, I lost it. I called Sam and told him to meet me at a park on the other end of town where no one would see us.
Okay, what's with all the secrecy, Nat? I feel like we're in a spy movie.
I needed privacy.
Fine, we're alone. Just me and you. Reminds me of old times.
Sam stepped toward me, and my stupid heart fluttered. I hadn't been that close to him in years. I could smell his cologne, and it brought back so many beautiful memories. Then suddenly, blazing hot rage coursed through my veins. I hate you!
Look, I was in a bad place.
You made me fall in love with you, and then you broke my heart, and now that I finally moved on, you weaseled your way back into my life to hurt me again!
No, that's not what I'm doing.
You're a monster! Leave me alone! I never want to see you again! I broke into tears, ran to my car, and drove off. But when I got home, I saw Roger at my door.
What's wrong, Cupcake?
I told Roger that I didn't want to go on any double dates with Sam and Tia anymore. I just wanted to focus on us.
Of course, Sugar Bear. Whatever you want.
Then I kissed Roger, but all I could think about was Sam. When I pulled away, Roger had this strange look on his face. Then he got down on one knee.
I think I want to marry you. I don't have a ring, but I can get one right away. Just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it. I want it perfect, just like our love.
I was overwhelmed and speechless. I'm sorry, I have to go. I think I left the iron on. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? I rushed inside and shut the door behind me. That night, Roger sent me pictures of dozens of rings and wedding venues. All of them were amazing. And part of me started thinking that sealing the deal with Roger would just make me move on for good. Okay, this is madness. You can't marry Roger if you're still in love with Sam. But you said he didn't deserve me, and you're right. He just came back to hurt me. And what he did the first time, that is unforgivable. Actually, that's not true. I thought I wouldn't tell you because you were happy with Roger, but I can see that you're not, and I can't stay quiet anymore. What are you talking about? I've been volunteering at the hospital, and a few days ago, I spotted Sam leaving my uncle's examination room, who's an oncologist. I snuck in later and looked at Sam's file. My uncle caught me, and he was furious. But since I begged, he told me the whole story. Sam got really sick in high school. That's why he quit the football team. He was going through special treatment, but it wasn't working. So he and his parents moved away to enroll in a special treatment program. Now he's cured, but he still has to take medicines. I think Sam broke up with you because he didn't know if he was going to survive it, and he couldn't bear to see you hurt. That's why he was a jerk. He wanted you to forget about him and move on. My heart felt crushed hearing this. But he's moved on. He's dating Tia. They broke up yesterday. Now she's dating a movie star. They're Insta official. I have to talk to Sam. What about Roger? I went straight to Roger's house and told him that I couldn't marry him.
But why, Sugar Plum?
You deserve someone better than me. I gave away my whole heart to someone else a really long time ago, and I never really got it back. I'm so sorry. Roger burst into tears, but he appreciated that I told him the truth. I hopped in my car and drove to the gym where Sam worked and almost hit a truck as I swerved into the parking lot. I texted Sam and begged him to come outside.
I get it. You hate me. What else do you need to say?
I know what you did, and you're an idiot. A big, stupid idiot. Sam stared at me.
I'm sorry. I just didn't want to hurt you.
Well, you did that anyway. I didn't need you to protect me. True love fights and lasts through the good and the bad.
So what now?
I threw my arms around him and held on tight as he hugged me back. You never let me go.
I think I can do that.
When I was 5 years old, someone gifted me a 3,000-piece puzzle on my birthday. My parents thought it was too hard for me and put it away, but I snuck into their room when they were asleep and took it. I stayed up all night piecing it together, and when they saw it the next morning, they were totally amazed. "Laura, you're a genius! We're gonna send you to the best schools, the best classes! You're going to be the best child in the world!" In an instant, my life changed. My parents shifted us to a new city, got me into a fancy new school, and signed me up for 6 hours of tutoring daily. But the problem was that I had ADHD as a kid, and it was really tough for me to focus the way my mom wanted me to. Once, Mom even tried to give me pills to control my behavior. "You should take these, Laura. They will help you focus on your studies." "Okay, Mom." When she left, I threw the pills in the trash. What if she wanted to poison me? My mom made me hate studying, so I had no choice but to start sneaking out when my parents weren't looking. My little escapades were awesome. I got to play soccer with the other kids and eat all the junk food I liked. It was all going so well, until one day in the 2nd grade, when I snuck out to go to a soccer match. 2 big girls approached me on the street. "Hey you, give me your bag." "No way." One of the girls grabbed me while the other tried to pull my bag off my shoulder. Suddenly our neighbor spotted us. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girls ran off in a hurry, and the neighbor took my hand. "I'm taking you home to your parents, Missy." "Oh no, not my parents." When Mom saw me, her face turned red with anger. "What are you doing out, Laura?" Once she learned about the incident, she totally lost it. She took away all my toys and grounded me until further notice. "Until you can learn to be a grown-up, you're not going anywhere." I already don't go anywhere." Mom was about to slap me when Dad came between us and stopped her. "Such a rude kid." The next morning, Mom woke me up at 4 a.m. "You're going to learn self-defense with your dad every morning and night." "But Mom, it's not even morning yet." "You start now." I had no choice. He began to teach me kickboxing every morning and jujutsu every night. One day, I was heading to an advanced math exam. My mom had been grilling me about this paper for a year. She wanted me to rank number 1. I was on my way to the exam room when I suddenly spotted an adorable boy with glasses cornered by some bigger kids who were pushing him around. I knew I had to go in for my paper, but I couldn't ignore this. I ran in between them. "Hey, stop it." Is this little girl here to save Devin?" "This little girl will kick your big butt." I kicked one of the boys on his knee and he fell. When his friend ran to get me, I dodged him easily and pushed him away. The boy was totally stunned. "You're awesome." Suddenly, my teacher came out of the exam room. "Miss, this girl just attacked us. She's crazy." Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the principal's office. I already knew what would happen now. He called my parents. Mom came in like a raging bull. "You missed the exam? You beat someone up?" "Mom, they were bullying someone." "So what? Are you Mother Teresa or Wonder Woman? Mind your own business. How dare you ditch your exams like this?" "Dad, I did the right thing. You know that. Say something." I knew Dad agreed with me, but he was just too weak to say anything in front of Mom, who was acting like freaking Godzilla. She signed me up for a replacement exam in 3 months and told me to get to work. The next day, the boy I helped, Devin, came up to me and thanked me for saving him from the bullies. He thought I was amazing and asked me out on a date. My first date ever! And he was just so cute. Of course I said yes. Devin and I began dating, and I did everything I could to keep it secret from my parents. I got a secret phone with my savings to text him, and I'd sneak out every night to meet him. I started to think that life wasn't so bad after all. Until one day, Noah, the gorgeous soccer player from my school, came up to me during lunch. "Hey, go to the Blue Pearl Cafe at 5 p.m. Watch what happens." "What?" "Just do it. It's very important." With that, Noah walked away from me. That was so weird, but I decided to go anyway. When I reached the cafe, I saw Devin sitting there arm in arm with another girl. What? Devin kissed that girl right on the lips before she left. Oh my god! Devin! You cheater! The whole cafe turned to look at us, but I didn't care. Laura, what are you doing here? I'm dumping you! I walked forward, grabbed his plate, and dunked all his food over his head. Just then, another girl walked into the cafe. Devin? What's going on? I'm here for our date. Oh my god! I told the new girl the truth about him, and she grabbed some food from another table and chucked it right in Devin's face. Just then, the manager showed up and threw us all out of his cafe. I hope you rot in hell, Devin! And with that, I ran back to school. I was going to find Noah. He was practicing soccer with the school team. I pulled him aside and demanded that he tell me how he knew about Devin. I've seen him around with you, so I knew you were dating. But I saw him with other girls too. Why did you tell me? Because I kind of have a huge crush on you. You what? I'm not sure if you remember. We used to play soccer together before you stopped showing up for practice. I've always liked you, and I didn't like the idea of you dating that slime. Oh my god. Noah had a crush on me? I know it's kind of weird and sudden, but do you want to go out with me sometime? He was so stunning, and I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't get Devin out of my head. How could I ever trust a guy again? I had to turn Noah down. Maybe we can just play soccer, like old times. Yes, we can try that. I started playing, and it was the best fun I'd had in years. Everyone loved me and asked me to try out for the official soccer team. I cleared the tryouts easily, but I had to make sure my parents never found out about this. One day, after practice, Noah came to me with a whole bunch of roses and a couple of friends playing guitars. He asked me out on a date, again. Oh my god, you're dating Noah? I turned around to see Devin behind me, and he looked really mad. It's none of your business what I do with my life. Tell me the truth, Laura. Noah told you about my dates, didn't he? So what if he did? I always knew he liked you. He was always staring at you. Go away, Devin. Yeah, before we make you. The entire soccer team stared him down, and he had no choice but to back off and walk away. I turned to Noah and said, I'm sorry, Noah. I really like you, but I just can't trust someone so soon. That's okay, Laura. I get it. Come on, let's prep for the semifinals. The semifinals of our tournament went by like a breeze. We had trained hard, and our skill and teamwork were totally unmatched. When I scored that winning goal, I literally lost my mind. The thrill and joy was too much. I wrapped my arms around Noah and gave him a kiss right on his lips. The entire stadium began to hoot at us, but I didn't care one bit. Everything was perfect until I heard it. Laura! I jumped away from Noah and literally screamed in shock. Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? Devin called and he told us everything. You've been sneaking away every day to play this stupid game? My mom began to fight with me in front of hundreds of people. I had never been more humiliated in my life. You're grounded! Forever! Mom, the finals are tomorrow. Come on, honey. We can't make her miss that. Why not? She should be punished. She is a bad daughter. To my surprise, Dad finally put his foot down. He told my mom that I was an amazing daughter and that he'd had it with her bullying. My mom went purple with rage. Laura is playing tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love you, Dad. I hugged Dad. He'd finally accepted me. My mom refused to say one word to me from that day on. I won the soccer finals 6-0, and without our knowledge, a scout had come to watch the match. They picked me up, and I got a full sports scholarship for my undergrad degree. None of my other teammates got that offer, including Noah. He got into a good college, too, but it was thousands of miles away from me. You have to take this opportunity, Laura. You're going to be great. I loved him so much that I really tried to make it work long distance, but it just became too painful for us to keep missing each other. We had to end things, even though we still loved each other and were on excellent terms. My soccer career was thriving, and I was playing at the state level, topping every chart in the women's league. During a final match with Penn State, I fell and twisted my ankle so hard that I blacked out instantly. When I woke up, I was rushed to the hospital where the doctor told me in clear terms, you can walk and run if needed, but you can't play soccer ever again. My heart was broken, and it felt like my life was shattered. I went back home, and my dad consoled me and supported me. My mom made a few snide comments about how she was right, but Dad chased her away. I believe in you, Laura. We'll get through this together. I eventually started teaching self-defense and soccer classes for little kids in my city. It was good pay, and I really enjoyed working with children. One day, I got a text from Noah, and I flipped. I didn't realize we were in the same town now. He asked to meet me for dinner, and I was shaking. My jaw fell when I saw Noah. He was drop-dead gorgeous, just as the day I met him. He wasn't here alone. Some of our friends from the soccer team were here with their old guitars. Noah had 100 roses, and he gave them to me before he asked me to be with him again. And this time, I said yes, and jumped into his arms. He lifted me up in the air as I kissed him passionately. Noah and I started our lives together and eventually got married 3 years later. My dad attended, and my mom didn't, which was totally fine by me. A year after our marriage, I became pregnant with our first baby. The pregnancy itself was a breeze, but the delivery was tricky. There was a complication and I had to go into surgery, which really scared us all. Thankfully, both my daughter Claire and I made it. When I'd recovered, the doctor said, "I'm sorry, Laura. Getting pregnant again could be really dangerous for you. That complication would happen again." At first, I was heartbroken because I'd always wanted a big family. But once the grief passed, I said to Noah, "I'm grateful I have Claire, and I still want her to have siblings." We adopted 3 children after I had Claire. Claire absolutely fell in love with her siblings, and Noah and I got to give our 4 children a wonderful, loving home.
That's it. Today's the day I'm asking Liam out. I don't care what happens next. Liam was my crush since middle school, and I couldn't just sit around anymore. I had to do something about my feelings. He was one of the cutest guys and was really popular with the teachers. He had loads of friends. Wait, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Emily. Growing up, I was really shy and never really had any friends. I was awkward and clumsy and no good at any sports. But the only thing that I loved was technology. I was fascinated by machines. That day, with my best outfit on, I built up my courage, and when I noticed he was alone by his locker, I walked over to him. "Hi, Liam," I said with a shy voice. I watched him raise an eyebrow and look at me before closing his locker. "And you are?" he asked. "Emily. We've been in the same class since middle school." "Oh," he said. "What can I help you with?" I stuttered. I wanted to ask you if maybe you wanted to go out for dinner or a movie or something." His eyes widened, and not in a good way. "Oh, well," he looked around nervously. I can't. I am very busy. Studying, football, and I gotta go." And just like that, he literally sprinted away from me. How stupid can I be? I was so foolish to think that he would go out with me. I watched him run away, and feeling totally bummed out, I started walking to my next class when I stepped on something. It was a small black notebook. I picked it up and opened it. On the first page, I saw his name. I had found Liam's secret diary. Should I run after him and give it back, or should I keep it? I had the key to finding out more about him. I could find out what kind of girl he'd like and become that girl. I quickly slipped the diary in my backpack and ran to my next class. Throughout the day, all I could think of was what I would find in that little diary. I sat by my desk when I got home. I took a deep breath, made sure the door was closed, and opened the notebook. Liam's handwriting was not how I imagined it. It was very neat. I started with the first few pages. The entry started from when he joined our school a couple of years ago. I spent hours reading through. It was not as interesting as I expected. Stories about other girls, about football, stories about family and holidays, and regular stuff like that. However, some details kept showing up that made me think there was something more to this boy. Things like, one of my toes fell out today, and I lost a screw. And I wish this was easier sometimes and things were back to normal, kept cropping up. What? It was all very confusing. I couldn't stop thinking about it for the next few days. Some of the things Liam had said about parts and screws just made me so curious, and I was coming up with all sorts of crazy theories. I needed answers to figure out Liam's big secret, and to get those, I had a spy on him. On Saturday evening, I decided to go to his house. Luckily, he lived in the same neighborhood. He was having a party that night, so I knew the house was empty except for him. Loud music was blaring from a room on the second floor, so I knew where to look. I found a gardener's ladder at the back of the house and set it up under Liam's room. I climbed up and looked through the window. There he was, standing by a mirror, unscrewing something on his left ankle. To my shock, his ankle just snapped out of place. He fixed it, walked over to his closet, and opened it. It was the craziest thing I had ever seen. There was a whole collection of lower body metal parts. Liam was a robot, at least partly. It was truly shocking. Liam's secret was bigger than I thought. I suddenly felt the ladder wobble under my weight, and before I could do anything, everything just spun out of control, and I found myself crashing onto the grass below. I cried out in pain. I looked up and saw Liam staring down at me, absolutely furious. He moved away from the window and within seconds was storming towards me. "You are such a creep. What are you doing here?" "Liam, I have your diary. I took out his notebook from my pocket. He snatched it, looking shocked and angry. You had my diary and you read it, and now you're spying on me? Stay away from me. Liam, I know your secret now, I said, and honestly, I think it's pretty cool. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Get out of my house now, Liam yelled. Defeated, I turned around and left as fast as I could. When I went to school the next day, there was a commotion. Around me, people were whispering, and what they said shocked me. They say his legs are made of metal, a girl whispered. Do you think it's true? They look human to me. I was really confused and shocked. Liam's secret was out. You! His voice was angry and deep, almost vicious. You told everyone. My eyes widened. I tried to explain and tell him that I didn't say anything. He walked furiously towards me and said, You don't know what you did. I hate you. He blew out and left the school. I tried to contact him. I sent many messages apologizing. I wanted him to give me a chance to explain. It wasn't fair, but he never responded. As months passed, I could not get over that incident. I felt as if somehow I had betrayed Liam. I tried going out with other guys, but I couldn't stop thinking about Liam. I was never able to be with someone for more than a week because my heart was with Liam. The end of my senior year was not easy. Liam's secret was still the juiciest bit of gossip, and I felt haunted by it. Luckily for me, college came around sooner than I thought. I decided to major in robotics to keep my passion in technology alive. I could hardly believe my eyes when, upon entering my class, the first person I saw was Liam. I thought he had disappeared for good, but there he was, still looking as handsome as ever. And it was no surprise that he majored in robotics as well. I never tried to approach him or speak to him, and he always ignored me and always asked to change groups if we were paired together for projects. Part of him believed that it was me who had exposed him. I continued to keep my distance. Being so close to Liam every day was getting difficult for me. I started seeing this guy Kevin, who was also in our class, and had asked me out a few times. He seemed rather cocky, but I thought maybe I could get myself to like him if I tried hard enough. It was selfish of me, but maybe with him I could finally get over Liam and put him out of my life for good. It was Kevin's birthday, and he wanted to throw a grand party. During the party, I think he wanted to brag to his friends that he had a girlfriend and kept me wrapped around his finger all night. I was really uncomfortable, but didn't know what to do. I had enough. We were all dancing and he forcefully tried to kiss me. What the hell do you think you are doing? I yelled, pushing him away, and suddenly all eyes were on us. Kevin stared me down and I knew his look. It said, You are embarrassing me. He let out a fake laugh and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling me towards him roughly. What, am I not allowed to kiss my girlfriend? He asked, and his friends laughed with him. Leave her alone, Kevin. I turned around in surprise to see Liam standing behind us. What's your problem, dude? You're the one who kept asking me to ask Emily out. I was really confused when I heard that. Why would Liam do that? I saw him looking at me apologetically. Then he turned to Kevin. That's before I knew you were such a prick. Now let go of her. You're clearly making her uncomfortable. Kevin stepped towards Liam angrily as if to punch him. But before he could do anything, Liam gave him a big shove into the pool behind him. Everyone gasped. I stood there in shock for a few seconds and then ran out of the party. Emily, Liam called out to me when we were outside. What was all that about you asking Kevin to ask me out? I said to him angrily. I'm really sorry. I knew he was a bit of a jerk and I just wanted to get back at you for high school. I didn't know he would behave like this, though. It wasn't even me who let your secret out in high school. I cried out with tears pouring down my cheeks. He looked at me for the first time as if he believed me. It doesn't matter anymore. It's such a long time ago. I want to forget about that chapter in my life. I shouldn't have been so petty, Emily. I'm very sorry about Kevin, and I would really like to start over with you. I gave him a small smile, relieved that maybe he finally believed me and secretly happy that he wanted to even talk to me again. I had never stopped having feelings for him. It was difficult to face Kevin and the entire class after the party. However, I was more distracted by Liam and his sudden interest in me. I would find him staring at me during science class. I would find small notes with jokes on my desk from him, and when I read them, I realized he was looking at me, waiting for a smile or a laugh. Every football match, I would see his eyes raking the bleachers looking for me, especially with a big smile after every touchdown. Sometimes he would go out of his way to walk me to class, and sometimes get me coffee before school. As months passed, Liam and I got really close. We eventually realized we were in love with each other and finally started dating. Liam was a box full of secrets, someone who just wanted to live a normal life like any guy his age. And I suppose I made him feel normal. We were the perfect couple. But just as things were going smoothly, his legs malfunctioned. It was the middle of the night, and the wires that connected his ankles to the rest of the body sparked, which soon turned into a mess. He woke up screaming. His brain could not understand what was happening. He couldn't feel anything or touch anything, and his limbs were out of control. I knew I could not take him to the hospital. He didn't want his secret out in the open. I had no other choice but to fix him myself. I tried to remember how to connect all the wires correctly. It was a difficult task, especially since I was trying to keep him in a calm state at the same time. To my surprise, Liam's wiring was familiar to me. It was simple, very similar to one of the computers. Finally, after a few hours, I managed to fix the issue. Suddenly, Liam broke down, sobbing like a little kid. "Are you still in pain, Liam?" I asked, feeling really worried. "No, I'm not, thanks to you, Emily. I think I'm finally ready to tell you why I am this way." He told me that one day when he was 13, he snuck out of the house in his parents' car and took his little brother along with him for a ride. They ended up in a terrible car accident. He underwent many surgeries, but the doctors could not save his legs. That's why he had the metal ones. His little brother, however, had passed away. He felt so terribly guilty. It was all his fault. His parents forgave him completely because he was just a little kid himself. They all moved to a new town to try to get a fresh start and leave that terrible memory behind. But Liam had never been able to get rid of the shame. He wanted to keep his past a secret, and that's why he never wanted anyone to know about the accident or his legs. When his secret came out in school, he just had to leave. I wanted to know my crush's secrets all those years ago, but I never imagined anything so tragic. I could understand now why he had reacted the way he did back in high school. I comforted him and hugged him to sleep. His secret was safe with me. One morning, I rolled over in bed to find Liam wasn't there. I went downstairs and looked around. Suddenly, I noticed a folded paper on the table with my name on it. I opened it up and felt a wave of shock going through me as I read it. "I am going away for good. You're better off without someone like me. I will never be normal. I hope you find someone who really deserves you. Liam." How could this be happening? We had been so happy these past few days. We finally knew everything about each other. I tore up the note in despair. I had to find him and bring him back. For the next few weeks, I looked for him everywhere. I went absolutely crazy because I was madly in love with him. Liam was my life. I went to his parents' house. They had heard nothing from him in a while. I went to all of our friends. I went to every place we had ever hung out at. I was starting to lose my mind. I was wandering about the city at night like a madwoman, hoping desperately that I would bump into him in some dark alley, but it was no use. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, leaving me completely heartbroken. One day I woke up to find a note rolled up in a newspaper on the doorstep. It was from Liam. "Emily, stop looking for me and just move on with your life. I want you to be happy." He knew that I had been looking for him. That meant he had been spying on me all this time and knew what I was up to. This gave me an idea. Later that night, as I was walking down a street a few blocks from my house, a couple of thugs started following me. I broke into a run and they followed suit. One of them grabbed my bag while the other shoved me to the ground. Just as I was about to scream for help, I saw a tall, dark shadow behind the men. "Get away from her!" Liam shouted, running towards them. They immediately dropped my bag and ran off like scared little rabbits. Liam bent down next to me and took me in his arms. "Are you hurt?" I held on to him, sobbing. "I'm fine, Liam. I knew you would come if you thought I was in trouble." "Wait, what?" he asked. I explained to him that I had staged the whole thing. I knew he was spying on me, and the only way to make him turn up was to pretend that I was in danger. Liam shook his head, half amused and half angry. "So those goons are your friends? And I was thinking they ran away like that because of how scary I look," he said. "Oh, Liam, you can't ever leave me again. I thought I was going to go insane when I couldn't find you. I don't care if you're messed up. I can help you with your leg and I can help you deal with your past. Please don't break my heart. I can't live without you." My voice cracked as I tried to control my tears. "I thought things would be better for you if I went away," Liam replied, his eyes wet. "If I have to live without you, I'd rather not live at all." Liam pulled me close. "I can't survive without your love either. I thought I could, but I realized my mistake. I need you and want you in my life. Let's go home now." We have been living together for a year now, and Liam has made no attempt to escape again. I convinced him to see a therapist, and he has been feeling much better mentally. As for his leg, I'm pretty good at fixing him up.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it gonna be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day when I was in 2nd grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm gonna sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just gonna pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm gonna smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out. What are you doing here? Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down. I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here. Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away. Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm gonna tell the principal about you. The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile. Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked. After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction. No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me. Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him. Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress? As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me. Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone. I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me. I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that? Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me. What happened? Was that guy bothering you? I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire. What are you, nuts? Did you want to die? Suddenly my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself. Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt. Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile. I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check. This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness. What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina. What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad? Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay? Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me. Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left? No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't. Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes. What do you want to know about me, Marina? Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me? My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but... Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears, I love you, Marina. Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh. There was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you, and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend, and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen, and suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time? Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you. Oh, really? Then why did you leave, and what about those texts and pictures? What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything. What? What do you mean? That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there and I asked him to inform you. What? I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now. Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him? Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you. But those messages from your phone and those posts. I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you. You son of a witch. No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that. Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from California. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was born into a big, happy family, and growing up with 4 spunky older brothers was always a blast, and we ran into a lot of trouble. Like when we kicked the ball into our neighbor's window, and another time when we all fell into the pond and Mom thought slime monsters were invading the house. Yeah, we were all grounded, except for my younger sister Rose, the only odd one out who never joined us and only cared about her looks and her clothes.
Ugh, Hayden, I can't believe you dress like that. Why can't you wear a proper dress?
I can't believe you like those clothes. Look at this t-shirt.
It's large so I can get underarm ventilation, and I can stuff my face without veering my waist.
And these pants, they have pockets.
Here, want to see the frog I found? Eee!
Well, my brothers became super boring after they started high school. They got girlfriends and hobbies. Ugh, it's not like I need them to have fun. I can find my own friends. One day, when I was on my way home from school, I spotted some meanies hassling a puppy. Not under my watch. I grabbed a stick and rushed over to them screaming, but then I tripped on a stone and fell. They all started laughing at me, but I got back on my feet. Let that puppy go.
Or what? You'll fall on your face again?
Or I'll teach you a lesson.
Ew, we're shaking in our boots. An army of ants is coming our way.
That boy was my new neighbor, who was the same age as me, but half their size. And then the puppy bit the bully's hand, and the new boy rushed in and snatched the puppy away. He grabbed my arm, and we started running until we got away.
Wow, that was brave. I'm Rashid.
And you got there just in time. I'm Hayden. He adopted the puppy, and from that day on, Rashid and I became best friends, and everyone called us the Terrible Duo. But things changed the summer before high school when Rashid decided to visit his grandparents in India. Can't you stay home?
Aw, I'll text you every day, and then we'll be in the same class this year. Finally, we can sit together.
Without him, I was so bored that I even tried spending time with Rose. She pulled me out for shopping or a salon, which I never liked. She even dragged me to her ballet class. Ugh, all that pink tulle and that boring music. I was starving, so I searched for a vending machine and almost crashed into a girl doing a backflip. I peeked into the classroom and everyone was doing backflips and handstands, and the splits, they looked free, strong, and flexible. I wanted to be one of them, and that was my true calling. I caved in and trained every day, and by the end of the summer, I had already won 3 trophies at local competitions. I couldn't wait to show them to Rashid. On the first day of high school, I got in early to save us the best seats, but when I got in, someone was already there. Hey, can you? The guy looked at me, smiled, and...
Hey, Hayden, I missed you.
OMG, Rashid? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. He looks tall, and the glasses are gone, and wow, he's so... No, he's the same guy as before. Don't act all weird around him now. Every time Rashid looked at me, I felt myself blushing, and if we bumped into each other, my insides turned into a giant knot. I needed bug spray to kill all the butterflies flying around me, and I felt so jealous when I saw all those girls falling for him and fighting for his attention, though he dodged the swooning like a ninja dodging throwing stars. Ugh, I don't know what to do. What if he decides to date one of those girls? Try to give him some hints and see if he likes you back. So I decided to put Rashid to the test. I left my lunch at home, and he shared his with me, but then he did the same for my classmate the next day. And when it started raining, he also shared his umbrella with me and my sister. Why does he have to be so nice to everyone?
Ooh, I smell heart trouble. My sister has a crush on her best friend. How predictable. Unfortunately, he likes girly girls. Girls like me. You see,
sees you as one of his buddies. I was crushed. Not only did he not like me romantically, I wasn't even part of the competition. I liked the person in the mirror. I liked that I was strong enough to walk on my hands or that I could sleep more in the morning because I wore no makeup. And then I decided that if Rashid liked those girls, I could be one. And like Cinderella, I just needed a fairy godmother to help me with the transformation. Or rather, will you give me a makeover, sis? OMG, I thought you'd never ask. I would love to. And you need to learn that Puma and Adidas are not the same brands. Well, leave it to me. I'll take care of your closet. Suddenly, Rose turned into a whirlwind. She plopped me in front of the mirror, pulled out brushes and paint, stuffed me into tight clothes, and gave me the highest heels to wear. Are you sure about these? Maybe I can still wear my sneakers. Do you want to catch a boy or not? I was shocked. Was that even me? Rose had certainly transformed me, but I wasn't sure it was for the better. It's okay, Hayden. Think of this as an undercover mission. I thought being a girly girl would be a breeze. Boy, was I wrong. I had to do this awkward, clumsy walk because of that dress. And of course, I missed the bus and got to school late. As if that wasn't bad enough, when I walked into the class, my dress tangled on my feet and I stumbled, but thankfully Rashid was there.
Oh, Hayden, you look...
Magnificent, majestic, breathtaking?
You've got lipstick on your teeth. I didn't know you were into makeup.
Well, you know, of course I'm into makeup. I'm a girl, no?
Okay, let me help you with that backpack.
It worked. Rashid had never offered to carry my books before, but every day I got into a new accident. Once I sneezed while putting on mascara, and I drew a line all across my face. Another time, I found a fake nail in my lunch and almost swallowed it. No matter what I did, it felt like we were growing distant. Rashid was treating me more like a girly girl and less like a friend. No more games of basketball or all-you-can-eat buffet lunches on Saturdays, but I'm still the same person. I can stuff my face even if I wear a tight shirt, right? Luckily, I still had my gymnastics practice where I could burn out my frustration. I trained so hard that I was ready for the regional competition by the end of the year.
Congratulations! I'll come and cheer you on.
Perfect. I'll tell him about my feelings there. With Rashid cheering me on from the stands, I felt like I could do anything. And soon enough, I won first place. It was such an exciting moment. Even a scout stopped to watch.
I run a prestigious academy for stunt actors. You've got the looks and you've got the moves. If you want to make it in Hollywood, give me a call. It's never too early to start.
I wanted to run to Rashid to talk, but I was a disgusting sweat fountain. Plus, I needed the time to rehearse the speech I had prepared with the help of Rose for him. So I snuck into the storage room. Hey, I know we started as friends, but since last summer, I started to like you, you know? I won today because you're here. Brian! OMG, you scared me! Brian was one of my teammates, just a couple of years older than me.
Sorry. I just needed to put these away.
Sure, I was leaving anyway. Oh gosh, what if he heard? This is so embarrassing. Brian had said nothing, so I hurried to get changed and do my makeup perfectly. Wow, look at you. You're really girly now. Just Rashid's type, right? But when I came out of the changing room, Rashid wasn't there. I texted him and he replied coldly.
Sorry, something came up. I couldn't wait.
That's disappointing.
Hey, do you need a ride home?
I turned. Brian was waving at me, and for the first time, I noticed how cute he was. He was leaning against a nice sports car. I could wait for the bus, but I was sad and I didn't want to go home alone. Well, thank you. We spent the ride home talking about gymnastics, and by the end of the trip, Brian had asked for my number.
I like this new style, by the way. You'll look even better with long hair.
Ugh, long hair is such a chore, but I guess that's what guys like. From that day on, Brian started texting me, and soon he asked me out on a date. I still liked Rashid best, but he had barely spoken to me since the gymnastics competition. It was clear he wasn't interested. I might as well go out with someone who appreciates me. Brian had booked a super fancy restaurant. I wore my high heels, and I even borrowed a wig from Rose to complete the look. When I walked into the room, I felt everyone looking at me with awe.
You look stunning. All the boys here are jealous that you're my date.
Wow, this is what being a girly girl looks like? Everyone is always staring at you? Brian was impressed, and we started chatting about ourselves. Brian already had his life figured out. He would work for his father's company.
And what about you?
I don't know. I might consider this stunt acting gig. I'd get to kick butt for a living.
Aren't those film stunts too dangerous for a girl?
What? How could you say? Just then, the fire alarm rang, and a fire started erupting from the kitchen. Everyone started running toward the exit, but I heard a cry and turned around. An old lady had fallen, and nobody had noticed. But with my high heels and tight skirt, I couldn't run. So I took off the shoes and ripped the dress and rushed to help the lady up. We made it out just in time, and nobody was hurt.
I can't believe you rushed back like that. Thank God you made it out, but you look like a proper fright.
Well, I wouldn't have had to rip my clothes if I wore my old t-shirt and sneakers. Of course I look a fright. I just ran into a building on fire.
Oh, wait. Please don't sit in the car. You see that ash on you? Ugh, let me call you a cab.
You know what? I'll get it myself. We're done.
But you like me. That letter.
That wasn't for you, jerk. And you know what? You were my biggest mistake. I left. And with the fire, all the cabs were stuck in traffic. So I decided to walk home. And after a short while, it started to rain. I was miserable, dirty, and wearing no shoes. So when I saw the diner where Rashid and I always went, I walked in to wait out the rain. But as I stepped in, I froze. Rashid was there with his friends.
Hayden, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a bit. Well, I was going home, but I couldn't get a cab.
I'll take you.
But I'm all dirty. What about your car? He didn't care about his car, and he drove me home. Around him, my heart fluttered. My feelings for him rushed back like they'd never gone, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. Hey, so that day at the competition, I wanted to tell you that since last summer, I started to like you.
Wow, you really have changed. I didn't think you were the type of girl who jumps from one boy to the next.
What? You mean Brian? I only went out with him because you kept ignoring me. You're the one I've liked for a long time.
Sure, well I don't. Bye, Hayden.
Rashid drove away, and I felt devastated and humiliated. When I walked in, I saw Rose. I hugged her and told her everything. I'm sorry. I feel like this is partially my fault. I actually don't know what kind of girl Rashid likes, but I lied so we could spend more time together and share everything like sisters do. You're the only sister I have, but you were always hanging out with our brothers. I was stunned that my sister lied to me, but I understand her. It wasn't all her fault. That same night, I called the Stunt Academy director. I'd like to accept your offer, but I want to move in immediately. Rashid texted me after I started going to the academy, but I ignored him and even blocked him. One rejection is enough, thank you. The classes at the academy were intense. I was learning the most amazing moves and killing it as a stunt girl on big sets. Who needed Rashid when I had my passion and talent to keep me going? I also abandoned the heels and skirt and went back to my style. No one cares what you wear if you can jump from a moving helicopter. Years later, I was at the premiere of my latest film when I saw Rashid as one of the waiters. He was even more handsome than before. Forget him. He rejected you. You're not even friends anymore. But everywhere I turned, he was there. And finally, he cornered me at the buffet table. What are you doing here? And when did you become a waiter?
I tried to get into your premiere, but all the tickets were sold out. So I sent flowers, but you weren't interested. So I had to dress up as a waiter and sneak in.
Whatever.
Hayden, please stop running. Talk to me. At least let me explain.
You were very clear the first time.
Look, when we were at the competition, I overheard your confession, and I saw Brian, so I thought it was for him. When you confessed to me, it kind of made me feel like I was your backup plan. It made me pretty mad because I had a crush on you. And later, I got to know the truth from Brian, and I felt too guilty. I tried to reach you, but you blocked me.
Wait, you had a crush?
Yeah, since we met. After you started dressing more girly, I got really confused because I liked you the way you were.
So I didn't need to change for you?
Absolutely not. You were perfect, and I never stopped liking you.
I couldn't believe it. All these years, I could have been with Rashid, and it was all because of a stupid misunderstanding. Well, it was clear now what I needed to do. I spun on my heels and perfectly landed into Rashid's arms in the perfect position to kiss him. I never stopped liking you either. Let's get the camera rolling. One day, someone knocked on our door and Mom opened it. Ma'am, please hurry up. Your daughter got into a fight with 3 girls and they're hurt very badly. Mom ran really fast to the store where she saw everything was a mess, like a tornado had swept through. Maggie! Maggie, where are you? Just then, she saw 3 huge men holding a teenage girl kicking and screaming. They were trying to calm her down, but it wasn't working. But when the girl saw her mom, she ran to hug her.
Ma'am, she attacked 3 girls. I think they're her classmates. The girls were taken to the hospital. One of them is in serious condition.
Mom, don't listen to him. I'm your good girl. And the girl they were talking about is me. I hugged Mom again and held on to her as I pulled a switchblade out of my pocket, aimed it at a rice bag, and hit it at the perfect angle to tip it over. The bag fell on the man's head, and he collapsed. Mom turned around as he fell to the ground. Oh dear, that poor man. Don't worry, Mom. He just got tired from standing up all day. Then Mom gave me the strangest look. Who are you, young lady? I'm your only child, your husband went missing, and you have no one. It's only me. Don't worry if you're not understanding what's going on. I'll explain it to you later. Let's pray those girls are dead by now. No. The girls are dead? No, not dead. I meant bed. I hope they're in bed by now, resting. They're fine, I swear. Then Mom burst into tears. I tried everything to calm her down, but she wouldn't stop crying. I slipped the big security guard a $100 bill and asked if he could give us a ride home. We walked out of the store, and then I realized we were surrounded by the bad guys. Yep, this mission was a disaster. I'm Maggie, and let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Before I met Mom, I lived in an orphanage in a small town. I was pretty quiet and kept to myself, but I loved playing in the sandbox. I could build anything if I saw a picture of it first. I built sand castles, sand rockets, sand airplanes, and I even sculpted my favorite teacher. My sand sculptures were so cool, they got lots of attention. The newspaper even came to take my picture once. One day when I was 9, I'd been making a complicated new sandcastle for hours when 3 of the biggest bullies walked up to me. Your stupid sandcastle is in my way, weirdo. Move it or else.
There's plenty of room and I can't move it, dummy. Plus, I was here first.
The bully got really mad, then he and his friends smashed my sandcastle to pieces. Tell anyone and we'll smash your face too. I cried like a baby, and I even told the nuns in the orphanage, but the bullies just denied it. That night, I watched a martial arts movie about a man that fought a dozen bad guys and beat them to a pulp. The next morning, as I was building another castle, the bullies came up to me and tried to push me around, but then I thought about the martial arts movie, and I suddenly started kicking and punching like a ninja. I gave 2 of the bullies a black eye and punched the big one in the nose. They ran off crying to the nuns.
She's a maniac. She's out of control.
The nuns didn't even listen to my side of the story and grounded me for a month. I was so angry I could scream. Then the best thing happened. This strange couple, we'll call them Mr. and Mrs. X, adopted me. They flew me to America on a private jet and moved me into a huge mansion. But when I walked through the doors, I learned that Mr. and Mrs. X had adopted another girl my age named Grace, and that wasn't even the craziest part. During the day, Mr. and Mrs. X worked as executives at a huge security company to pay the bills, but at night, they were vigilantes fighting for justice. Grace and I started training for the secret family business on our very first day. Grace also had a special set of skills like me. Before she met Mr. and Mrs. X, she lived with a magician, so she knew a ton of magic tricks, and she could appear and disappear with the snap of a finger. Yeah, it was kind of creepy. Mr. and Mrs. X played us a couple scenes from a boxing movie on TV, then threw us into a boxing ring. I didn't want to hurt Grace. She seemed really sweet. Do we have to fight each other? Whoever wins gets $500. And the biggest room. The next thing I knew, Grace's fist came flying at my face, and I landed flat on my back.
Hey, that's cheating. I wasn't ready. Too bad, loser. Are you gonna cry or get up and fight?
Then Grace kicked me. I jumped to my feet, and we fought like a couple of wild dogs. I used my ninja skills to pin her to the ground. After that, Grace and I spent our days learning new skills, like picking locks, driving getaway cars, and swinging from tall buildings. By the time we were 15, every night, Mr. and Mrs. X took us out on missions where we beat up criminals, tied them up, and dropped them off in front of the police station. Mr. X was really nice, and even when we weren't fighting crime, he loved spending time with me. But I always felt like I wasn't Mrs. X's favorite. Whenever I tried to talk to Mrs. X, she'd get bored and start asking about Grace. Mrs. X and Grace even left the house late at night to go on special training missions and refused to let me join them. Sorry, Maggie, there's only room for 2. I felt so left out, and it made me pretty sad. But then, I met my best friend Asher. He lived in the house next door, and he always made me smile. We'd play video games, watch MSA videos, and build model airplanes. One time, Asher almost figured out my secret. Why is your watch beeping like that?
Maggot, we need you ASAP. The bad guys are... Ah!
Was that Grace? Is she okay?
Oh, that's nothing. It's just a little game we play sometimes. At
Actually, I have to go. See ya! I really liked Asher. He was a great friend, but I felt so guilty lying to him all the time. Grace knew I had a crush on Asher, so she loved torturing him. Once he came over to visit me, and she pretended to be sick.
Oh no, I don't feel so good.
Asher ran over to help her.
What's wrong? Is there anything I can do?
Then she pulled out a water gun, sprayed him in the face, and then shoved him out the door. Sucker! Grace hung out with the popular kids, who she'd turned into her little minions. She loved to brag about how she had more friends, more boyfriends, and better clothes than me. But when Grace and I were in high school, things took a turn. Mr. and Mrs. X lost their jobs at the security company, and money got really tight. Then one night, I caught Mrs. X and Grace stealing a bag of money from a crew of bank robbers instead of turning the money into the police. A couple hours later, reports of the missing money were all over the news. I told Mr. X what Grace and Mrs. X did, and it caused the biggest fight.
We're the good guys. You have to give that money back.
They'll never know it was us.
Plus, I need new shoes. My disguise is too small, and our gadgets are way too old.
But stealing is wrong.
So is your stupid face.
If you don't give it back, then I will.
Mrs. X promised to give back the money, but the next morning, I woke up to a crashing sound. Then the police stormed through the doors. Mrs. X was gone, and she'd taken all the criminals' money and cleaned out all our bank accounts. The police told us that Mrs. X had been stealing from criminals and banks across the city for years and had framed Mr. X for the crimes. Mr. X and I were shocked and heartbroken, but I could tell Grace already knew. Of course she did. Later, I tried to talk to Grace. I know you were in on it. You and Mrs. X were so close, and you lied about your secret missions. Why did you two do this?
Because we wanted a great life for ourselves away from you two. We had bigger ambitions, and now it's all ruined and I'm stuck with you. But I know she'll come back for me, because she loves me. She never cared much for you.
But so much time passed, and Mrs. X never came back or responded to any of our attempts to reach her, and Grace grew bitter and angrier by the day. Asher and I tried to cheer her up. One morning, we made her favorite chocolate waffles. Look, Grace, we made your favorite breakfast.
Are you and your idiot friend trying to poison me, you backstabbing jerk?
Grace threw a waffle at me and dumped orange juice on Asher's head. My eyes! Then Grace tried to drown me with syrup. Dad rushed in to break it up. Luckily, Asher wasn't hurt too bad, and Grace was grounded for a month. When Grace and I turned 17, Mr. X fell in love with a rich woman named Miss Cherry. Now, when I say rich, I mean really rich. Like she owned 3 mansions, donated millions of dollars to charities, and even had a hospital named after her. And Grace hated Miss Cherry. She slammed doors in her face, gave her dirty looks, and refused to talk to her. I thought Miss Cherry was really nice though. Even though she was so wealthy, she was sweet and down to earth. We spent hours talking, and she loved helping me with my homework, and she even taught me how to play the piano. For the first time, I felt like I really had a mom. Soon, Miss Cherry and Mr. X got married. Mr. X was called away for a job interview out of the city, and while he was gone for a few days, Grace started acting really weird. She'd sneak out of the house late at night, and when I asked her where she was going, she'd snap at me.
Mind your own business, loser.
One night, Miss Cherry was cooking, and she accidentally spilled a cup of water. Then she slipped on the water and hit her head hard on the floor. I ran over to help her up, and thankfully, she was conscious soon. But then she started to panic because she didn't even know where she was or who I was. Heck, she didn't even remember her own name. I told her I was Maggie and I was her daughter. I told her to rest while I got her medicine for her throbbing head from the store. As I entered the store, I got an alert on my phone. It was a message from Mr. X.
Maggie, listen, I don't have much time. Miss Cherry is in danger. Mrs. X and Grace are going to try to steal all her money. You have to protect her.
The video cut off, and just then, I turned to see Grace and her minions behind me.
It's over, Maggie. You're outnumbered. Fighting is futile. Mrs. X and I will get Miss Cherry and all her money.
You'll have to get through me first. Grace and her minions charged at me, holding breadsticks like swords. We fought in all the aisles, knocking over a dozen displays, and food flew everywhere. By the time we were finished, the grocery store was destroyed. 2 burly security guards grabbed me and pulled me off Grace and her friends. Then out of nowhere, Miss Cherry appeared. Maggie! Maggie, where are you? So, this brings us back to the beginning. Miss Cherry took one look at me and the mess and got really confused and then upset, and I was trying to take her home, but now we were surrounded by the bad guys, Grace and her evil minions. Yeah, she'd called in backup, and there were more of them now. Grace had a big bruise on her forehead, her hair was all messed up, and she looked like a crazy lunatic. Miss Cherry, took one look at the girls and started yelling at me.
Maggie, you terrible girl! Look at what you've done! Apologize at once!
Then the big security guard pulled off his mask, and it was Mrs. X in disguise.
Give us Miss Cherry. We just need to take her for a few hours, have her sign over her wealth to us, and then we'll return her to you to live together happily ever after.
There was no way I was going to hand poor Miss Cherry to Mrs. X and Grace, so there was only one thing I could do. Run! I jumped in the air, flipped over their heads, and grabbed a bunch of apple pies off a food cart. One by one at supersonic speed, I hit Grace, Mrs. X, and the minions in the face. They fell down in a daze, and I grabbed Miss Cherry, pulled her into a random car, and drove her straight home. We were almost home when I saw Mrs. X and Grace on my tail in a huge moving van. We had a high-speed chase through the streets. I turned a corner and swerved toward my house and almost hit Asher. Mrs. X and Grace came barreling down the road. I grabbed Asher and Miss Cherry, ran inside the house, and barricaded the doors. Miss Cherry sat down on the couch and took a nap.
What's going on? When did you learn to drive?
Before I could explain, Mrs. X and Grace jumped through the window. Surrender, you big loser! We won! Asher got so scared he dropped his milkshake on the floor. Grace lunged at me, slipped on Asher's milkshake, and lost her balance. I grabbed her, shoved her into a closet, and locked the door. Then Mrs. X grabbed Asher.
Give me the old lady, or your little friend here is toast.
Asher screamed like a banshee and fainted in Mrs. X's arms. Then Miss Cherry appeared out of nowhere. She hit Mrs. X in the head with a vase and knocked her out.
Look, I stopped the bad woman. I'm hungry. Who wants ice cream?
Mr. X and the police arrived later and took Grace and Mrs. X off to jail. Mr. X had been captured by one of Mrs. X's associates and tied to a tree on the side of the road, but he cut his way out and ran all the way home. Asher didn't speak to me for weeks after the incident, but I convinced him to meet me on the roof at school.
I can't believe you lied to me all these years.
I wanted to protect you. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I ever put you in danger. You're my best friend, and so much more.
What do you mean, more?
A lot more. I like you, dummy. Asher leaned in for a kiss. I couldn't help but giggle. I was so nervous.
What's so funny?
I've never kissed a boy before.
I've never met a real-life vigilante.
Then this should be fun. Put on this mask and hold on tight. I'm taking you for a ride. Hey there, I'm Haley. I was born on a small island in New Zealand, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. My family was a bit special because we were the lighthouse keepers. As a kid, I loved pretending I was Rapunzel in her tower. Little did I know, I'd start feeling as trapped as she did. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents broke up soon after I was born, and Mom left to follow her dreams and became a very successful actress. She was extremely busy and never got time to visit me. Sure, she'd send me amazing gifts, but Dad basically raised me alone, and oh boy, he wasn't fun. Dad was a very strict person, and also a local hero. Years ago, he was the first to spot a ship that hit the rocks on a stormy night, and he bravely coordinated a rescue mission. Ever since, he vowed to never leave his post at the lighthouse, and I mean never. We didn't go on vacations and would only visit the local market once a week for supplies, but that didn't stop me looking for an adventure. Like one day when I was 5, we were at the market when I decided to sneak on a fishing boat about to leave port.
Aye, aye, Captain. Ready to set sail.
Who is this child?
Of course, that made Dad furious. But can you blame me for wanting to go crab fishing instead of being in that tower? To be fair, it wasn't all bad. Dad and I enjoyed watching movies together, and Moms were my favorite. I loved how glamorous she looked, and I wanted to be just like her one day. And growing up, that dream grew stronger. Sure, once school started, I had plenty of friends, and I liked this place, but I just wanted more. Dad, can I take acting classes?
For the 100th time, we don't have any on the island.
But maybe if we moved...
That's out of the question. Our life is here.
Well, maybe for him, but I couldn't accept that as my fate. Then my opportunity came in the 10th grade. I was at school when I noticed a flyer on the bulletin board that said a famous acting program was looking for new talent in our area. Whoever got through the auditions would receive acting classes, and the person who performed the best would get a year-long role on a popular TV show. I didn't tell Dad anything, and on casting day, I skipped school and boarded the ferry for the mainland alone. The contest started, and I realized that being in front of the camera came to me naturally. I didn't tell anyone about my mom, though, so they wouldn't have higher expectations. That night, I tuned in for the results. Dad happened to walk by the TV just when my name showed up on screen. I'd passed the auditions round.
Haley, I can't believe you went there alone.
I'm sorry, but you would have never let me participate. Please, Dad, let me do this. He reluctantly agreed to let me continue, and I squealed as I hugged him tight. For the next 6 months, he went with me to the mainland for all classes. At the end of them, I was invited to a talk show where it would be revealed which TV show was about to hire me. As I was chatting with the host, suddenly someone from the audience walked onto the stage.
Well done, Haley. I knew you were going to make it.
Everyone was silent, stunned to see the world-famous actress, but to me, it was just, Mom?
Indeed. After all these years, we are reunited, love, and we'll get to work together on the new TV show.
The audience gasped and cheered as Mom hugged me. And I was speechless. I had no idea she was a part of this. I walked backstage with Mom, where Dad was waiting.
Nice to see you, Celia. It's been what, 15 years? And now you're suddenly Haley's adoring mother, ready to take her away? Oh, if you're such a good father, don't stand in the way of her dreams.
And can you just straighten your ugly tie? It's driving me crazy. Mom walked off while Dad looked upset. Dad, I know this is all very unexpected, but aren't you proud of me?
Of course I am, love. I guess I'm just not ready for you to leave.
He looked so sad. It broke my heart. Maybe I shouldn't go.
No, she's right, Haley. You deserve to follow your dreams. You know where to find me.
And 2 days later, I was all packed up and ready to go. After we landed at the airport, a limousine took us to Mom's house. Or should I say palace? Then Mom showed me to my beautiful room, complete with a walk-in closet full of designer clothes and accessories. This feels like a dream.
No, honey, it's your life now.
Mom, I just don't understand one thing. Why didn't you ever visit me?
Oh, sweetie, I wanted to so much, but there was never a good time. You don't know how hard it is to make it in this industry with no support or connections. I barely even had any money. I had to fight hard to get good roles and grab every opportunity, but now you won't have to fight so hard because I'll make everything easier for you.
I felt overwhelmed by her love and attention, and it was so cool to have the great Celia as my mom. But soon, I discovered Mom was a bit strange. All her clothes and shoes had to be arranged by color. She would schedule every minute of her day and give her staff some crazy tasks like cleaning the ceiling. She wanted us to make public mother-daughter appearances in matching outfits, and the designers got an earful if they weren't identical. On my first day on set, I went alone, feeling super nervous. My first scene was with Jake, the gorgeous male lead. He was so distracting, I kept forgetting my lines.
Cut, 10-minute break, everyone, especially Haley.
I felt so embarrassed.
Can you even act at all?
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, there are plenty of talented girls who can take your spot.
If you have nothing nice to say, you do have the option of staying quiet.
If you don't know how to act, you do have the option of leaving.
What a jerk! I calmed down my nerves and delivered my lines perfectly in the next take. But after that, we were always trying to trip each other up. He made silly faces to distract me during scenes, so I slipped laxatives in his coffee that kept him running to the bathroom. He put cat poop in my shoes, so I put super glue on his seat. You get the gist, right? But one day, I found out it was the makeup artist's birthday, so I ordered a huge cake to surprise her.
This was your idea?
Yeah. Why? Did you put something in the cake?
No, just wishing you ordered chocolate. Who likes pineapple cake?
SpongeBob. But from then on, Jake started being nicer to me. We'd chat during lunch and rehearse our lines together, and the pranks stopped, mostly. Working with Mom, though, was not a piece of cake. She was a perfectionist and would make me redo scenes 20 times. I was eager to learn, so I didn't mind being pushed, but she was really hard on everyone. Like that time her assistant brought the wrong coffee. I told you no sugar, and always put my coffee on a coaster. Plastic spoon on the left, napkin on the right. Ugh, did you even pass kindergarten? Or that time with the camera woman? Oh, you're getting all my wrong angles. Look, you're clearly not pretty enough to be in front of the camera, but now you're not even good behind it. Also, can you get your eyebrows done? One is like a thin worm and the other's like a fat caterpillar, and I hate uneven things. One day, I had a long scene with Mom, and she kept pointing out every tiny mistake. She wanted to discuss it more during break, but I just shut myself up in the bathroom, escaped through the window, and ran to Jake's trailer. Jake, let me in!
Oh no, a crazy fan. Security!
I'm gonna punch you in the face if you annoy me right now.
Okay, Grumpy, what's going on?
I told him how Mom was tiring me out by being so demanding.
Well, what were you expecting with your mom's reputation?
What do you mean?
Your mom is famous for being difficult to work with. No one likes her because of her bad attitude. I literally had to sign a contract that I wouldn't pick fights with her, because I can't stand rude people.
Hey, that's not really fair. Yes, Mom can be hard to please, but that's because she's passionate about her work.
We're all passionate about our work, but we don't act bratty.
You have no idea what she went through. She started from nothing and struggled alone for years. Look, I just felt a bit frustrated, so I vented to you, but that doesn't mean you get to diss my mom. I was about to storm off, but Jake stopped me.
You're right, I'm sorry. You just came to vent. Maybe, since she's your mom, you can tell her to be less critical of you sometimes, because I think you're pretty you're all right.
For some reason, my heart fluttered as I walked off, but I didn't take Jake's advice and talk to Mom. I understood this is who she was, and I just had to work hard to make her proud. Soon after, we got news about the ratings of our season. It was a huge success, and the studio wanted to sign us for season 2. That's great. Of course, we'll need you to double our paychecks if you want Haley to stay.
You know we don't have that kind of money.
Mom, isn't that double the paycheck or Haley walks?
Fine. And you two will be good to work through winter break?
No, I have plans to visit my dad, and yes, no problem. Plans can change. I felt mad as we walked out of the office. I promised Dad I'd go see him.
Haley, success requires many sacrifices, but sure, you can always go back to the life you had before.
That made me quickly drop the argument, because I couldn't imagine going back to my old town. When I told Dad the news, he was sad, but understanding. The next day in a meeting, the director told us that Jake's character and mine were gonna end up together in the second season.
Ew, I'd rather kiss a frog.
I'd rather kiss the frog's poop.
Make sure to brush your teeth that day, Haley.
I'll make sure to eat garlic instead.
And here I was, hoping for something more romantic.
I wasn't sure if he was joking, but just then, Mom pulled me away. As we climbed into the car, she started lecturing me about not getting crushes on my co-stars, as if I could help it. Yeah, duh, I have a crush on Jake. That evening, I was in my room watching MSA videos when Jake called.
Haley, are you watching the news?
I turned on the TV and was shocked to see reports of a devastating hurricane that had swept over my island. I tried calling Dad, but the line was down. I was so worried, and finally, hours later, Dad called me back.
I'm fine. Well, except for the torn ligament in my arm. I'll need surgery for it, and the lighthouse is damaged, and most of the town too.
Dad, you just focus on getting better before anything else, okay? I'll cover your medical bills. He tried to refuse, but I wasn't backing down. I had plenty saved from the first season of the show, but the next day, when I went to the bank to transfer money, my account was nearly empty. You and your mother have a joint account, and recently she transferred all the funds to her solo one. What the heck? When I asked her about it, she acted totally normal.
I left some allowance, and I buy everything you need. What else do you want?
My money? I earned it, and Dad was injured. He needs...
I don't care about him. You're living here now, and your lifestyle isn't cheap.
But I care, and if money is an issue, we can move to a smaller house.
No, our image would suffer.
You mean your image? Do you even care about what I want?
You wanted to be an actress, right? I made you so.
So you're saying I have no talent? I was getting that TV show role without you, Mom. It's not enough to steal credit for everything, so you've stolen my money? I won't stay here another minute.
Yes, you will, or your career is over. She'll go wherever she wants.
I turned around to see Dad. Dad, what are you doing here?
Just decided to make a surprise visit. I didn't have a good feeling when you showed up out of nowhere, Celia, but I didn't think you'd steal from your own daughter. Some things never change, I guess.
What do you mean?
Years ago, when I rescued those people from the sinking ship, the owner gave me a huge sum of money to thank me, and soon after, your mom asked me out. She, the most popular girl on the island, finally noticed me. I felt so lucky, but then she used all my money to start her career, broke up with me, and left the moment her popularity rose.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Because I hoped she'd change and come back, and we could be a family.
You really think I'd come back to the dumb, stinky village? You were always a fool. I guess I take after Dad, because I didn't see right away what a cold-hearted, selfish person you are, Mom. Dad and I left, and the next day, we were on the ferry back to the island. Seeing the lighthouse so battered brought tears to my eyes. I've been so blind. I was so obsessed with Mom, I couldn't see who she really was.
But she was right about one thing, Haley. I've held you back, and I'm sorry. I've just always wanted to keep you safe, but I ended up making you feel trapped. From now on, I'll always support you, even if that means we have to move. Once you left, I realized my job isn't more important than you are.
The next day, Dad made some calls and arranged a meeting with a lawyer. We managed to get my money back, and he had the surgery while the lighthouse was being repaired. I also used my popularity to raise funds for my town. For the first time, I realized how much the island and our community meant to me. Yes, I still wanted to act, but it wasn't a way to escape my old life anymore. I still had to figure out what to do about the second season. There was no way I was working with Mom anymore. One day, I was enjoying the sunset on the lighthouse balcony when I heard someone behind me.
How many steps does this place have?
You're wheezing like you're 80. What are you doing here?
I talked with the producers and found some interesting stuff about your mother.
Turns out, Mom's career hasn't been doing too well in recent years, and she had used me to get that role in the new show.
The producer said they never wanted to hire her, but were forced to when she made that public announcement. Now that you left, they're more than happy to fire her. They want you back, Haley, and this time, you'll work on your own terms. Please come back, or they'll find another female lead.
And you don't want that to happen?
Yeah. What if they hire someone I want to kiss even less than I want to kiss you?
That would be terrible. Then I suppose I'll have to rescue you.
You're my hero.
Hello guys, I'm Siobhan, and I'm unlucky. Before I tell you more, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to a single mother who worked tirelessly to make ends meet, and believe me, they were rarely met. But even though we were always drowning under a pile of bills, my mom was weirdly positive, and she raised me to be the same. But I was just built differently. But Faye scored less than I did, and her parents got her an iPhone. Why am I getting this rusty old model?
Because that's what we can afford.
And these phones update with a new model every month. What's the point of wasting money on something that won't even last that long? I tried to understand what Mom was saying, but it didn't make any sense to me. I felt I was prettier and smarter than most girls my age. I got good grades and never got into trouble, so why couldn't I have expensive things? It didn't seem fair. As time went on, I realized that to live comfortably, you needed money. Lots of it. And constantly compared my life with kids around me, especially my best friend Faye. What's the big deal? These two look exactly the same. But this fabric is so sticky and weird. This one, however, makes my eyes pop. Just admit it. You can't wear this because it's cheap. Okay, fine. But what's so bad about wanting better things? And it's not like I'm gonna buy this. Not everyone is lucky enough to be born with money. I'll never understand why you're so obsessed with money. You could be the richest person on the planet, but if you're not a good person, no one is gonna stick around. You can say that because you are rich. And when I grow older, I will marry someone rich, and then I'll never have to think about money either. Not funny. Anyway, stop making that sad face. I'm buying this for you, but you have to treat me to some of your mom's fruit custard later, okay? I loved Faye. We'd been together since kindergarten, and even though she was richer than I was, she never treated me any differently. She even had an older brother, Freddie, who I always thought had a little crush on me. Every time I would visit Faye, Freddie would start running around me doing silly things.
So, Siobhan, are you into music?
A little.
Awesome!
Freddie ran outside and came back with a small Casio. He started playing, and it was like someone had murdered my eardrums. It was horrible.
So, what do you think?
It was awfully amazing. This is so good. People don't deserve to hear this. I mean, it's so good, it won't be fair to other musical genres, right? You should keep this beautiful talent hidden. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So, yeah, Freddie was a bit slow, but he was sweet, and when he asked me out for prom, I couldn't break his heart. He was Faye's brother, and she'd always been so nice to me. This was the least I could do, but prom was right around the corner, and I had nothing to wear. I asked Mom to get me a new dress, but as always, we were out of money, so she offered to give me her old dress. The sleeves are so old, and the train's full of stains. Can we just buy a new one, please?
You already know my answer.
But it's prom. Everyone will be dressed in beautiful gowns and dresses. I don't want to stand out like a sore thumb in this ugly gown. The hurt look on my mom's face instantly made me regret my words. But before I could apologize, apologize, she got on a phone call and left. I wanted to do something nice for her, so I used up all my money to get her a bouquet and even bought myself a new prom dress. On the night of the prom, I looked like a total vision, and when Freddie came to pick me up, he was blown away. He couldn't stop complimenting me, and we were on the dance floor when he took a gold bracelet out of his pocket.
I saw this, and I was instantly reminded of you.
Freddie, it's beautiful, but I can't accept it.
Why not? I even got it engraved for you. I've always thought you and I have had a connection. In fact, there's something I want.
Did you hear that?
What?
Someone's calling my name. I'll be right back.
But
And I just ran away before Freddie could say another word. I knew he was gonna confess his feelings for me, and I had no plans of saying yes. I was catching my breath next to the washroom when this guy from my class, Hank, approached me.
Hey there, pretty face. What are you doing standing alone like this?
Waiting for my date, actually.
You mean the guy you were dancing with? I saw you two, and trust me, there was no spark. You deserve someone who knows how to treat you well. Someone like me. So what do you say we ditch this dumb prom and go somewhere better?
I thought about it. I couldn't go back to Freddie after blowing up his proposal in his face, so I dropped him a text saying I wasn't feeling well and left with Hank. He took me to this mad party at some mansion outside the city, and it really helped me take my mind off things. I thought I'd talk to Faye the next morning, but when I got back home, I saw her sitting on the porch. Faye, I can explain. Explain what? That you ditched my brother for that shady Hank? Freddie and I saw you leave with him, so don't you dare lie to me. Yes, I went with Hank, but Freddie was about to confess his feelings for me, and I panicked. He caught me off guard. Oh, please, you've always known that Freddie likes you. You ditched him because Hank is richer than us, right? That's what you really think? What else am I supposed to think? You've always been immature and materialistic, but at least you had a good heart. But tonight, you just crossed a whole new line. Don't you ever talk to me again. Faye, please. But Faye was already on her way out. Over the next few days, I dropped her a million texts, but she never responded. A week later, during graduation, when I tried talking to her, she totally shut me down. I get that she was upset, but she made me the bad guy for not loving someone the way they love me, and that wasn't fair. So as much as I missed Faye, I decided to take a step back, and over time, we grew apart. She left for college, and I picked up a job as a concierge at the fanciest hotel in town. Working at the hotel, I met all kinds of rich people, and some of them even became my friends. But my favorite was Jenny. Her dad was a rich industrialist, and she studied at Harvard. And whenever she visited home with friends, she asked me to come along too.
You won't believe what Dad did to me.
I asked him to take me skiing to the Swiss Alps, and he refused because he wants to take his mistress to Bora Bora. The last time I was there, this bee stung me, and I had to be in the hospital for a whole week. They didn't even have caviar there, and I had to eat hospital food. Can you imagine? At least you're going on vacation. My mom's getting married in Paris next week, so now I have to plan my outfits, makeup, hair, everything, and I have no time. So unfair. Ugh, get a grip, you two. There are more important things in life than vacations and dresses. Easy for you to say. Your life is perfect. You're in the best school in the country, and your dad just acquired his 100th company. Yeah, whatever. Just quit crying. You've bored Siobhan to death. At first, it felt nice to be part of Jenny's circle, but the more I hung out with them, the worse I felt about my situation. Like this one time, someone from the group wanted to try food at this expensive place. I didn't have the money to pitch in, so Jenny chipped in on my behalf. Another time, the girls wanted to go to Korea for shopping. I thought it was a joke, so I agreed. But they were serious. I couldn't even afford to pay for tickets. But Jenny made sure I didn't have to worry about that. I felt like a charity case around them. So one day, when Jenny suggested we go shopping, I decided not to go. But why? Is it about money? You know I can always cover up for you. I know, and I'm really thankful for that, but I don't want your friends to think I'm taking advantage of you. Okay, firstly, those girls are not my friends. Yeah, we hang out, but they don't know the first thing about being smart. I'd rather be with someone who values hard work, like you. You really mean it? Of course I do. Now can you come, please? I'll get you something nice. Jenny reminded me of Faye a lot, and as time passed, we only got closer. Then one day, Jenny was working with her dad on some important project. She knew I was good with numbers, so she asked for my help. I was sorting out some paperwork when I saw these documents that didn't make sense mathematically. Who made these papers? My accountant. Why? I think he's trying trying to scam you. Jenny took the papers from my hand, and when she saw that I was right, she was furious. The accountant was called in, and he confessed to transferring money to Jenny's stepmom's account overseas. He was fired, the stepmom was thrown out of the house. It was a huge mess. I thought Jenny would hold me responsible for breaking up our family, but instead, she offered me a job as her personal manager. I was making triple the amount I was making at the hotel, and I was really happy. But when I told Mom, she didn't look too happy. I think you should go to college, Siobhan. You're a smart girl, and you're wasting your life. I'm doing this for us, Mom. I want to make more money so you and I can finally live the life we deserve. But I'm happy with where we are. I don't want anything more. But I do. I don't want to go to college. I don't have 3 years to waste on education, then wait for a job, and then wait to finally get rich. I want to get rich now. Money isn't everything, Siobhan. When will you realize that? Mom tried her best to persuade me, but my mind was set, and a week later, I started my new job. Working with Jenny was like a dream come true. She was constantly getting invited to global events, and I got to travel the world with her. Soon after, Jenny joined her dad full-time and gave me an office right next to hers. Life was finally getting better, until one day, I was in my office when this cute millionaire, Carl, knocked on my door asking for Jenny. She wasn't around, so I asked him to wait in my office. We got talking, and he ended up inviting me to this fundraiser, but I had nothing to wear, so I begged Jenny to help me, and she gave me the keys to her closet. I was trying on a dress when my eyes fell on this gorgeous diamond necklace. I tried it on, and I'd never looked so pretty in my entire life. I really wanted to wear it, but I wasn't sure if Jenny would be okay with it. Since she wouldn't be back until the next morning, I figured I could just put it back before she found out. I really wanted to make a good impression on Carl, so I gave in to my temptation and wore the necklace. That evening, I outshone everyone. Even Carl couldn't resist showing me off. I was pretty sure he was gonna ask me out on a second date until I heard him talking to his friends.
So, who's the new catch? She looks expensive.
She's just a secretary. I actually want to get to know her boss, Jenny. She's the real catch. I figured if I got close enough to the secretary, she would introduce me to Jenny at some point, and then I'll make my move.
You're such a brat.
Yeah, Carl. What a brat. Carl turned around to look at me in shock. I thought you were a nice guy, Carl, but you're a greedy little pig.
Please spare me the dramatics. It's not like you came with me out of the goodness of your heart. You thought I was rich, so you tagged along. Just like I saw an opportunity, so I did what I had to.
Oh, sweet. So you won't mind if I do what I have to. And I splashed my drink in his face and walked away. What a moron. I was so angry. I kept walking till I realized I no longer recognized the street. I turned around to leave when suddenly 2 men jumped out of nowhere and blocked my way. I panicked and ran, but they were too fast. One of them pushed me, and the other snatched the necklace from my neck and ran away. I screamed and howled, but no one came to my rescue. I thought of going to the police and complaining, but then Jenny would find out that I'd taken the necklace without her permission, and I couldn't go to her place either. I somehow made my way back home, and when I saw Mom, I immediately broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. You kept showing me the right way, and I kept ignoring you, and now I've landed all of us in this mess. I'm just glad you're okay, Siobhan, and don't worry about that necklace. I'm sure we can work something out. My mom calmed me down, and the next day we went to the bank and took out a huge loan against our house. Luckily, I managed to replace the necklace and dress without Jenny knowing anything, and then I just put my resignation down. Jenny was a bit shocked, but I told her I'd gotten into a good college and wanted to continue my education. And soon after, Mom and I left town. Years passed, and my life went from bad to worse. I did waitressing in the morning, babysitting in the evening, and even taught at a local school. Even Mom picked up 2 shifts at work, but we still couldn't make enough money to repay the loan. Every night, I would sit in my room and think how I'd wasted the best years of my life running after money. Even if I didn't have much back then, my life was simpler, and I had people who loved me. Then one day, I was working at the cafe when I saw Jenny and all my old friends at one of the tables. Siobhan? Oh my God, is that you? How have you been? I wanted to say something, but all I could do was was cry. Jenny sat me down and I just spat out everything. That's why you quit your job? That necklace was a knockoff, Siobhan. It hardly cost $200. What? Why would you keep a knockoff? You're rich. Aren't rich people supposed to wear only original stuff? Who made that rule? Being rich doesn't mean I'd waste money on flashy things like jewelry. You should have told me the truth. You think I don't know that? God, I feel like such an idiot. I just wanted to look rich for one night, and it cost me my entire life. God, how will I face Mom now? Will it help if I come along? Jenny and I told Mom everything, and while she was angry for a long time, she eventually forgave me. Jenny even gave me back the necklace, and I sold it off to pay the loan. With the rest of the money, Mom and I rented a small apartment in the city, and I started preparing for college again. On my first day, I was running around the place searching for my class when I barged right into this tall boy. He turned around, and I was shocked to see it was Freddie. He smiled at me, and I knew it was time to fix my mistakes.